Hi, everybody. We're going to get started in a little bit, right about 10. Hopefully, we'll get everyone in here, get our attendees, get our speakers. I see Robbie's here already. Thanks, Robbie. And just want to remind the people that are already here to mute during the presentation. Please stay muted during the presentation on Zoom. Thanks.
Tim, I love that the bot tweets the bot ats us in the channel to say like, hey, you have to get to your room.
Oh, that is nice. I don't know.
It's a nice side effect of this for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if who set up that bot, either Laura or
it was
Allison. Okay.
So I think I found the bot, and then since Allison is one of the holders of the Drupal for Gov email account, she set up the bot.
Nice.
And whoever did it, good work on the it's great that it lets people know what's going on, but it's even better for the speakers to just be like, hey, get to your room. Like, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't know it actually like DM'd you. That's pretty sweet.
Oh no, it added me. So literally I got a notification like, hey, your room.
Yeah, I was wondering on that if it would, how did she, I guess she had to manually add each person. I wasn't sure when I noticed that yesterday.
I did this. So it's a different thing from Slackbot. It's called Timey that I found, T-I-M-Y.
Yeah.
And so I did the sessions and Allison did like everything else.
Okay.
But I did it on Tuesday and not everyone was on Slack yet. And so I went back through Wednesday night and I had to like redo rooms when speakers had joined Slack. So not everyone is tagged, just whoever was on by Wednesday night.
It was a really nice side effect of what you did. It was to like literally tell me like, hey, get
hey,
over there.
In your room, go. But yeah, I recommend that. It's like we're on a 14-day trial, but even the free version is pretty slick. I'm like, I might use this in our work Slack. This is pretty nice.
Yeah, cool. It is pretty cool. I am the trivia bot, or the random survey bot, the raffle bot, all the bots. And then Abby is the reminder bot.
Sorry about that. Hit the recording button.
Trigger finger, Tim.
The buttons move in the web Zoom client if depending on what you open in the side.
Got it.
Sorry.
So I'm using Big Sur. I can't ever say that right. I'm in the beta because we're trying to solve an overheating problem with our new MacBook Pros. And the side effect of being in Big Sur is that all of the icons have disappeared in Zoom. So thankfully there is text under the buttons, but it's a bizarre experience.
Goodness for accessibility.
Amen.
That's a good idea. I should clean the camera.
Good morning.
Welcome, Elijah.
Hello.
Hello, I hear you.
You're on one of the other 9 options for microphones and speakers.
I just made you a co-host. If you want to test your screen sharing, Elijah. Robbie said you'll be sharing the presentation. We can do that real quick.
Yep.
Oh, and here I am forgetting to share the thing earlier. Darn.
Stand by though, I'm fixing my audio first. This is why we joined early. All right, can you hear me? Better?
Nope, still same audio.
Now we should have it.
There you go.
Oh. And I have to change one more setting. I'll join right back. I suppose that's not a huge deal. Okay, sharing screen. Oh, so you want to do it again?
Oh, you can go ahead. Sorry, I was muted. You can share. Go for it.
When I logged out, I did, I think.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Finding on the list.
Ready? It still says disabled.
Yep, 1 sec. There you are.
All right. See, working.
Great. I see your screen.
And I can't stop it though. When I hit stop share, it doesn't do anything. So you have to take it over from me.
You stop sharing on our end.
Yeah, it's gone. Yep,
Okay.
that's fine. So welcome to the participants that have joined. Thanks for joining today. We're going to get started in just 2 minutes here. I just want to remind everybody to please keep yourselves muted during the presentation. And you're here for benefits and pitfalls of integrating Drupal into a decoupled static site build process for VA.gov with Robbie Holmes and Lynn. And like I said, we'll get started in just a minute.
I think we should just apologize to Tim for making him read the title. That's a very wordy title we put in there.
There's other longer ones, so.
Right. Well, I am bummed out that this Zoom thing is still over there. I can't see any of you. Can't. And I don't know how to actually, let me see if I do a new share. You see now, right?
Yes.
And if I stop share again, the green box surrounding the desktop goes away. I use Zoom every day. I've never had this issue. This is weird. It must be something to do with the live stuff in Linux. Yay. I can see chat though, so that's good.
Okay. So why don't you screen share to the main page to the start and then hit present. So we're ready to roll.
Right, so new share. And I will present. How's that looking?
Looks good to me. Tim, how does it look to you?
Looks great.
See,
All
arrows are working for me. We're good.
All right, so,
you know
yeah.
Sorry, I need
No
to
problem.
turn on do not disturb mode on my computer. Very good.
So thanks everyone again for coming, and we will get started here. I'm going to hit record. Keep yourself muted and enjoy the presentation this morning. Thanks. Take it away, Robbie and Elijah.
Good morning, folks. So Elijah and I are going to talk you through sort of the benefits and pitfalls of what was actually an existing system and how we brought Drupal into it. So this is going to be very much a conversation type session. And I think the one thing I'll warn ahead of time is there's a lot of words on the slides, but we wanted to make sure we gave some context for afterwards so we can actually give you something to take away once you have the slide deck, because there's a lot of details that are important and we're probably not going to hit on all of them. So just an example of why the slides have so many words. But I'm Robbie Holmes, and
I'm Elijah Lynn.
And I was the technical product owner for the actual CMS project when it was going on for VA.gov. And I was a member of the USDS, the United States Digital Service.
And I was one of the implementers at Agile 6 applications. I am still, yeah.
Nice. Move on. Let's go to the next one. I think we can leave this up for just a second, so that way it's in the video, and this is the session that you're sitting in.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Cool. So let me start with how we got where we were going. So it started off back in the day, the United States Digital Service stood up a team at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that team went and looked for something to work on to assist the veterans, and then realized that what they were going to build was vets.gov. So they created a single unified experience for veterans to track, manage, and apply the benefits that they had earned. So there's a lot of detail here. I think the big starting point was the site was built in Jekyll. So there was a static site built as the original vets.gov when it stood up for Veterans Day of 2015. I joined the team in 2016, in March of 2016. At that point, we were starting to bring in React apps as the way that interactions were going to be done, and Rails was being used to build out the APIs behind that. During this time period, there was a refactoring of Metalsmith, of our Jekyll site into Metalsmith for lots of reasons, but the biggest one was that it was going to remove Ruby from our build process for the website. So it was sort of simplifying and streamlining the build process, because we needed Webpack and Node as part of the process. So that way we moved over to Metalsmith, which was basically a Jekyll port into Node at the time. So when we started, there was a lot of build scripts that were only just basically bash scripts, and it was running in Travis CI to do the deploys. Over time, that migrated into Jenkins. And then as we moved over from there, Jenkins was able to sort of actually continue and do the automation and orchestration of deployment. So next slide. The next part here is where things got really interesting. So in 2018, the Department of Veterans Affairs decided that the work that was being done on vets.gov was proving that modern website technologies and modern solutions, user experience, HCD could all actually be done in the agency. So they decided to move all of that work into VA.gov. So it went from being a place where veterans could track, manage, and apply the benefits they had earned to basically taking all of that experience and moving it into the main front door of VA.gov and how veterans interacted with the VA. So just to give some technical component here, like vets.gov at its high point, I think was about 8% of all traffic at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and VA.gov was like 58% of all traffic. So by taking all of this work and migrating it into VA.gov, we were able to sort of almost like close to 7 or 8x the effectiveness of all the work that we had completed up to that point. But that also changed a little bit the mandate. So instead of it just being track, manage, and apply the benefits you earned, it was also come to this place and find out information. So for a long time, we talked about whether or not we were going to need a CMS on vets.gov, and this was when it actually became the process. So on vets.gov, the way that content was handled was basically writing out markdown files and rendering them through the static build process. So there was a content repository in GitHub that actually had its own external workflow for how things were approved. And the decision was made at that time to go and get a CMS. So in government, getting a CMS involves procurement. So at that point, the USDS team on the ground at the VA partnered with the Technology Acquisition Center within the Department of Veterans Affairs, and we helped write and create a procurement opportunity that would bring in a company to implement a CMS as part of this process. What was really interesting was it was a very modern approach on procurement. It was actually done in each vendor came in and did an on-site creation of a solution based on a real world problem. And that had to be done within like a 4 to 6 hour window. So literally people went to New Jersey and sat in a room and built a thing to prove they could do it. It was much more show, don't tell, which is a really exciting aspect of how we were able to procure a team to do this work.
So it was kind of like a hackathon then, right?
Yeah, it was definitely, they were handed a piece of paper that said, this is what you need to build. Here is a person who's going to act as though they're a business owner inside of the government. And then they could ask questions of that person. But at the end of about 6 hours, they had to do a demo of how they built it, the process by which they went through it, and show working code at the end of it, which is a little bit different than the way a lot of procurements are done.
Yeah, I was going to say, because like that's not a normal thing, right?
I mean, it's getting to be a little bit more, it's happening more frequently, but I don't think it's the way that standard procurements are done in government. A lot of times it's writing up 30 pages of past performance and then writing a solution, as opposed to showing people how you would do it.
Nice.
Pretty exciting in general. So that contract was awarded, and then the project started in October of 2018. So just before Veterans Day, just as a note. Seems like that always is an important date in the Department of Veterans Affairs, for good or for ill. Go ahead, Elijah. So the next one here is then the project kicked off, and over the next 6 months, work was done, and eventually the CMS itself launched as part of the build process. What was interesting is it was very much an MVP, right? So the things that landed by that March were the first product, which was the veterans, the VA medical centers. So they launched the Pittsburgh VA Medical Center as the prototype to prove that out. A lot of migration went into place, taking all of that content from the GitHub repository that was markdown files and migrating it into Drupal. And then at that point, we couldn't change the build process, but we had to refactor it because the structure of the data that was coming out of Drupal, the decision was made to use GraphQL. So it was a lot of queries that were returning JSON objects, which were very different than the structure of the markdown that was in the original content files. And then that leads to sort of where things are today. So Elijah, if you'd like to take that over, that would be great.
Sure. And just to add on, the GitHub content repository that was the content store was an open source repo. It still is to this day. And so is the front end build scripting and templating system in React and all that stuff. So I think I'll cover that again. I just wanted to highlight that's pretty interesting that the content itself was in an open state already. The current state, we had some performance limitations on. We had like this big, large GraphQL request. We ultimately kind of built up, made of GraphQL fragments, and I think we're at like 3 to 4 minutes, and we're at 1,000 nodes, but a bunch of nested entities, entity references, and we're migrating. To give you an idea, we're migrating from GraphQL to Drupal tome sync, which is basically a bunch of static JSON files. The same content that we're shipping now. Basically, we're at like 20,000 static JSON files, and that's so it's like 20,000 basically entity files that make up this export. So there's some complications around doing that, but it's way faster. Like we have a technique to tar the data up on the server, and it keeps it up to date, Drupal tome sync, and it caches, it invalidates the cache and everything, so it always updates the content real time. But that request is like under a half second to get the 20,000 files, and it's in a tar file. They just zip it down, tar it up and send it off to the Jenkins server, and then Jenkins server can churn through that data store really quickly. So we're
one cool side effect that I think Elijah is leaning in here is by tarring it, you're making it a single file, and AWS and all of the traffic being sent within the Amazon infrastructure will speed up over time on a larger file. So if we sent individual files, you would have had to do an HTTP request for each file, but just by wrapping it up into a single tar file and not zipping or compressing it, we actually were able to take advantage of speeding up of the actual data transmission from one place to another. And that actually turned out to be significantly faster than compressing it and then pushing it and then uncompressing it and untarring it. So it was a lot of testing and playing around that got us to the point where this was the solution we ended up with.
Yeah, internally, you if you're not in the same placement sense in AWS, little technical note that you get 3 gigabit per second network speed, and you can bump it up to 10 gigabit per second And yeah, the CPU from not zipping, not compressing it takes way longer to do that. It takes like 10, 15 seconds to compress those 20,000 files. So yeah.
So the next one was sort of the VAMCs, right? And our friend Kevin Walsh is on the call right now, who did a lot of work having to do with this product specifically. And that there's more and more work being done of trying to bring across the work that was done for the first VAMC into all the VAMCs. So allowing this to become an actual product inside of the VA of how a VA medical center is now represented for the Department of Veterans Affairs. And it's a huge impact because this is, people don't realize it, but the Department of Veterans Affairs is basically 3 cabinet level agencies in one. And the Department of Veterans Affairs has the VHA, which is the Veterans Health Administration, which is, yeah, it is, James. It is, but the VHA is really the largest medical institution and network inside of the US. And it's unbelievable when you start to think about things from that perspective. So this is in and of itself going to have a huge effect on how veterans interact with their health inside of the VA.
Yeah, and we have, the Department of Veterans Affairs. We're linking to it in the appendix, so there will be a link to it. But we have a Drupal page for the Department of Veterans Affairs. We've got a bunch of contributions. We got 4 new modules contributed. We have got 2 more on the way. Ton of contributions. The leadership at the VA, whenever we mention that we've open sourced something, they love it. Their smiles on their face just light right up.
Yeah,
So,
it's also a situation of ask for forgiveness and not permission. I created the organization in Drupal.org while I was working as part of USDS, and then told them I did it. So it went really well. So it's just something you should think about when you're bureaucracy hacking. I think we should move on, Elijah.
I did not know that. Thank you, Robbie.
So this is our problem statements. So in general here, what we were trying to accomplish or what we thought we were going to get benefits out of by moving to this system. So this is just sort of a listing of all the things that we're about to go over. So you can move to the next one. Sorry, go back one. The things we needed to take care of, right? We needed to get rid of the GitHub repository. We needed to replace an existing CMS that was actually serving up a large portion of the traffic. There was a team site instance that is still serving up some traffic today, but the decision was made that it was not able to sort of meet the needs of the modern authoring experience. The contract requirement when we wrote it was that the new CMS had to be open source. There's lots of reasons for that, but one of them is that there is a federal open source policy where 20% of all code that is created inside of an agency is supposed to be open sourced. It was created during the Obama administration, and I believe at some point someone is going to bring back that federal open source policy, and having us done the work that we're doing today will allow the CIO at the Department of Veterans Affairs to have a leg up before they even get to that point. The next 2 are really, the next 3 are really important aspects of what was logistically a problem. I think when it came down to it, VA.gov needed to remain up during the entire life cycle, the life cycle of developing Drupal as a product. And then beyond that, the existing editorial workflows, both the content repo and the use of team site had to continue working while we were bringing Drupal up. And then the last one was that the build process had to just sort of be plugged into by Drupal. So we were not serving or rendering pages through Drupal. It was literally just using Drupal as a content repository and as a way to get data into this content build process to generate static files. So we couldn't rebuild it from scratch. We were asked to keep it in place and to move forward.
Yeah, the goal was just to swap out the GitHub open source content repository with the CMS as functionality.
So the next slide is our assumptions. These are the things we were hopeful that we were going to get out of this process. We'll find on future slides that there were some benefits and also some pitfalls, hence the title of this talk. So I think we can move over and we can talk about each one of these.
Yeah, there'll be 4 slides corresponding to each one of these.
Okay, Elijah, all yours.
Right, assumption, a fully rendered static file website that is hosted on AWS S3, so it'll be secure, fast, and reliable. A lot of benefits here. Initially, when I came on this project, I was didn't really understand why we were doing a static file website. And over time, as one of the DevOps engineers and maintaining infrastructure around it became kind of nice. You know, I didn't have to worry about DDoS attacks or configuring a CDN to shield those off. Didn't have to worry about setting up varnish. Really, all of our traffic on the CMS is authenticated, so it's mostly editors and administrative users. There's no actually front end templating served from Drupal, so I didn't have to set up varnish. There's no point in setting up varnish for this or a CDN. Like that was all handled by the other team. Security updates to the front end are handled as part of the build process, not on a running system. So when we do get security updates for Drupal, we do apply them, but we don't, it's not, the urgency is not quite as there. We're behind a firewall. Somebody has to be within the system to even attack Drupal in this case. So security updates are handled by a different team. Performance, I mean, it's static files. This is the good old days. I built my first website in '99, and these were, I think it was like, if your index.html file was like over 20 kilobytes, or I was like, that was slow. And so we're just getting straight HTML out of S3. S3 is the web server. And because of the way the static site kind of build process works, we literally have a snapshot for every single deployment. All the index.html files, the images, everything is just right there.
So I think I would push in there, right? So then everything is in flat files. So that means the deployment went from pushing probably about 1,000 files when it was vets.gov to when we were rendering all the pages that were coming out of Drupal and all of the CMS and all of the JS and all the image files, right? Our deployment process continued to grow like exponentially because of the amount of files. So, and initially when we were doing the deploys, we were using the S3 CLI to do those deploys. And by default, each one of those files had to be put using the API. So that meant standing up and connecting and doing an HTTP request for 8,000 files near the end of the time where we realized this was getting messy.
Yeah,
so
they're one at a time individually.
So it's not that there was a lot of data, but in the end, it was that there were many files. So it was many small HTTP requests that were causing us to slow down. So when we were building in the past, right, it was less than 1,000 files. So it was expected. It was like, I think 3 to 4 minutes to do a deploy of that item. In the case of, by the time we were actually rendering individual files from Drupal as part of the build process, and we had migrated all that content, it was the combination of every image that had been, that we were actually pulling from Drupal, every single asset, all the PDFs, all the videos, all that kind of stuff had to be deployed as part of every deployment process. That's why it continued to grow. So every time we published new content, the deployment process took longer.
Yeah, and then eventually the whole thing eventually took like 25 minutes or so to deploy based on the S3 limitation of the API.
And that led to the first pitfall, which was we couldn't actually do any instantaneous deploys. If there was an issue that was affecting a VAMC, right, say a medical center was lost power, we couldn't update the website immediately to say that center was closed or that there was an alert that had to go out on the homepage. So things like that ended up becoming part of a standard process. So that deployment process took about 25 minutes, but it also required us to run all of the automated tests also. So that was like link checking. And so that entire build process took about an hour when it came down to it with everything involved. And that was way too long for us to be able to do that every single time that there was an emergency announcement that had to go out. And I think the last one is the security, right? We did do security updates on the CMS, but now we had 2 distinct security processes that had to be run for one website, right? So it was a combination of like making sure that all of the front end stuff was up to date and also making sure that Drupal was secure. It's sort of, it wasn't that bad, but it did create a secondary amount of security updates that were handled by 2 distinct teams. So 2 separate reviews, 2 separate on every single security update. Cool. Next slide.
Yeah, and it was as part of like the story here. We are currently in our current state. I think we're at like 6-minute build and deploy times, and the reason we're using Tome Sync now is to get that down to 3 minutes. Then there's only like a couple seconds on the Drupal side, and the rest of it's on the build. and then it creates a GitHub release, and then it deploys it. And the deployment's gotten faster. They used a different library, different parallelized S3 put now. So it is getting faster, but we're still not anywhere near what we're all used to with Drupal as like instant publishing. So we're working towards, it's like a whole bunch of effort has gone into making like getting close to near real-time publishing. So yeah. All right. This is the next slide.
Yep. You want to kick it off, Elijah?
Sure. Another assumption was that Drupal is only the authoring experience and not rendering or serving like live traffic. Veterans would be less complicated because Drupal is just that. Some of the benefits, were that we were able to have a highly customized authoring experience, much better than the GitHub workflow. That just wasn't scalable to people that didn't know how to use GitHub. So we are doing a lot of workflow improvements now based on Drupal has tremendous permission and role functionality. So, imagine that that's happening. Drupal's menu system has improved editing and consistency of the static menu system. That's something you can use in the UI now, right? Like before, you'd have to do that in code mostly. Redirect system is simplified, how created and managed. One of the pitfalls of that last one, though, and I'll just jump from the bottom, is that we don't have that nice redirect. Like on the front end build process, we actually are still creating some 404s in certain cases when we rename a piece of content and the URL changes. That's not quite handled yet, so we're working through that. Solvable. Back to the first pitfall. Go ahead, Robbie.
Yeah, so there are three problems that are created because of this. Like the reality is there are three different types of redirects that exist on VA.gov today. One is actually handled by we don't have and own every single subdomain. And that means that they actually have to inject some JavaScript into the header of pages that are not owned and routed through VA.gov. So if it was like Robbie.va.gov, you would have to have a JavaScript injection that would contain a redirect if that page no longer existed. So that is one problem. Another was that they were doing some inside of the content itself. So sometimes when they wanted to move a piece of content from one place to another in the old build process, they would actually do a JavaScript update of a window directly in the content file. And then the third was that they were handling things sort of at the proxy layer. So they were doing redirects while they were generating and instantiating new proxies. They would have a list of redirects that would be generated at that point. So the hope was we were going to be able to do that for all at the proxy layer. But in the end, we just sort of continued to move forward how complicated the redirects were. Eventually, I think they will get there when they get control of all of the traffic that is considered VA.gov and all of the subdomains. But I think right now it's just shining a spotlight on how complicated that is.
Yeah, and we currently have a proposal that we're working through to actually do a dual redirect system. Robbie, you might know was, but using S3 has native redirect functionality in S3. So you can actually do real redirects with the S3 server. But then if you're developing locally, you can't actually tell that it's working. So to just do a fallback meta refresh or meta redirect, I forget what the tag is, in HTML. So it actually works on the local developers' machines as well.
I think the biggest pitfall that we ran into in this entire process was that there's no native preview, right? So when you take Drupal out of the mix and you are not rendering a theme in Drupal that is going to be utilized for rendering the site, then you have no native way to actually do quick previews of the content that you want to do. And that created all kinds of chaos. In the end, the build team, the team that was responsible for the actual deployment and building of the static files, created a secondary preview script that would render the page, a single page at a time. And that ended up creating drift between the build process and the preview process. So there's lots and lots of things that became difficult through this. So just something to keep in mind. And wouldn't say that it's solved. I think there are lots of ways to tackle this problem that have not yet been exercised, but this is something that you will lose inherently if you are not at least creating a theme that matches exactly what your build process is going to be doing. So that created a lot of chaos for us. And the last one was, and we'll touch a little bit more on this in the future, it is pretty difficult to validate internal and external links in general, because this page may be published, but another page may not be. So if you are publishing multiple pages in one flow, that means you will probably get a broken link on a page that is not yet published that will be published as part of this. So the idea of being able to publish in bulk would be helpful, but it is also just something that gets a little more complicated when you actually pull Drupal out into this type of static and build environment.
Yeah. Do you want to cover number 3 a little bit?
Yeah, so the mega menu was originally created through a gigantic JSON file that was handled manually by the developers in the build process repo. In the end, the decision was made to start using Drupal for this data, and it was really used for that data. It was literally turned into a GraphQL request that was then parsed and processed into what was eventually going to become known as the mega menu. So this is cool, but complicated, right? It is not just rendering Drupal's menu. This is having to build and parse JSON data to render a menu, as opposed to just letting Drupal's menu system render it for you. That meant that there was, again, redirect issues, there were unpublished link issues. So things like that got a little more complicated than I think we would normally expect. So it's possible, just not simple. So I think this one is fun because content as CMS as only a content repo meant there would be no veteran-facing theming or UX work. That is true. The content in and of itself became a product. The CMS was a product. I don't know that everybody thought about it that way when we started, but in the end, it is true. But it had to plug into the build system seamlessly-ish. And then the authoring experience was decoupled from the output. So there were lots and lots of entities that existed inside of Drupal that were not directly correlated to pages. So that also, it was both good because it could be used in multiple places, but it was a secondary pitfall because the authors didn't know what it was going to look like. So again, preview became part of that problem. I think the big one here is the things that we found is that because the Drupal content is extremely tightly coupled to the build process, that people actually had to know exactly what that content looked like. The content model had to directly match what the build process was expecting. I think the other one here, and I this is one that I hit on a lot, Conway's Law is that is a complete and utter derivative of the fact that your organization will eventually match the design of your product, will match the structure of your organization. So in this case, our products and our contracts inside of the VA actually aligned to these hard edges of the problems that we were trying to solve. Because of that, the next thing became very obvious. So if you were running a build process and you were trying to figure out what was going wrong, Drupal and the content system became the scapegoat, or was blamed for a lot of the issues, because that's where the content editor saw the problem. But the reality was it was a very highly decoupled and static site built system. It was really hard to pinpoint where the problem actually existed. So in the end, it made it confusing and convoluted to understand where the problem was. Not that it was a problem in general, but just where to start. So triaging a problem in the build process was very difficult because there were multiple teams that were responsible for different aspects of that.
Yeah, this was still is a really challenging issue to deal with. In this kind of structured contract government way, we routinely have to triage issues and because it's the CMS and it does seem to be like, oh, start here, and but it could not be our issue at all. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, but it's definitely a thorn thorny thing.
And I think one thing you know, all of us have experienced is once you become the replacement or the touch point for where an end user talks to a system, if a failure happens, you are basically going to absorb the responsibility for that failure, whether it's yours or someone else's. Mm-hmm. I said this a lot when we were working on vets.gov, as we started bringing some of the functionality from internal systems inside the VA to the veteran in ways they had not been able to experience it before. If the subsystem behind it went down, we were going to get the blame. And I think Drupal ended up becoming sort of the front door for the content editorial workflow. So if something broke for the content editors, then it was obviously Drupal's fault. And I think that is not always the case. Preview being the perfect example, right? Preview was not owned by the CMS team. Preview was owned by the build team. So if there was a preview problem, it was very difficult to understand where or how to triage that problem. So again, not something that was impossible to overcome, but it was something that you should think of as you're going into a project like this, that you should keep in mind will be more complicated because of this.
Yeah, another note is a little bit from before too, is that the preview, it's because they're like different servers. We didn't have them in our CI environments. You couldn't spin up a new preview server for everything. So we ultimately ended up doing full site builds for previewing in CI and locally. So that was really useful, but also the preview functionality works differently, and it's full site preview, which we should have in production anyways. But so there's issues around that for sure still. One of the things that I think, like if you're doing this, one of the things the VA is exploring is restructuring things into product teams. I don't know how that's working with contracts, but I think that might help solve it, so that it's one entire product. So they're thinking more holistically about this now, and it'll just be one larger product team that all works together. So this might actually solve some of this stuff. I'm hopeful.
Okay, let's move to the next one because we're a little bit over, I think.
Yep.
Last one, the other experience in the website build process were discrete, and it meant that there were two separate teams who owned them, and they could scale and they could run independently. The reality is that's kind of true. The front end team didn't actually, and the build process team didn't need to know Drupal. That is a truth. The next one was the CMS team did not have to understand the templating and the build process. That is kind of a fib. In the end, the content team and the CMS team ended up having to learn a lot more about the build process than I think they ever expected. Both teams were able to move independently and scale easier. Sort of true. The discrete ownership meant that they could both deploy independently. Well, this became a pitfall in and of itself. The reality was the front end team and the build process team needed to understand the data model. So every time that anything changed in Drupal's data model, they had to make subsequent changes in the build process for parsing and rendering pages. The next one being that there are two separate repos, one for the CMS and one for the front end build process. So they had, and they had different deployment cadences. The Drupal CMS was deploying like once a week at one point, and there were daily deploys on the front end and the build process itself for VA.gov. That ended up creating all kinds of chaos. We ended up bringing in feature flags for a while, which meant that every time there was feature flags, there would be a build failure at least once per feature flag, because you would either have it flagged properly on one side and then you'd have to build from the CMS and the CMS wouldn't have been updated yet, or you would have the build process not flagged properly and the CMS would have changed its data model. So inherently, when we created this with two separate repositories, there was always a failure of a build at least once per feature flag. So we ended up having to troubleshoot and triage a lot of times and scramble the jets when we probably didn't need to. And then the last piece here is that the deployments ended up being in sync. They had to be in sync in order for us to be able to do this work. So over time, the CMS did move to a daily deployment process. So that way there was less and less need for feature flags. But the reality was this was sort of blowing up our hypothesis that the teams would be able to deploy independently. That is just another side effect, not something that was impossible to overcome, but it eventually became the simplest way to solve this problem.
Yeah, and I will note that we're doing daily deployments now with Drupal, and it is one of the best things ever. I don't think I'll ever go back to that. I'm so happy that US Digital Service kind of infused, like that was a top-down decision. That was not a bottom-up decision. It wasn't me managing up saying, can we do this? It was like, no, you need to do this. So I was really excited. I was been wanting to do that for a long time. So
just a
really
side note, the build process for VA.gov was the same one that we started with for vets.gov, which was every day at 2 o'clock, a pull request would be made into a release branch. And if no one touched it for an hour, it would automatically merge and cause a deployment to trigger. Yep. So we had set up a daily deployment inside of vets.gov, which carried over to VA.gov during the brand merger, which then eventually was forced upon the CMS team, which was a really nice side effect of us making that decision almost 4 years ago.
Yeah, and because of that, then I think Robbie said this, but I just want to highlight again that remove the need for the feature flagging stuff so much. Yeah.
Cool. I think that's sort of it for our benefits and pitfalls. And linked past this on the next 2 slides are the appendix to the links of all the things we cared about, and also to the actual other sessions of our friends who presented about VA.gov and the VA process from everybody who's working on anything related to VA.gov.
Yeah, and worth highlighting that number 3 here is another session coming up at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time today that you can get some more information. Kevin Walsh from Civic Actions will be doing that one. I forget who else, if Kevin, if you're on, who's doing that one as well. But
excuse me, Jane Newman will be there.
Jane Newman.
So if you want actual information for real about the VAMC projects, Kevin will contradict me and make everything right, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I put links on here. I want to highlight these, the 2 ones in the middle here. These are open source repos. You can fully stand up the entire www.va.gov website locally, including your CMS. You have to read the docs and sort through some stuff.
Read a lot of docs.
Yeah, there's a fully sanitized database dump too, so you can actually spin the whole thing up locally and actually use it. So it's quite a wonderful thing to see in government. Technically, you could even make a public issue if you found a bug on the website, something like that. Like this is where we're seeing our government headed. This is happening. So this is really exciting.
Cool. I want to make sure that we answer any of the questions that Neil hasn't secretly been answering for us behind the scenes. Also, thanks, Neil.
Anything you want to get in the recording, please ask out loud. I can't even see the chat right now. So.
Yeah. So I think the one that hasn't been talked about yet is how are redirects deployed from Drupal to the static site. So I wrote kind of a white paper on how this should be done to present to the teams internally. In the end, one of the modules that was created was a redirect module that allowed us to choose the type of redirect it was going to be, because in Drupal, there's not a need for this understanding of more than one type of redirect. Because like I described, there were 3 different types of redirects required. That meant that we could actually create in the GraphQL data, sort of segmented sections of JSON, one for this type, one for that type, one for the other type. So there are 3 distinct ways this would actually be parsed and processed. My hope in the end is that it will be that we can query the redirects out of Drupal, and then we can write a flat file into the Nginx proxy of all of the redirects. So it's handled long before it touches anything else at the VA. So the network topology of the way the VA works is any traffic that goes to the VA comes internally to the VA, hits a proxy server, which then routes it either to S3, which is why the time to first byte will always be as fast as the light can travel across the interwebs from anywhere you are to inside the VA to Amazon West for GovCloud, GovCloud, and then back to wherever you are. So literally, I think the fastest we ever were able to track it is, I think, 8 seconds to get something to time to first byte. But that is the way that the traffic is routed.
Maybe. Oh, I don't.
At one point, Albert Wong, who is an amazing USDSer, I think it might have been 4.2 seconds or something like that, was utilizing the speed of light as the fastest way we would be able to travel across and get something to the end user. But the reality here was it meant that you end up hitting a proxy server. You can hit a proxy server internally at the VA. So my hope was we would take all those redirects and we would write the flat file that is the redirects into the Nginx config at instant creation time when they're automatically spinning up a new Nginx proxy. So that is one way that I think that in the end we could get around this problem that we have today. But that means that we would have to take control of all of the DNS for all things that are the VA.gov domain. So all of the subdomains, the Robbie.va.gov, would also have to be routed in the same path. They are not today. They're handled separately.
Hey, we've got some other questions in there. If you want to read them out loud, Robbie, or I can, just let me know.
Yeah, if you want to, I just want to make sure I hit all of them. I don't know because they're sort of interspersed right now. Do you
I
have
think
any that you can hit?
all the earlier ones were answered, as far as I could tell. If yours wasn't answered, can you paste it again? Meanwhile, John Poos, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Pew.
Sorry about that. You were able to incorporate web testing into CMS. Can you speak to the challenges getting web team used the web team used to Drupal CI, or they essentially test, or do they still essentially test assuming Drupal may not be available? John, did you want to clarify that question, or did I read it okay?
No, I think that was fine. I think it was
Oh, you're cutting in and out.
to try to incorporate the web build process so they could understand it and test it and ensure that it was stable. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I think the essence of this is that the front end and build process team had never been exposed to how Drupal works, and then we utilized a project that allowed us to do Drupal CI directly. So we had separate instances. Elijah, what's the name of the awesome product that Pew works on all the time?
Open Dev Shop is what we're currently using for CI.
So it allowed us to stand up separate instances based on PRs, based on all kinds of criteria. And then the build team wasn't as familiar with any of the tooling having to do with Drupal. And that meant there was a little bit of a clash of technologies, but also mind share of why we should be testing the way we were. So the reality is either the build process could be broken based on something that was done in Drupal, or the Drupal build process, the Drupal content model could be wrong based on what was going on. So in the end, I think Open Dev Shop and the Dev Shop instances were running all of the build tests. So that way we could validate that we weren't going to break the build in the actual, once the content changed. So this was sort of a preemptive strike, a little defensive development to make sure that the build process was going to succeed after the changes were made in the CMS. But it took a long time for the other team to sort of understand the value and to sort of get to the point where they understood why. And there was all kinds of technology where I think Pew should eventually do a talk about DevShop and the VA.gov process, because it landed a lot of new features in DevShop, and it also made him think about things a little bit differently.
Cool, thanks. I guess the final thing was just that are they still testing against like the dev site for CMS and consuming that content, or for their PRs? I mean, in the web PRs.
I'm not sure, Elijah, have they changed the build process? So in the past, they would utilize what was considered dev as their sort of source of truth for running the build process, for running the tests in their development process. And what Pew is leaning in on is the fact that if we utilized DevShop and we could spin up an instance, we could actually use different instances. So we could test against a specific version of the build process. We could test against a specific version of Drupal. So there's a lot of things that it allowed for a lot more matrixed set of testing. I don't think that the build team is actually pivoted over to using Drupal CI as the way that they do things. So I think they're still probably pointed to dev would be my guess.
We've got
all the PRs and things like that are now pointing to prod, actually.
Cool.
That's great. Yeah. I think that was kind of one of the big things. Is like they were treating dev like canonical, but dev is dev. It breaks like it could break any time, right? So that's awesome to hear they're using the main content source.
Cool.
Hey,
lots of friends answering questions for us. This is great. Go for it, Tim. Anything else we haven't touched on, Tim?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Ralph Noller says, is there a module plugin necessary for TombSync to integrate the ability to output the static files in Metalsmith? And Neil Hastings touched on this, but if you could expand on the answer.
Yeah, I think that it really came down to having to change the shape of the output that was coming out to match GraphQL. So that led to an export, being able to hook into the way that exporting was being done. So Neil has linked over to the actual module that exists that was created to support this project.
Yeah, that's called, for the recording, it's called Tome. Tome has a submodule called TombSync that exports the static JSON content. that doesn't necessarily integrate it into Metalsmith, but it just makes 20,000, thousands of JSON files available for all the entities, and it has all the fields and stuff in JSON format. So then the front end build process team is currently working on and writing a transformer of sorts to transform that content into what it used to expect. And we may be exploring, this may be an interim step. We may be exploring more of a progressively decoupled approach, or we're still what is the ideal way? We actually didn't have much say in kind of that for this contract, so which is fine. Like, ship something soon, not 2 years, right? So we may be exploring like a longer term approach for that, but right now this is definitely going to speed things up and deliver a lot of value soon.
Yeah. I think one last question that I see is, Benji, if we were going to start a new decouple project, would you put the CMS in the front end in the same Git repo? I think I would likely lean that direction, only because then we would never have the problem of the deploys being done differently or at different times, and also would never need sort of feature flags, hopefully. It would be nice if we could have the ability to have an atomic commit that is all this stuff has gone live at the same time. That's sort of my thought process. But again, this is not your traditional Drupal decoupled Drupal solution, right? It's a double whammy. It's absolutely positively Drupal being decoupled because it's being used as an API, but it is also integrated into a static site build process. So this is a unique and beautiful animal that happens to be a little brittle and fragile at times, but it actually deploys frequently and provides a lot of value to veterans, and was able to sort of take the existing work that was done for the last 4 years and move it forward and bring Drupal in as a way to improve the editorial workflow. So I don't know that everybody would go this way, but I think in the end, if you had to, I would definitely say all of it should be in the same repository. It would make your life a lot easier.
Great. I think that's all the questions. There were a lot answered in the text, in the chat. If you're watching this recording, you could check the thread on Slack where some participants were very nice enough to copy and paste the questions and answers. Thanks for that. And thanks for Robbie and Elijah presenting on this. Appreciate it. Great presentation, really interesting. And have a great day today, everybody. I'm going to stop the recording now. Thanks again.
I'll be sticking around in the chat all day, so if you have any questions, feel free to ping me. Have a great day, folks.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, y'all. That was fantastic.
Hi, Philip.
Hi.
I made you co-host. If you want to test out your screen sharing, you can do that now.
I'll do that.
If you're going to turn your video, you can test that too. You can confirm it's all working. Great. I see you. Very nice. All right. I'm going to put my cycling slide deck on there for now. There it is. It's playing. Need anything else? I'm going to check in with Slack and.
No, I'm good. So I have to reshare afterwards, right? You put me off now.
Yeah, I'll signal you to do that about a minute before and get that on there before we start the recording.
Great. All good.
Thanks. Cool. Hello, everybody. We'll get started in just a few minutes. Excuse me. I just want to remind those that are here now that please keep yourself muted during the presentation so we can respect the presenter and let them stay focused on their topic. And you're here for behavior-driven development with Drupal and Cypress.io by Philipp Melab. Am I saying that right, Philipp?
Yeah, that's good.
Great. Cool. All right, we're about to get started here. Good morning, or late morning on the East Coast anyway, everybody. Thanks for attending the sessions today, coming in for this one. Behavior-driven development with Drupal and Cypress.io by Philipp. And I'll let him take it away in just a second here. Remember to keep yourselves muted. Philipp may do a poll, and if you know where the Zoom controls are for yes or noing, look for those under the participants button, I believe, or answer in the chat. Anyway, I'm going to hit record and let him take it away. Thanks for presenting today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, then let's get started. Welcome to my talk on behavior-driven development with Drupal and Cypress. First, a little on my person. My name is Philipp Melab. I've been working with Drupal for the last around 15 years in combination with different other technologies, mainly React, GraphQL, and recently also Gatsby. I would call myself an automation addict. I live for the dopamine rush when something turns green. I'm the lead engineer at Melab. I live in Austria, center of Europe. I'm a husband and father of two. I would like to kick this off with a pretty true story. So it was anonymized to protect the involved parties. But this is something that happened this way at the Melab. The project we were working on was mainly a group management tool. Think of it like the groups module, but in this case with a different data backend. And the specific task we're looking at is add an individual to a group. All we got was a screen design as our artifact to build on. Which has been created by designers and the business analysts like 9 months before. And we had to figure out what the client actually needed. And we looked at this, it looked similar to what you see here. So we have the initial screen of the add an individual to a group process. It allows to search for email or name. Then we have something that's apparently a search result list. Based on the disabled buttons, we figured out that probably we're not allowed to add somebody to a group who's already in another group. And there's also an option to create a new individual. And we didn't ask too many questions because this all seemed pretty straightforward. And our solution is best described in an SQL query. So we knew that the email address is the unique identifier within the database, so it does not make sense to and connect these two filters. It has to be an or Boolean connection. And so we thought, okay, you can just type in whatever you know, and the system will just spit out all results it has. And if you find the person that you're looking for, you can edit, or else you create a new individual to add it to your group. We implemented this, we handed it over to the client, and we got our first round of feedback, which was one should not be able to add a new individual without searching. Easy enough, as long as the user did not at least search for the person, they should not be able to create a new one. The second feedback was the email input should be required, which already felt a little off, because if this is just filtering, why should one of the filters be required? But we just did as we were told. And then feedback number 3 came in, which was if the email input matches, it should be the only result, and it should not be possible to create a new individual. And that's where it dawned on us that we were misunderstanding something completely. And because this kind of splits the search process into two, because we first have to check if we have somebody that matches that email, and then we would just search for the name. And the lesson we learned is that we were missing crucial context here before we started to implement. Because in the past, duplicated entries of individuals have been the major problem. And this interface was designed to solve that. The problem is nobody told us. So granted, this is not a problem that would fail a project, but you seldomly, these misunderstandings do. The problem is more that you have like hundreds of these small misunderstandings and miscommunications that just add up. So we were trying to improve our communication and see how we can avoid these situations. And that's where the topic of our talk comes in: behavior-driven development with Gherkin, and then also with Drupal and Cypress, which I think is the most misunderstood concept in the history of computing. That's where my little try of a poll comes in. So if you're voluntarily here, there's a good chance that you already heard about behavior-driven development, Gherkin, Behat. Is anybody in here who never touched this topic at all? Then try to raise your hand if you know where the controls are. I don't. Okay, looks good. So just to sum it up, this is about describing your feature and its requirements by writing scenarios that follow a specific structure, which is given a precondition, when, then the user's interaction, then the expected outcome. And there are a lot of tools for almost any language to interpret this structured language to express features. I think the only language that I did not find was Lisp. If you search for Gherkin and Lisp, you find a Lisp interpreter that is written in Bash, which is very confusing. But if you work a lot with Lisp, I think you're used to confusion. And what all these systems, like Behat is one of them, which is the implementation for Gherkin in PHP. Also often do is bring predefined step definitions that can be reused. Something like user clicks on button X, and you just have to fill in the X, and you reuse this generic step over and over again. And that unfortunately is the beginning of the end, because if you put something like that into hands of developers, you very likely end up with this. This is, technically speaking, a behavior-driven or a Gherkin scenario, but it completely fails all the objectives that behavior-driven development tries to achieve. So it obviously was written after the implementation, or how else do we know that our page, the page we're talking about, is at group number /add. It's highly bound to the UI and the implementation. It's very brittle, because as soon as we change anything in our implementation, it will immediately break. And what's more important, it has no documentation value, because that's what behavior-driven development and these scenarios are all about. They're about communicating the goal and the intent of what we're implementing. And if you put it that way, it's more an integration test without the benefit of a clear syntax that you would have if you just implemented this in PHP or JavaScript right away. And so it combines the worst of both worlds. So you have like the brittleness of an hard-coded test implementation together with the fuzziness of human language. and put a layer of regex-based indirection on top, kind of as the cherry. So how can we avoid that? And I have a couple of tips. So rule number 1 is to never call these scenarios tests, call them examples. That's important for everybody else in the team, because as soon as you talk about tests, everybody will put this down the line, because that's the responsibility of the developers. But what you actually want is usage examples that you can base your assumptions on. And as soon as you start calling it that way, this also paves the way for rule number 2, which is these examples come first. They are not something that developers write when they start to implement the application. They should be the result of the exploration phase at the very beginning, where you define what problem you are about to solve. And the most important part here is, and that's what I've seen most often go wrong, is that they should be defined before the designs. They are the definition designs have to be based on, because they define the problem. And if you do it the other way, and that's unfortunately happened a couple of times, very often you fall into the trap to base your scenarios off the screen designs, and very often they are even written to match the designs and make sure that the implementation is conforms to the design, but that's not the goal, and this is also something that most likely will go wrong. Rule number 3, apply the correct tense. So in our example before, every sentence or every line was written in the present, but humans unconsciously digest information about time in language, and it helps us to put things into order. So given steps should always be written in the past. When steps should be written in the present, so what the user does right now. And the then steps should be written either in future or normative tense. So either something that is going to happen or something that should happen. Rule number 4, give them faces. That's about your example data, because a developer is already pretty bad at thinking in abstractions, and the average human mind is even worse. And it's hard to communicate about user A, B, C that has these and that properties and keep this in everybody's mind. And one thing that we made very good experiences with is to really create personas that we use throughout the project, and we really give them faces, like put the stock photo on them so people have a picture in mind, and also connect this picture to the person's capabilities, like, okay, this is the administrator, this is some other role in the project or in our application. And this allows us to leverage our social processing unit somewhere in our brain to easier make connections and find out gaps in our assumptions when discussing scenarios and discussing the use cases of our software. And last but not least, it's a great way to sneak pop culture references into your projects. And rule number 5 is thinking in screenplays. I'm referencing here the screenplay pattern, which we will not go into very much detail. The screenplay pattern is a concept for organizing and writing your test code as well. But I just want to scratch the surface here, because it also encourages to hit the right level of abstraction when writing scenarios. So you should always map or write in interactions, and then an interaction is either a task or a question. where a task modifies the current system state and the question retrieves this state. And if you keep that level, there's a pretty good chance that you get it right. So for an example, just entering text in our search for name field does not change the system state. This is not an action, so it should also not have its own sentence in our scenario. Neither is clicking the button, but both of them are an interaction that change the state of the overall system and will bring back our search result list and therefore allow a question of what is in there. And that's where the screenplay pattern already helps on a conceptual level. So if we eat our own dog food and pack all of this into a scenario, or rewrite our scenario that we had before for group management, that's our possible outcome. So in the beginning, I've set a background definition. The background is a set of preconditions that apply for every scenario. And this sets basically our baseline. So in this case, we have a user called Janice, who is administrator of the group Club 27. And there is a user called Kurt, who is also a registered user, but not a member of Club 27. And the email address of Kurt is kurt@nirvana.com. So that's known information that's already in our system. So the first scenario, add user with an unknown email. Here, the first precondition is especially interesting since it does not define the state of our system, but it defines the state of our user, which is very important. So given Janice thinks that Kurt's email is kurt@pearljam.com, which is a forgivable mistake. So Janice has not been alive anymore in the 90s, and St. Peter's just told her, hey, there's a new guy called Kurt coming in, and he's been playing in the hippest band right now. And Janice doesn't know, and she just Googles hip bands, and she ends up with Pearl Jam, and that's how this mistakes happen. And we end up here with somebody entering a wrong email address into our system. So when she attempts to add Kurt to the group Club 27, so we are not describing our user interface in this case, but we describe with which mental precondition the user approaches our system and what the user is about to do. But we don't make any assumptions on how the interface solves that. So it's not, we don't talk about a form field or a button to submit, because this could as well happen through a voice interface or whatever other solution you could come up with. And then the then step, the system suggests to add the individual with email kurt@nirvana.com. So that's the important part where our interface accepted the name and the wrong email address, discarded the email address because it didn't find anything for that, but then searched for the name. And in this case, last sentence, but she also has the option to create a new individual. This means in this case, we want the add new individual button to be present, because we found somebody that might match her criteria, but we're not completely sure. Second scenario, the main difference is the different mental precondition that Janice has. In this case, she knows for sure, and she's right, that the email address is kurt@nirvana.com. And when she attempts to add Kurt to the group, then the system suggests in this case to add kurt@nirvana.com and in this scenario, there is no option to create a new individual because we have an email match, and this we know that this is exactly this person. And to avoid any duplicate input, we're not even going to allow it. And this scenario conveys all the information that we would have needed in the very beginning to properly implement or to properly solve the problem that our client initially was out for. Okay, this was a lot about like the human side of behavior-driven development. And I think that's the more important one, because we've always been good at implementing these tests, but we've never been good at writing these scenarios in a way that they actually help. So where does this fit in? We have our testing pyramid with unit tests at the bottom, then component tests, integration tests, API tests, end-to-end tests, and on top, this ominous Eye of Sauron, which is our real users or QA staff doing exploratory testing. And hopefully that's the only one that's done manually. And these behavior tests fit in here at the automated end-to-end tests. And interestingly, they're also very often used for API testing. This works if you write your scenarios properly and UI or user interface agnostic, because then you're able to also just implement these abstract steps against your API directly, be it like an actual REST or GraphQL API or your API in form of service container classes. And you can make sure that your system meets these requirements on a lower level. And then you can also implement these tests for different user interfaces. So it would be possible to implement the same scenario for your web interface and for your smartphone application and for your voice interface that is connected to Echo or Siri. And therefore get the most out of the scenarios, because the behavior of your application should be the same everywhere. Still, we are at DrupalCon or Drupal GovCon. So where does Drupal come into play? Right now, we have developed and published a module for Drupal that integrates Cypress. You can think of it, at least the behavior-driven part, similar to the Behat module, but with the benefits of Cypress. What does the module do for you? You can write module-level tests, so tests that are integrated into your module and only test this one module. And they're similar to the JavaScript tests that we already have in Drupal core, but with the benefits of Cypress, with all time traveling and test management and the ease of implementing end-to-end tests there. Then you can also write project level tests, which can take your whole configuration folder and start a test run based on that. So you can run end-to-end tests against the full application. And something we added there in addition, so this is all based on the Drupal's built-in testing framework, but we added an install caching feature. So if you run these tests against the local SQLite database, the test runner will automatically create caches of the install process and just bring this up quickly so the tests run really fast. You can write both standard Cypress tests as well as behavior-driven or behavior tests, as we showed them throughout the whole talk now. A standard Cypress test looks like what we see on the bottom left corner. So it's more standard JavaScript testing syntax with these specific Cypress commands that operate the browser. And so how to get started? It's pretty easy. Just if you're running on a Composer-based Drupal project, just require the Drupal Cypress package as well as the Drupal core development libraries. Enable the module, which is something you don't have to do in production. It's not a security risk per se, because so the Cypress module opens some access points for Cypress itself to speed up tests in some cases. But they are automatically disabled unless you try really hard. But the safest way is just to all out disable it in production. Then you start just a server. You can just use drush serve or your local Apache or whatnot. By default, the Cypress module will try to run the tests against port 8889, which is configurable. And then you can just use drush to run the tests, which are inside the Cypress module, which will verify that the whole installation worked. So we're going to implement our first own test. If you just want to write tests for your whole project and bring in all the goodness of behavior-driven development, the easiest way is to just create a features folder in your project root, where you put in a feature file like this homepage.feature, and you apply all the tips that I gave you to create a really speaking feature like this one, where we don't navigate to a specific path, but we actually illustrate how somebody could hear about Amazing Labs at GovCon and is very interested, and then visits our website and sees or learns what we do and what's our core focus. Then you create a new folder within features with the same name as the feature file itself. And in there, you can just drop as many JavaScript files as you want. They will all be picked up. And that's where you write your step definitions and how they are executed by Cypress. This is a very trimmed down example. The first line is important because this triggers Drupal to be installed before the test is run. You can here define a profile. You can define your config directory. It's also possible to set an installer class like the Drupal core JavaScript tests do. You can read this up in the API documentation if you're interested. Then the second step here is interesting because if you write tests for humans, it's very likely that some of these steps you actually don't want to really implement when they're automated. Like in our scenario, we illustrate that somebody has heard about Amazing Labs and uses a search engine to search to find more about it, and then clicks on the first result item. We don't really want to automate this step through Google unless we want to test the capabilities of our marketing team. But in a technical test, we actually just skip the whole Google part, and we just step in where the user follows the first result item, which is in our case, we assume that the person ends up at our homepage. So we just visit /. And then an example implementation of checking that all the important keywords are on the homepage somewhere readable, so it will search for the free words that are captured by the regular expression, which would be Drupal, React, and Gatsby. And the test will just assert that these come up on our homepage. Now to run this test, make sure that the test server is running again, and run drush Cypress open, which will bring up the Cypress interface as you see it on the right. And from there, you can then run your tests, do all the Cypress step debugging and watching your application unfold. Okay, so on further reading, since all of this is an introduction, and I tried to focus on the part that I think is the most complicated and the easiest to get wrong part, which is communicating and writing good scenarios. So there is the website Cucumber.io, which is basically the company behind Cucumber, which is they provide the implementation of Gherkin in JavaScript and in many other languages, and also do training on behavior-driven development, provide some other tools around that. And there's a lot of information that's interesting. Then there is the book, Behavior-Driven Development with Cucumber, which helped me a lot to get deeper into this topic. And it's interesting because it's not a technical book, so I also recommend it to any project managers or decision-making people that want to know what it's about, because it's more written as a story of a company getting into behavior-driven development and seeing its benefits and also the pitfalls. Then on Cypress and test automation in general, there is Cypress.io. If you want to know what is Cypress, what are the benefits, it's one of the best documented tools out there. And as an addition that we also included into the Cypress module for Drupal is the Cypress testing library, which is a library of predefined Cypress commands that encourage good testing practices, as we've seen in the test implementation before, the find by text. So these are all helpers that encourage you to implement your tests as if it was a user. So you should, for example, not target IDs or elements by classes, but rather by get form element by label, or find something by text. So really interact with the website as a normal user would do, which will also immediately bring up accessibility problems, for example. Then the screenplay pattern, which is a topic that would deserve a talk on its own. There is the initial article by Andy Palmer and Anthony Marcano. Then a good article series on Cucumber.io. And the Cypress screenplay package, which is also bundled with the Cypress module for Drupal, that allows you to write your interactions in a solid way. Go look at the documentation there if you're interested in how to organize your test code in detail. And then last but not least, the Cypress module for Drupal itself. I linked the documentation website, as well as a webinar that I did some time ago, but that goes deeper into how to actually the coding aspect of writing tests in Cypress for your Drupal website. And that's it so far. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm open for questions.
Thanks, Philip. That was awesome. Some questions that came in along the way were answered by your slides. Does anyone else? Oh, let's see. Here we go. Danielle asks, what roles on a team are usually doing the different steps of this process?
Good question. Everybody. So the important part is that these scenarios are not something that should be thrown over the fence, but it's a point of collaboration, and it's also something that evolves over time and over the project. And that's also its purpose, because it should be kind of a living documentation. And what we have seen is that just on a practical side, we rarely have the time to fully flesh out scenarios beforehand. So we rather opted to defining perhaps just the scenario outlines to get the brief idea of what do we need to cover, and then developers start to write the the scenarios. So we can also split this, because if you just have one product owner writing all those scenarios, it's it's going to be your bottleneck, and most of them couldn't deal with all of that. And you also get the benefit of a safety check, because if a developer writes the scenario and then it goes back to the product owner and the product owner confirms, okay, we're on the same page here, then you're in a pretty good spot for actually starting and implementing.
Okay. A couple more questions. Brooke asks, so big picture, what is the advantage or advantages of using Cypress versus just basic Behat?
First thing, Cypress is agnostic to the implementing architecture, because it really just accesses HTTP. You can also do this with Behat and the Mink extension. But in our case, at least, it's we also do a lot of Jamstack work, and we can just use the same testing tool everywhere. And the developers that write these tests don't necessarily have to know PHP. That's one aspect. The other aspect is simply the awesomeness of Cypress. There is hands down no other tool that brings that level of developer experience, because you have to try it yourself, but it just, you can watch your application step through your test. And after the test is finished, you can actually make it go back to a certain point, and it did a dump snapshot, and you can see how the user interacted, or your fictional user interacted with the application, and you can retrospectively catch bugs in there or see in which state the application was somewhere mid-test. I think that's the biggest benefit. And also it's great documentation and very intuitive API for writing the tests.
Okay, thanks. Brooke also asks, are you using this with a CI tool like Circle CI, etc.?
Yes, we are running our tests in Travis, then some of them run on client projects in TeamCity, on GitHub Actions. They work everywhere.
Okay. Anyone that wants to jump in with voice and ask a question, feel free to unmute or raise your hand, and I can unmute you. I think we covered all the ones in the chat. Please let me know if I missed any.
Oh yeah, I'm going to link the slides. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll provide the slides either here and or on Slack and or on your session node.
Yes.
I think you can upload them there. You could probably edit the body as well to make a link to an external slide. Okay, and with that, I want to thank Philipp for presenting today, and thanks everyone for attending and coming. And I'm going to stop the recording. Thanks again.
Thanks, Philipp.
Thanks, and these sessions will be recorded and up on YouTube eventually. The YouTube Live, I think, will stay up for a little while, but then we'll chop them up and make them individual sessions. All right, enjoy the rest of your day today. Thanks again.
Bye.
Just so you know, Philipp, you're still not muted, and I'm going to leave this room now. So thanks again.
It's the debug room. And Jim Vimero's here. Hi, Jim. I don't know if you can hear us.
Yeah. Huh.
So I don't have a claim host button or anything like that. So I don't think we're gonna be able to do a poll.
Okay. Who's Jim? Do you know Jim Vimero?
Hey guys.
Oh, hey.
So it's noon. We're actually doing the keynote now.
Oh, we should get out of here.
Yeah. If you want to
The
practice,
1:30.
that's fine. I can help you practice. But what time is your session? At 1:30?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. If you want to practice now, I can make you co-host. So just so you can make sure.
We just wanted to see if we can be hosts and we can do a poll, and we were gonna do a poll at the beginning. So
I think we turned off polling for these rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, that's turned off. But
Okay.
everyone has those icons. So if it's a yes, no question, you can have them do that. Or I think other folks have just been asking folks to type their answer in the chat.
that's our backup.
Good to know.
Okay. But I'll make you guys co-host so you can practice.
Oh, we're good. We're
You're good?
fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So what time can we get into the room? Can we?
I'm going to just sit here and leave this open during the keynote and sorry, I got to go help with the keynote, but basically most speakers, like the room volunteer, should be in here 15 minutes before.
Okay.
And help you guys get set up.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Jason.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Sorry, I have to walk out of the room. My kids are watching a dinosaur show on Netflix.
I sent my kids out for a hike with their grandmother.
Oh my gosh. Like earlier I was hosting another room and my son was like trying to get in my office and I locked the door. He's like, Daddy!
Well, this time everyone's used to it.
Yeah, it is what it is. So I'll give you co-host access here. It looks like Jane's on as well.
I'm here. Hi.
Great. Kevin, did you say that just you'd be sharing your screen?
Yeah, that's right.
Great. Okay. Well then, Jane, unless you really want it, I can give you co-host access. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Great. Okay. Well, Kevin, if you're ready, I can stop sharing my screen and you can have at it.
Sure. Yeah. Let me start the presentation mode here and get the cover slide up.
Oh, Jane, I really like your background.
Thank you.
That's nice.
It's a giant painting.
Is that an original painting? It looks like it is.
It is. It is.
Lovely.
Yeah. But it's not, it's kind of ripping off some other major artists. It's not a major artist. It's a minor artist.
How's the how are the emotions running among the team, Jason?
Oh my goodness. It's been challenging. Actually, it's really gone off well. The whole GovCon has gone off well. Yesterday, I did one room literally the entire day, and there wasn't a volunteer for the session that I was actually presenting, so I was doing hosting and presenting at the same time. And then this morning, I was doing I'm doing another session today, so I was having to rehearse and host at the same time. Because there's someone else co-hosting with me. And there's been, people have had trouble finding the links to their rooms, and there's an enormous wait list to get into the Zoom room. So there's been some issues there too. But overall, it is what it is. It's not how we originally wanted GovCon to go, but it's working,
On average, how many people are you seeing kind of come into each room or each talk?
Let's see. I think my room had the most of all of the sessions. Like we had 100 in one, we had 80 in another one. I'd say between like 40 and 70 is a good range for most of the rooms. And I think we had over 2,000 people register. So everyone's kind of doing, birds of a feather room, and they're doing the keynotes and some other things at the same time. So, but yeah, it usually like 10 minutes into the session, that's usually when you kind of hit the peak of attendees.
So I have to run and make sure that phones in this house are off. I will be right back.
Yeah, I'm busy turning off things on my end too.
There was a session yesterday that I was the host for, and someone was doing the dishes in the background of the presenter, which, it is what it is, that's just the reality we're living in. But I would have been like, stop it.
Seriously. Funny, like some mics pick up certain sounds. That person might not even thought it was very loud, but like birds tweeting, mics. I find that mics really love the sound of birds, so they really.
Oh yeah.
You can almost hear birds louder over Zoom than you can person.
Yeah, with my regular job, we have people kind of spread out around the country, and it'll be pouring down at my house, and then someone else on our call will be you'll hear like a nice breeze and birds chirping. I'm like, oh man, rubbing it in a little bit.
Jason, where are you?
I am in Central Virginia, in Spotsylvania, Virginia. I live like way out in the country, away from everything.
Good. You
Yeah.
don't know how lucky you are, because I'm in New York City.
Oh goodness. Whew. Yeah. Yeah. We used to live like downtown Fredericksburg, and we loved it. But then we had 2 kids, and there was no room at all, so we decided to kind of move out into the country. Kevin, where are you at?
I'm actually in Canada.
Are you? Okay. Where at in Canada?
A couple hours north of Toronto.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We had some people presenting from yesterday from Canada. We had someone. I was the host for someone that was hosting or doing a session from Australia, and it was 5:30 in the morning when she started her presentation. It was dark outside, and like at the end of her presentation, the sun was coming up, so it was pretty unreal.
Oh yeah, Andrew Malice, I guess, from Kalamuna, and maybe a couple of the other Kalamuna folks, right, are up here in Toronto, and then Mike Gifford was doing an accessibility talk yesterday.
Oh, great.
So yeah, we've been well represented.
Good, that's great.
Go, folks, go.
Hey, Robbie.
You guys travel with your own cheering section. That's great.
When we get 3 sessions accepted that are all around the same project, it's pretty easy.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I work for MetroStar, and this is really our first. I've been there for 3 years, and I've pushed every year to get us to sponsor and to get sessions in. And this is the first year we've been able to do it, so I'm pretty excited that we're finally involved.
MetroStar, tell Jason I said hi.
Jason who? Jason Stoner.
Yeah, Stoner.
Yeah. Okay, because my name's Jason too.
Well, hello, new Jason.
Yeah, Jason Stoner's a good guy. We talk a lot. Actually, he was in my interview and had something to do with hiring me, I guess.
So quick heads up, I think you know this, Jason, but Jane's not in the Slack, and so we can do, I'll be in there looking a little bit at questions as they come in.
Okay, sure.
But for facilitation purposes, Jane won't see those.
I'll mention to everyone that they can put their questions directly in the Zoom chat, and which is probably a little bit easier while we're in the session, but then they can also find the track, the content strategy and analytics track, and maybe there'll be questions in there too.
Cool, yeah, I'm in there right now.
Let's see. Oh.
Well, Robbie, Jason Stoner says, "What's up?" as well.
It's a surprisingly small world across. If you start going into Civic Tech and Drupal, like
Sure, yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it becomes a much smaller world. Yeah. All right, give it just a minute here. We can start on the dot, or we can give it just a few minutes if you want to wait for people to trickle in. Up to you guys.
Probably wait till 1:31.
Sure, yep. Okay, you want to go ahead and get started now?
All righty. We ready?
Okay. Yep, I think so. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get the session started. I'm going to hand it over to Jane Newman and Kevin Walsh.
Okay, sounds good. So good morning. Hang on, got a prompt there. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are. My name is Jane Newman, and welcome to our talk about how we approached a website design pilot for VA hospitals and healthcare facilities. So before we get started, I'm going to let Kevin, my colleague, introduce himself. Go ahead, Kevin, you there?
Yep. Hey, folks. Kevin Walsh, work with Civic Actions. We're going to be talking about mainly our contract last year when we were working on, when I was serving in a role of content strategy and site builder. And I'm the product manager, or one of two product managers on this product moving forward. And yeah, I'll back to you, Jane.
Yeah. So I was a content strategist last year, working with the team as well. We'll be talking about a few approaches that we took to plan and deliver this work. But before we get started, we'd love to know who you are. So if you could go into the Zoom chat and do this quick poll. Was there a poll? I think it's a poll.
No poll, just type it into the chat. We'd love to know kind of what hats you wear and if kind of a yes or no if you have experience in healthcare or VA.
And we'll give that about a minute just so that we can see some of the responses roll in. We know that there are 20 people in the room, so.
So a number of you may have already seen two other presentations from members of our team at this channel. Both are great. I encourage you to check out the YouTube recordings, which are being made available shortly, I'm pretty sure. We're going to try not to overlap too much. In some ways, we have the advantage of going last, and that allows us to do a bit of a deeper dive in a couple of areas. So in particular, we're going to be looking at the primary value proposition of VHA, which is the health services that are delivered. And we'll be looking mainly at the content side of that. So content research, taxonomy, modeling, the design of that content, and the operations and governance and editorial experience associated with managing it. We're also going to touch on some of the human-centered design techniques that we use both for CMS users and for veterans in determining how this content was designed and how it was presented and its IA and so on. But first, a bit of background about VA for those who are not aware. Second largest US agency, almost 400,000 employees, almost 20 million vets. There are 3 administrations, of which VHA is by far the largest in terms of any way of measuring it. It's actually the largest integrated healthcare system in the US, so it's kind of proof that public sector healthcare is possible at scale, even in the United States. And a little bit more background, and I think Robbie covered this morning, but so I'll glance over it. The VA's Office of Information Technology has been undertaking this digital modernization effort for, I think, the last 7 years. First big milestone was when vets.gov was launched in 2015. I think they learned a lot from that, and some people who are in the session were there for that. It was the first to bring a kind of a vet-centric, plain language and agile approach to VA, or the biggest effort for that anyway. The learnings for that were from that MVP were folded back into VA.gov in fall of 2018, and that's when the Drupal CMS team came to the project. We quickly became the source of truth for the flagship benefits content that had been kind of like the MVP for which was vets.gov, and then so that was, I think, spring of 2019, and then earlier this year we launched the VA Pittsburgh Healthcare pilot website, which is pilot for 150 healthcare systems, and this is a big milestone because this is taking some of the approaches to content that had been done through vets.gov and the flagship content of VA.gov, and scaling it across VA in a much greater way. So it's not just digital service experts and contractors and high-powered stakeholders that were managing this content, but this is kind of extending that modernization effort across the country to hundreds of editors. So a bit about the scope and timeline. First of all, the pilot, each VAMC system, so VAMC is VA Medical Center, each system has a number of clinics, usually 1 or 2 hospitals, and then a number of community clinics or outpatient clinics. So this is the Pittsburgh VAMC system. There's 7 actual facilities within it. They offer 60 health services to vets. They've got a half dozen really industry-leading research programs, world-class institutions researching in areas of mental health and others. At this particular system, there's 3 or 4 editors right now that are managing this content. And yeah, a little bit about the timeline in more detail. The pilot was identified back at the end of 2018. Beginning of 2019, we started research design and development, launched soft launch at the end of last year. And then, as I mentioned earlier, in the spring, we did a hard launch. Soft launch involved kind of both the legacy site and the new site were up simultaneously. And then the hard launch, everything was redirected to the new experience. So this was the first of 20 VAMC websites to launch. Websites is a confusing term. This is all within one website now, but they've always been thought of as separate websites. And there's 130 more of these VAMC systems that will be launching, plus other facilities, VHA facilities in next year. A couple of points about our process. This is a VA spin on the USDS slogan of designing with, not for users. So, we talked to a lot of users of VHA services, much of it sitting here in the lobby of the main hospital in Pittsburgh. Our team performed in-person or remote moderated research sessions with 76 vets, veterans, family members, caregivers, and patient advocates. We also did remote unmoderated research sessions with 814 veterans, mainly card sorts and tree tests, and we'll get to that a little bit later on in the session when we talk about the information architecture. We also took human-centered design to our approach working with editors. So we spent a lot of the time on the ground in Pittsburgh talking with stakeholders and editors, learning about their jobs, where they sat. So I think we did 38 sessions with folks about everything from form design, how to name content types, dashboards, workflow, editorial workflow, all of that in kind of a broader context of all the stuff that happens sort of offline, answering the phone from a stakeholder at the hospital saying, hey, I need a news release about this, and watching how they handle those requests. And I think one thing that's really important about these editors so far is that they are largely public affairs officers and their staff. So they kind of come from a PR and marketing and journalist background more than like a healthcare and health services background typically, although there's certainly quite a bit of diversity there as well. So we're talking about balancing kind of 2 different user groups. And I think this is the case for all Drupal sites, especially large ones where you need to worry about your editor experience as well as your end user experience. If the editors don't have a good experience, the end users do not. So this slogan was what we've come up with for our team: editor-centered management for veteran-centered content. I'll pass it over to Jane now. She's going to talk a little bit more about veteran-centered content and how this played out with the health services.
Yep. So I'm going to back up a bit and talk about content strategy approaches that we led before we went to Pittsburgh. So we started the effort with veteran-centric content principles in mind, and these come from USDS's approach to create a customer or veteran-centered experience driven by the USDS mantra, design with vets, not for them. So we wanted to translate this experience to the medical facility websites. So we had a goal of better managing distributed content and the publishing process across the over 150 or so separate facility websites. This approach was also informed by human-centered design research that was conducted by VA's Veterans Experience Office. So this is an office out of the central office, VA.gov. And they, over the past 4 or 5 years, have developed a design framework for the patient journey at VA medical facilities. So we also sought to translate some of these key principles into our website design. And so a few of the key themes that really emerged from the patient experience journey work were kind of make it simple, make it relevant, help me, and a big and a key customer experience driver around VA as an organization is trust. So earn my trust. So we really wanted to make the case for taking these principles and then translating them into, how we, developed content and experiences on these websites. All right, so here we go. So this is a map of VA hospitals across the country. So it's a big job to have to apply a set of principles across such a large and decentralized organization. So let me just give you an idea of the scale of VA. This map displays VA hospitals, which are the blue triangles, the larger blue triangles, and VA clinics, which are the smaller red triangles. And so this is the continental US. They're also in Hawaii and Guam and a couple of other territories. So the bottom line is that the footprint is huge. The Veterans Health Administration is the largest integrated healthcare system in the United States. It provides care at over 1,200 healthcare facilities and includes over 170 VA medical centers and over 1,000 clinics of varying complexity. In total, the Veterans Administration employs over 370,000 people. The Veterans Health Administration employs most of those people, so it's over 320,000 employees and over 9 million veterans. And they provide care to over 9 million veterans who are enrolled in VHA healthcare. Next slide. So this is an ancient VA saying. If you've seen one VA, you have seen one VA. And so while all of these facilities are part of an enormous system, each VA health system and facilities have their own unique characteristics. This translates to physical environments, the diversity of programs and offerings across each facility, the histories of all of these organizations or the facilities, the organizational cultures across these regions and facilities, the way communities engage with these VA hospitals depending on where they are. And the food is kind of different across these facilities, especially at the hospitals. And also how each facility might staff their digital communications teams and populate their pages and their websites with the content that represents all of these differences. Next slide. So this is just a smattering of a few hospitals across the country that I've had the privilege to be able to visit. And you can see how different they all look. Some are modern, some are in kind of older buildings. If you look at the San Francisco, California VA, that's like an Art Deco building, kind of right on the ocean, on the Pacific Ocean. They're in this unbelievable plot of land. But there's a big difference in just the physical footprint of each building. So before we embarked on the Pittsburgh MVP, it was really important for us to understand the similarities and differences across all of the VA facility websites. So we conducted a high-level review of all of these facility websites to understand current state and the publishing process for all VHA facilities. Next slide. So with a high-level content audit of the facility websites, we were able to find the good news, the strengths, is that facilities are really able to produce a lot of high-quality content in all kinds of formats. And there's a large volume of content that's available on all of the VA properties. So now the challenges. What we found were that static pages are lacking structure and are not optimized for mobile devices. There is redundant content spread across a myriad of digital properties. So production and assets are siloed. The content is organized by administration. And there, I think for me, kind of the most, I don't know, sort of resounding message that I saw kind of across all the facility websites was that there was no kind of common, the VA, the healthcare facilities offer health services across the board consistently, but there was no common taxonomy that was organized around those health services. And this was really a tangible opportunity to create some standardization across facilities, and I'll show you how we went about it. Next slide. So, how did we learn this? So to get an idea of how services are named and described at each VA facility, we did a deeper dive and looked at the services pages on each facility website. So this is just a screenshot of what a services page looks like. So this is just the Portland VA Health System. And so these services pages are required for each facility, but how they are populated is up to the facility to figure out. So they can manually control these, they name the services, and they describe these services. And so, and each facility can populate these services with unique names and descriptions. Next slide. So this is, so we ended up going through 154. This is 100, and I think this is 144 because I couldn't get them all to fit. So we did 154, we reviewed 154 services lists for the 154 facilities. And here is a tiny piece of what we found. Next slide. So if you look at this services list, this is just for 3 facilities. And so I'm gonna ask the crowd who's here so these are the services lists. And what I'd like you to guess is across all of these facilities, how many services have the same name? And so if you can throw it into the Zoom chat and venture to guess, and don't look too closely at the lists, I'll give you a minute to offer a guess. Okay, so I'm seeing, we've got 3%, 0, 10, 10, 10%, 3, 17, 7. All right. So if you go to the next slide, I will tell you the answer. It is 1. So just for Buffalo, San Francisco, and Portland, the only service that has the same name across these facilities is pharmacy. You know, we didn't do this for 154. I think it would have driven us all crazy. But I think the message is that there's just a lot of disparity in how these services are named and how they're described. So as we kind of moved forward and we actually kind of did the work of consolidating the unique list of services, this is what we found. So while the actual services at the VA facilities are similar, they're named differently depending on who's responsible for naming them at the facility publishing level. So when we dug deeper and did the services inventory, this is what we found. There were 2,000 unique services names across these directory pages. So we ended up taking those 2,000 and we pared them down to get them down to just the health services that are offered at VA, because the VA facilities actually offer all sorts of other services, like there's a library, you know, sort of the canteen is a service, but we actually took those out because we really wanted to focus on the health services that veterans use. And, you know, you can go to the VA hospital for the cafeteria, but you're usually if the reason that you're going is for a cardiology appointment. So we really wanted to kind of get down to the clinical services because those were the ones where we really wanted to find the commonalities. So we pared them down to a list of 1,200 separate names. So these were the names that were used across the system, but you probably know that in the real world, there are not 1,200 different health services. So we knew that we needed to consolidate the services that were the same but had different names. But before we, Yeah, sorry about that. I'm kind of not tracking here. That had different names. And so what this told us too was that there was little convention or consistency in naming and terminology. There was a lack of consistency in how services are named, and that was creating a lot of confusion across the system. And then again, it's difficult to reuse descriptive content about services across the ecosystem and cross-link it to places because things were just being duplicated and there was a lot of disparity in those duplications. Next slide. So there were a couple other things that we wanted to kind of gate check a little bit. So while we got it down to that, you know, those 1,200 services that we were planning on consolidating, we also wanted to know how VHA organizes its clinical services internally. So we looked at a few internal taxonomies. And we did this really to build credibility with the business so that they kind of understood that we kind of knew what was going on the inside. So we looked at these internal programs and processes. So I just have kind of 4 examples that are spelled out here. Treating specialties, again, these are VHA definitions around specialties that kind of the VA enterprise, you know, calls their treating specialties, and there were about 85 of those. Specialty care services, which are kind of subspecialty care, kind of services that are offered at VA. There are about, how many of those were there? 20 of those. And then we also looked at the clinical encounter codes, which basically tell you the clinic that a veteran goes to for their care. There were about 297 of those. And then we also looked from the VBA side, these what are called these disability benefits questionnaires, which classify service-connected medical disabilities kind of by condition. And there were about 69 of those. So those numbers meant something to us because they kind of, they're telling us that, you know, these are the number of specialties that are seen inside the business. So we knew we had to get it down from 1,200. And we wanted to be more in line with the numbers that were here. Next slide. Again, of course, you know, with 320,000 employees, there are going to be all sorts of other external facing taxonomies. So these, again, this is just an example which just calls out, again, the disparity in kind of how things are named. So there are a couple of other tools across VA websites that call out medical specialties, services at the facilities, how the specialty care services folks describe their services to the public, and then what's in the medical benefits package. But again, the message here is very little just consistency in naming. So everything in green is named the same across the enterprise. Everything that is connected by a red line is the same service, but it has a different name. And so this just, you know, kind of goes to show you that we're still, you know, we don't really have tight classifications across the enterprise. Next slide. So based on that discovery work, we came up with this taxonomy of veteran-facing health services or clinical services. And so we got this down to about 90. I think we're at 90. I think there have been a couple of iterations of this since. But we took these services, which were really meant to be put in front of veterans, and we developed a plain language description of these services to be used consistently across the enterprise. You know, we were really able to, you know, kind of hone down from that list of 1,200 and get it down to 90. And we have plans for this taxonomy to really be able to weave together the clinical services across all of the VHA facilities. And so I'm going to pass it back to Kevin to talk about how this work was put into practice at Pittsburgh.
Okay, so here again are some of the principles that we're trying to put into practice, and I'll talk a little bit about how we did that and what this actually kind of looks like. So here's a before and after. I'm not sure how big it appears on your screens, but the before is actually live still. It's pulled from Philadelphia Healthcare, which is still live, and it's the legacy. It's going to be relaunched in the next month or two, and along the lines of what you're seeing on the right, which is pulled from Pittsburgh Healthcare. And so just a couple things to point out. Excuse me. The plain language definitions of these services that Jane was talking about are right up here at the top. I'm out of order here, actually. Okay, so a few things to note about this. First of all, the new design uses US Web Design System. No big surprise there for most people on the call, probably. Some of you might bristle at the sight of the accordion, which is something that we could talk about, and we did a lot of debate and research around. And I don't think we're at the end of that story yet, but that might be a talk for another time. Second, it doesn't bury the lead. So the list of common conditions in the plain language text that Jane was talking about are right up front there. They help the veteran see that this health service is for them, essentially, because it does have the common conditions and description that is written in sort of a second person speaking right to them. And specifically with this example for mental health care, VA's actually done quite a bit of research on what language to use and what is the most effective language to use for vets. Fourth and finally, by the time this content design gets rolled out to all 1,200 VHA facilities, there's going to be 10,000s of these accordions basically across these facility websites, because each location that offers a service gets its own description of that service. And so that kind of begs the question, how to manage this single source of truth, this taxonomy for the 90 health services, while allowing for the diverse needs of all these facilities and all of the different individual service delivery points where these are available. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we solve that problem. And to step back a little bit from the VA, I think this is the way of asking it. How do you implement an enterprise content operations and governance for kind of consistent but also localized content? And here's one way of doing it. So first of all, a good content model that can scale. I'll talk about that a little bit. Secondly, a simple but hopefully powerful enough enterprise-ready set of governance tools. And then thirdly, an editorial experience designed to support that content model. And the top tasks of editors and the governance tools. So I'm going to go through each of those. This is a high-level view of the content model. I've got a link later on to our Drupal spec tool, which has all the content types and so on in it, so you can get more details. But I provided it here to give a sense of scale, essentially. So in the Pittsburgh pilot, which is on the left, I've got some numbers these are essentially nodes. This thing over here are taxonomy terms. The round things are basically nodes. And so you've got, this healthcare system, which is this big thing here, 7 facilities. And then this health system offers 80 out of the 90 VHA health services. And that when you kind of multiply 80 by 7, it's not a full multiplication because not every facility offers every health service, you get about 200 individual health service descriptions. So that's the highly localized content that describes, we'll get into more detail in a second what's in there, but and once we scale this out to 150 more healthcare systems, these are the kind of numbers we're looking at. Like I said, over 10,000 of these individual facility descriptions. And, oh, that's interesting. Looks like an image is no longer in the slide. Just a second. Huh. Can you all see that? That's very strange. There's some empty boxes there. They were not empty earlier today. But I'll just go right up to the next one then, actually. So, we're going to break down a little bit of what's going on in this accordion. And first up at the very top, as I mentioned, you've got the most important content. Because the importance of this content and the desire for consistency to provide the consistent experience for veterans, this is all nationally managed stuff. So there's actually only 2 or 3 editors across all of VHA who can edit this content, and that's going to trickle down to the 10,000 individual descriptions. Secondly, you've got this very facility-specific, highly localized stuff. And we're actually going through an iteration of the content model here as we've kind of figured out how to improve the content model to support this data a little bit better and to improve the consistency of it. So it's got things like addresses, maps, phone numbers, information about appointments. This is the content that veterans need to know how to access their services. And for that, you've got about 2 or 3 editors per system, times 150 systems. But they're actually going to be working with a lot of people on the ground at each of these facilities to kind of collect this data and manage it and update it over time. And then finally, you've got this kind of blobby content at the bottom, and this might become less blobby over time, but for each of this, because of this regional flavor that health services can have at VA, there's, from the business perspective, and to some extent from the user's perspective, it's really important for each healthcare system to be able to add their regional flavor to this content. So this is an opportunity for a whole healthcare system to have kind of consistent descriptions of what's regional about their service. So if you have 7 facilities, this content is going to be the same across all 7 facilities, whereas this content here will be different at each facility. But just to step back to the veterans experience, it's a seamless. They don't know that this is all happening backstage, right? This, for them, they just see this all as one set of seamless content. And that takes a lot to put into place. So, yeah, a little view into the backstage, and yeah, we're still using the 7 in Min theme. We have lots of ambition to bring in a Claro-based administration theme with some USWDS elements to it. And if anyone's interested in that problem space, I'd love to chat. But specifically for the governance, how we built in the governance here, we're using Workbench Access, which has been a really great, simple, but I think powerful enough solution for the enterprise. For people who aren't familiar with that, Workbench Access creates a kind of hierarchical approach to permissions as opposed to a role-based approach to permissions. So people are kind of at the bottom of the hierarchy can only edit the stuff that they've been added to, versus if you're at the kind of a higher part of the hierarchy in an organizational chart kind of way, you can edit anything below that. So you can see, well, maybe you can see because it's probably pretty small, but you've got the 3 main administrations here in the middle. So VHA here, editors kind of at the higher level of VHA would be able to edit these national health service taxonomy descriptions. Whereas if you're an editor at a medical system, you're a little bit further down in the facilities section. So yeah, so far this has been working pretty well. There's a couple of downsides to this approach, but I think it's the best option that we've come across, and it seems to be scaling well. And this is a little picture of what the healthcare taxonomy looks like. It's not pretty. Single source of truth does not necessarily have to be pretty, but it is portable, and that's important. It's available through VA's API clearinghouse called Lighthouse. As you can see in the screenshots, also there's a CSV if you're on the VA network. And there's a column on the right which just shows how many different VAMC facilities or VHA facilities are actually offering this service so far. So it gives a sense of what are the most common services and so on. So those numbers are going to go up very quickly in a short order as more facilities get moved into Drupal. Okay, so that's a little bit about the governance. Now, I just want to talk about the editorial experience and back to the idea that we're doing editor-centered management for vet-centered content. And there's a few big challenges here for sure. So editorial experience has never been a huge priority for Drupal, as many people are probably aware. And I think complex content governance schemes make that even harder. It's really important, we feel, to explain to the editor what they can edit versus what they can't. All users of the CMS can see all of the content, they just can't edit it. And it's important for them to understand why and how the governance actually works. So that's something that we're working on and continue to try to improve. And then thirdly, when content is being pieced together in this kind of way to be seamless on the front end, from multiple different kind of content types on the back end, how do you stitch that all together to help editors understand the kind of content flow? This problem is also exacerbated in a decoupled website like VA.gov, where we're not rendering all of this content within Drupal. So I want to talk a little bit more about that. The feedback loops when you're not rendering the content within Drupal are a little bit longer. And so, wow, another missing image. I'm going to just stop this presentation mode because this is kind of important. See if I can, oh, that is bizarre. It's missing from the slide deck as well. Okay, well, I was going to show a content proofing screen. And I'm not going to be able to do that. Parts of the slide didn't load.
Oh, that's bummer.
Huh. All right. Didn't do that on the dry run. So what you'll have to imagine is instead of showing the rendered front end of this content, we have an opportunity in Drupal to do something a little bit more than that, which is show other information on what's essentially the node view screen, or node view tab that most people are on this call are probably familiar with. So content proofing is a term that came to us from Jeff Eaton, the content strategist, well, all around kind of digital strategist. But then we kind of riffed on that a little bit. So his point was that in a decoupled site, you can actually get pretty far in terms of rendering the content in a way that provides a good preview experience for editors, just with twig templates and so on. And we're also offering a separate front-end preview experience, but it doesn't work for all content right now. And this is a good example where you're kind of stitching together lots of different content in one place. So what we've done in the proofing experience, the node view page is added a bunch of metadata to the page to explain governance, to explain what content types are driving which part of that content, as well as some of the governance tools right in the node view. So you can see, for example, the revision history, some of the metadata associated with that page. Kind of it surfaces things like your page title and your meta description for SEO right in the node view, something that you can't do in a non-coupled site. So what kind of started as a big challenge for us with decoupled, we tried to turn into an opportunity for improving. We've also added a broken link viewer in the proofing experience so that people can catch whether or not they may have a broken link in their content. Now this is, I don't know, I don't know what to do here. I wonder if this is the rest of the deck is going to be like this. I'm just going to refresh my page. Oh, they're back. Look at that. Did you turn it off and on again?
Maybe you can just show from the preview, like if you back out of the presentation, just show it from that.
Oh, it's there now. I just have to refresh the
great.
The URL. So I don't know what I was missing before, but anyway, there's an example of our content proofing screen. And it's undergoing a pretty big design iteration right now. And then the next thing is dashboards. This is also something that's being added into the site just as we're about to bring in a whole bunch of new editors. So this is work in progress stuff, but what this part of the editorial experience is doing is kind of explaining the content model in an actionable way. So we've understood the top tasks of our editors. There's somewhat of a tension between the top tasks that are vet-centered versus the top tasks that are sort of organization or administration or like the business-centered ones. And so we've made some decisions within this design to sort of service and privilege the more vet-centered content on the site. There still needs to be some of the other content as well, like the leadership page, for example. So this is, an introduction, if you will, to the content model without having to call it that, and it provides an entry point, a door into managing this content, including the health services content. So I'm not going to go into the subscreens here, but anyway, that's this is new, and our kind of hypothesis with this is that this is going to help editors understand the structure of this content so that they can manage it better. Okay, only got a couple minutes, shoot. So I'm going to zoom through this, but information architecture. As I think we mentioned before, we did card sorting and tree jack testing with over 800 vets. This was actually done by Jeff Barnes, who was with USDS at the time. He's now the deputy director of Depot, the digital experience product office at VA. They used to let him flex his UX research skills now and then. I'm not sure if they still let him do that, but anyway, he designed this research study around the information around wayfinding and quick before and after. This is the old desktop and the old mobile experience of the navigation. It really mixes together veteran-facing top tasks, but a lot of administration and stakeholder stuff like compare your VA facility, and which was no longer really deemed a priority by vets. And this is kind of what we've ended up with. I've only got the desktop here, but we're really surfacing, especially on mobile, the health services and the facility links at the top of the navigation, and then the veterans top tasks. So big emphasis on this is actually what the keynote today speaks to quite a bit. Like what are people trying to accomplish when they come to the site? And so big focus on top tasks. And there's 6 of them, but only 3 are surfaced here, and they're surfaced on a lot of the pages up near the top to help veterans accomplish whatever they're coming to the site for. Just want to note also, the whole goal is to get people into the facility. This is a bricks and mortar institution. The services are delivered on site. That may change, I guess, in some ways, but it is healthcare. So, getting people in has always been the priority, and that's where their service is going to be best. So a lot of this it's really about just getting people in the door, and the system will take care of them from there. Okay, so I think that'll pretty much wraps it up. We'll be posting the slide deck. We've got links to all of our research, the health services research, the taxonomy research, the research with vets, the research with editors that we've done. And then a few other links, including to the pilot website, to our repo, and to the content model. I also got a link here to Jane's a content model that she did that's kind of a universal healthcare content model. So if you work in this area, this is a great one to use. I think it's almost a roadmap for us for what things that we may add to our content model in the future, things like healthcare conditions and so on.
It looks like we have a question over here.
I think, Jason, we lost your audio, but
oh, there we go. Sorry, yeah, I think I muted it back. Was it completely automated? And then, well, there's other questions coming in. And in case, which tools have you used, and have you scraped all websites, or was it more of a selective manual process?
I can speak to some of the early content audits. So there were inventories that were done. So if you do all of those 500 VA subdomains that we were talking about, that would break Screaming Frog, if you're familiar with that, because you kind of get to because there are query string pages within. There's all sorts of things within. So we really didn't need to do an automation for kind of all of the VA facilities, because we weren't really we're looking more generally at what the structure was, what the required pages were, where we were sort of sensing patterns of duplicative content. But we did do an audit of all the VA, all the Pittsburgh VA pages. So there was an audit that was done in Screaming Frog, but then we there was an inventory that was done in Screaming Frog, and then we did a manual audit of those pages. I think for Pittsburgh, it wasn't really that many. It was probably, I think, between 600 and 800 pages. And then we did a manual audit to map the original pages on the old site to the new site. We consolidated a lot of those. I don't recall how many, so Kevin, do you recall how many pages we went from the old to the new?
Yeah, there went from about 350 core pages down to about 40, and reduction in the number of words by 90%. The overall number of words on the site.
That's really amazing work.
Yeah, and then I'm seeing the top task methodology. So we've looked at that. So there was a slide toward the end that Kevin presented about the top tasks with 3 buttons in terms of In terms of site structure, how long was, I am not aware of the length of the list of available tasks, in case that would be the UX folks that were involved in.
Yeah, and we haven't done it with editors specifically. We've talked about doing it with editors. And one thing to note about all of this is that this is one product in the Drupal site out of about 8 or 9 products that Drupal manages. And sometimes we're caught between doing top tasks for all of our editors versus for just one of the product sets. And so we are likely to be doing more of both. But yeah, we haven't actually implemented a top task study, or we haven't performed a formal top task study with our editors as of yet. Great question. And I just want to add just the last question about, there's actually an entire team that's not our team that's responsible for translating all those A to Z pages into the new taxonomy. So they're going through, and it is a manual process, it's a highly qualitative one. And so there's actually a whole team on a different contract that's working on that right now for those 10,000, well, I guess 1,200 services.
Wow, really great presentation. I think the taxonomy portion alone on this is super valuable for a lot of people. I don't know if you guys have uploaded your presentation to Drupal GovCon's website yet, but feel free to do that if you can.
Yeah, we'll be doing that shortly.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Well, Jason, I just want to say thanks so much for facilitating, and huge shout out to all the organizers of this conference. It's been so well put together, and yeah, so appreciate it.
Thank you both for speaking. We really appreciate it.
Got it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thanks.
Great job.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Dustin. I'm Jason. I'm the host.
Hi, Jason.
Let's see. Brian's here as well. So I'll go ahead and make both of you guys the co-host. Are you both sharing?
I think
No,
just I'm
Brian.
sharing.
Yep.
Which one said I?
Brian.
Brian.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. So if you just if you don't need it, then Dustin, I'll just make Brian co-host.
Okay. Yeah. All I need to do is just be heard. So.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen, and you go ahead and share when you're ready.
Excellent. Thanks, Brian. Feel free, my friend.
Is it up?
It is. Yes. It is up.
All right.
I think we probably should have set it up with the intro soundtrack. That would have been funny. All right. And Brian, you're okay you've got the other windows that you're going to need to be able to access, all right?
We've got everything ready to go.
Excellent. Look at you.
Let's just test that. Can you see this Firefox thing?
I can, yes.
Can you see this?
I can as well. Excellent.
All right.
You might want to zoom in a little bit on the code view.
Yeah, I'll lock that thing in when I move around because I need to move it to different views depending on what we're doing.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, people are already chatting. What do we got going on here? We might, yes, we might. Statler and Waldorf may be in the house.
I think we need like them in so many occasions, especially this year. We just need those two like cackling over in the corner about things.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine what 2020 would look like with them in the corner of like an augmented reality glasses, and you just had them commenting on everything that went by? That'd be amazing. I think they'd run out of jokes, although maybe not. Jason, where are you based? Are you East Coast?
I'm East Coast. I'm just outside of Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Nice. Yeah, Brian and I are both out in the lovely California West.
Oh, very nice.
We've been, my son found a great joke last week, or maybe the week before, that said that California decided to beta test the apocalypse for the rest of the country. You're welcome.
And how's that going for you?
Oh, it's been awesome.
Well, hopefully you guys aren't anywhere near any of the fires or anything.
Fortunately, not too close.
Good.
There was one probably about 20 miles away from where I am in Davis. So that was a little sketchy. We had lots of ash all over the place, but nothing too close. That was good. But the rest of the state has been, well, Oregon and Washington too. I guess we can't really lay claim to the fire season this year.
Right, yeah.
It's been a whole West Coast thing. It's been pretty crazy.
It has been. It's like the entire West Coast has been on fire. It's very, very strange, very unusual.
Absolutely insane. I think at one point, somebody was saying that Portland had the world's worst air quality from all measurement standards. Says a lot.
It does, yeah. It's definitely been different GovCon this year. I don't know if you've been to a GovCon before. This is probably my 6th one, I think. And
that's awesome.
I do miss kind of being there with everyone, but this has worked out really well. I was hosting rooms and did a session yesterday. I have a session later today, and we had someone presenting from Australia at 5:30 in the morning yesterday, so that was great.
Well, it does give a whole different opportunity level for people to attend and participate.
Right.
So it's pretty cool from that aspect of it. We were fortunate enough to go last year. That was my first time attending. Brian as well, I believe. And really enjoyed it. Had a great time.
That's great.
I was a little bummed when it went virtual, but you know, it certainly does make things a little easier.
Yeah, it's you know, the Drupal community is pretty great already, but this has been like a different flavor of Drupal community, and it's been fun. I mean, it's been great.
Good. Glad to hear that the Drupal community has stepped up. Now, this is also a merge of sorts, right, with Baltimore camp?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I have never been to the Baltimore camp. If some people have, feel free to speak up about it. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that they were able to kind of merge those two together and still have both of those events.
Yeah, I think it made perfect sense. I mean, why wouldn't you? There's no reason to duplicate efforts when you can kind of work together. And you know, what's the old kill two birds with one stone? My mother-in-law always felt that was a little aggressive. She likes feed two birds from one tree.
I've never heard that. I'm gonna have to start.
I had never heard it before she said it.
That's great.
I think she actually made that one up. But
that's great. Well, I see it as 2:30 on East Coast time at least. So if you are ready, you can take it away.
All righty. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dustin Boeger, and you have arrived at Drupal and USWDS. It's time to get things started. This is an opportunity for us to kind of show the integration between how we see the integration, at least, of USWDS and Drupal. So why don't we get things started? All right, looking at our presentation today, we're going to have introductions of the sort, then looking at actually getting started. Then we'll look at colors, fonts, and other settings that you can apply. Then digging into custom styling and components. Finally, doing a Drupal UI walkthrough, and then we'll leave some time at the end for questions and answers. And hopefully we'll have opened the door just enough that people can have some good questions for us. Let's look at introductions for the cast and the crew. Before we step into that, actually, there's a little bit of disclaimer here. There will be Muppets. Hopefully that doesn't bother anyone, but they're here. We're not the experts. We are learning like everyone else here. We're getting closer to that, but there's always opportunity for everybody to learn. So if you know something that we're not covering and you want to bring it up in the questions and answer, please, we'd love to hear it. There will be some code shown at some point in this presentation. So at that point, feel free to join Statler and Waldorf and take a nap and see if you can check the inside of your eyelids if you need to at that point. We also will share with you that the USWDS site is a great resource. They've done a lot of really good work and put a lot of time in that site. So please take a look at it if you haven't seen it already. And then, of course, every web project, web app, website, however you want to describe it, is its own special snowflake of sorts, and your mileage may vary when using this system. All right, one thing we would like to do is we would like to get a little bit of an idea of what the audience looks like. Everyone that's in here, please, if you could take a second in the chat and give some brief comment on your experience with USWDS. Or no experience, used version 1 but haven't moved to version 2, using version 2, just to give us an idea. And then also let us know a little bit about what your job is. Are you a content creator? Are you working in behind the scenes with the USWDS as a developer, or are you kind of at a top level looking at what the USWDS can do from the manager's perspective? All right, a little bit about me. My name's Dustin Boeger again. I'm a front-end Drupal developer. I consider myself a Swiss Army knife, a jack of trades, if you will. Lots of different things. Having gone from small agencies, working with California state government, and now working with Civic Actions as a Drupal engineer. Most recently, working with the USWDS integration plans for the Department of Defense. Skills, I've got Drupal.org says I have 10 years of experience with Drupal. Doesn't feel like that, but I guess they're not going to lie to me. Do lots with graphic web design, content creation, UI, UX, blah, 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 blah. Enough about me. Brian and I co-presenter, why don't you go ahead and tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name is Brian Seek. I'm also a engineer here at Civic Actions. I'm currently, oh, this slide is a little out of date. I was currently using USWDS for the Department of Education. We've completed that project. And previous to that, did some work along with Dustin for DOJ on implementing USWDS. Even my Drupal list for 8 years is probably closer to 9 at this point. Dustin asked me if I wanted to update my slide, and I said no. So that's, that's what happens. And yeah, so I work primarily in Drupal, PHP, a lot of Sass and CSS theming, also work in React and doing front-end stuff like that.
All right, let's not forget that a key component of this whole thing, why most of us are here, is Drupal. Now, I know that it may be kind of silly, but I'm going to describe Drupal a little bit because there may be some people that are coming to this the first time and are not entirely familiar with Drupal, heard of it. Drupal is the open source content management system that really has a lot of power. It's very flexible, and it's been our basically our CMF of choice at Civic Actions, for the most part of our skill set. It's strong in security. It's got great performance and scaling. It's got marketing, automation, all sorts of bells and whistles that you can use to help you with that. Personalization is available. And most importantly, I think it's got multilingual opportunities built into it from the ground up. So it makes a really different experience between Drupal 7, Drupal 8, and now moving into Drupal 9, having that available as kind of the baseline. All right, let's select the next slide. And of course, we can't forget the USWDS. The USWDS is a design system for the federal government to make it easier to build accessible, mobile-friendly government websites for the American public. Yeah, it's great. It's actually a really good tool. It provides components, design tokens, gives utilities to help you do your work, page templates, does all sorts of great stuff to really help kind of give you a jump start. Accessibility, you name it, and it really helps in prototyping. So it's a great tool, and that's why we're talking about it today. Okay, Brian? Perfect. Brian, why don't you want to talk a little bit about the demo that we've set up?
Sure. So we set up a GitHub for this demo that we're going to show, and you can go and clone it and try to run it yourself. We set this up. We first started doing this presentation a few months ago, so hopefully everything is still running. I probably need to make some updates to Lando and stuff in there. So, and speaking of Lando, we've included a Lando YAML file so that you can spin it up locally if you want, if you like using Lando. And there's also a database included in the repo, so you can do that import command, and kind of that will get you a site that's spun up about to where like the end of this presentation is. There's not much there, but it's a good little chunk of stuff to look at.
Awesome, thanks, Brian. All right, getting started. Let's take a look behind the curtain. So first, we've got to start with the D.O theme. So looking at the theme, you'll see that we have been working with a number of people. It was initially created by Brock Fanning. Currently, our own Civic Actions developer, Iris Ibekwe, and Jay Darnell are the co-maintainers. If you have any patches or if you have any issues when taking a look at it, we would love to hear from you. The Drupal community has been great for helping push projects forward, and it's really important if you do use it to be able to help us by providing input and information for that.
I think I'll pick it up from here. I was probably supposed to pick it up at the last slide, wasn't I? But thanks for doing that.
That's all right, no worries.
Okay, so the next bit we're going to talk about is setting up a Gulp workflow. And we're going to use USWDS Gulp. It is a Gulp workflow that is maintained by the USWDS team. And this is kind of from their site. The USWDS Gulp repo is made for developers new to Gulp or those who just want a simple setup to get things started quickly. That's us. The repo contains files and instructions for installing Gulp 4.0 into your project, initializing USWDS, and compiling CSS from source files. You can use any sort of gulp workflow you wish. You don't even have to use gulp. Anything that compiles Sass you can use. For the sake of this demo, we're going to show with this USWDS gulp because it works great. It works out of the box. It has all of the stuff kind of considered for USWDS. It's pretty easy to use. It's easy to maintain and modify. If you want to add some extra gulp things, extra things into your workflow, you can modify it to do that. And it works pretty well inside of a Drupal subtheme. So that's our choice for using that in this presentation. And so setting up the gulp workflow. To install USWDS, you're going to go to the root of your theme. And this is from the README of the USWDS gulp project. This is the long install command. And for our sake, since we're running this inside of this Lando sandbox, we're going to add Lando yarn add instead of npm install because we're using yarn instead of npm. But other than that, everything is pretty much the same. So before we get too deep into this, I am going to show you this demo site that we have spun up here. And so here's the demo site. We've copied out the example child theme out of the contributed USWDS theme. We've put that into our custom theme and it's been enabled, but it looks like this. It doesn't look great. And that's because the theme for USWDS is more of an integration. So it doesn't actually come with the USWDS styling or anything like that. That's why we're going to make this gulp workflow to start compiling it and build some stuff. So this is what it looks like out of the box. It's not very impressive. And so the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to update our package.json file. We're going to make a couple little changes here and there. There is one thing to note. As of a couple days ago, I'll click over to this. This is the USWDS project site on Drupal.org. There's been a release candidate 1 release. That was the 22nd of September. That was just a few days ago. Iris released that. This has a bunch of updates that take care of some of the things we're talking about. So there's actually another sample child theme inside the contributed theme that is set up to use USWDS gulp, and it has a better README, and it's kind of just set up a little bit more. The sample that we're going to show today is just modifying the old sample or the other sample that allows you to go a different path into using this. So there's a little bit of a jump start. If you want to use this release candidate 1, you can get a subtheme that's a little bit more up to date. So what things look like here, let me expand this so everybody can see it better. Come on. Well, my PHP storm does not want to expand. I'll get it to go big here in a second, but the first thing I want to show you here is kind of in the file browser here in the side. Inside of the contrib USWDS theme, there's this examples directory. Inside of there's this my subtheme, and in the release candidate that I was just talking about, there should be another one. I think it's called something like USWDS gulp subtheme or something like that. So the first step you would do is you would copy this into your themes custom directory. And here, this one that we're going to be playing with is called new theme right here. And so the first step is going to be to make a couple little edits to this package.json file. And all that we need to do here, let me get into presentation mode here. Come on, there we go. Okay, so all that we need to do here is erase some of these scripts that we no longer need. These are scripts that if you just want to run things without gulp, we'll take that out of there. And let's see if this will let me get back to my browser. There we go. Okay, so I don't need that stuff. These dependencies I don't really need either. I can leave them in there. They're not going to really hurt anything for the sake of this demo. But the other thing we want to do in this example theme is to we want to delete this SAS file that we no longer need. This is the old SAS file that kind of tees up starting your own version of this, but we don't need it because we are going to use USWDS Gulp to manage all that stuff. So I'm just going to trash that. And then let's go ahead and install it with that long command, and let's hope that it doesn't take forever to do. Let's see, get my command line utility back up. Nope, come on. There it is. Okay. Presentation mode's hard to navigate, but we're making it. All right, so I'm gonna type in Lando yarn add, and then all of that stuff from the USWDS Gulp's README. And what this will do, it'll install USWDS Gulp, all of its dependencies, and everything that it needs to run. And sometimes the demo guards are nice to us, and this goes pretty quick, and sometimes it decides to churn on. We'll see what it does today.
Yeah, flip a coin, right?
Yeah. My computer's getting old. It's like an old creaky boat. Like it's running a couple of Docker things that I didn't want to kill before this because I didn't want to spend a lot of time trying to get them back up and running. All right, it got mad about something, but I think that is fine. We'll see if that's fine. Okay, so let's keep powering through and see what happens. The next step, and this is in the USWDS Gulp's README, which, where is that? Right here. USWDS Gulp. It on their GitHub page. It kind of spells out how to do all of this stuff. And one of the last steps is to copy out the Gulp file that it provides. So that's right here. And what we'll do here is copy that. And so what's going to do is it's going to copy out your starter Gulp file from the node modules USWDS Gulp directory where it installed itself. All right. Oh, you know what? I did not go into our theme directory. Okay, so let's do that one more time. Sorry, everybody. So I did that on purpose so you would see what happens when you don't install things in the right location. All right, well.
It's such a great learning opportunity, Brian. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. So now we'll copy that over. There we go. So I've copied that Gulp file out and Gulp file, there we go. Just took a minute to catch up. All right, let's jump back to the slides real quick, though, to make sure we're on track. So this is where we're at here. We just installed that stuff, and now we're going to set up the Gulp workflow. So we have to update this gulp.js file to fit for our Drupal theme here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to change a lot of these directories you can see in the screenshot. And what this does is it tells Gulp where to copy your images, JavaScript, and fonts over so that the theme uses them. It puts it into a /assets directory, and you want to make sure you keep with that because the theme has some pre-process and other things that are looking for certain things inside of /assets. And then we're going to keep our Sass and CSS at the theme root. So you can see here, images and fonts and JavaScript are going into assets, but we're going to handle all the Sass at the root. We're going to compile our CSS to the root. And then so the last step here after you set those things is to run gulp init. So let's do that real quick here. It says empty. Well, there's an empty one in between there. It's kind of like a little break. All right. So first thing we do, we change the Sass path here. And that goes to the root of this project. So we're going to use that .sass. And the images is going to be this. And /img, you want to keep those things exactly like this because in your USWDS settings that we'll cover later, it's looking for things to be in a directory called /img. So there are ways to change that if you need to, but it's easiest just to kind of let it do what it wants to do for the most part. All right, there is JavaScript. And then the last bit here is we want our CSS to go here to the root. All right, so that's all we need to do to initialize USWDS. All of this other stuff is kind of pre-set up to do this stuff. And let's see if it all works. So the last step here, we're going to run Lando, since we're inside of the Lando local here. If you weren't using Lando, you wouldn't have to do Lando before this, but we'll do Lando gulp init. And it did not like that. Oh no, I'm sorry. Lando yarn gulp init. So I don't have gulp as a command that I've set in Lando. So I'm doing everything through yarn. That's why I'm using yarn, so I don't have to have all these different things. I just threw yarn in there, and then it's handling all of the stuff with that. So there we go. Lando yarn gulp init. If you're doing this outside of Lando, you could just do gulp init if you had gulp installed. This one is usually pretty fast to run. So what it's doing is it's copying all the stuff over. It's building some SAS. You can't really see a whole lot of that. Let's do this. It tells you that these are notifications up here that are coming from USWDS. They're not necessarily errors, they're just notifications. If they bother you, you can turn that off in a setting, which I'll show you some settings later. All right, so that worked, and it worked pretty fast, so that's good. Let's go back to our slides here. Okay, so, oops, where are we at? Okay, so what that did is it copied a bunch of stuff over into our project, into our theme root. But we do still need to change a couple more things to get this to start working. So the first step here is to update some of those asset paths that we were just talking about. We need to tell USWDS where our stuff is, pretty much all the stuff that we copied over. So there's a couple of files where we do this, and the images are in the theme general SAS file. The fonts are in the typography SAS settings file. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new settings file to contain this stuff, though. So let's do that. So what that does, when it copies everything over inside of the SAS directory here, we now have all of these USWDS SAS partials, and what these are settings for USWDS. And so what we'll do is, instead of altering, so you can go into here and you can start to make changes, but instead of doing that, we're going to make a new file that has just our settings in it. And just like this, we'll call it USWDS theme. We'll name it in a similar way, but we'll call it custom settings.scss. So now we have this empty file, and we can go and find the settings we want. So the first one I was talking about was in general. So inside of the general, make this a little bit easier to see. You can see the first setting that it has, and these are set as variables here, is the theme image path, and it's right now looking for one directory up /img, but we know ours are actually in assets /img, so all that we need to do is update that. So what I'm going to do is copy this out, and I'm going to go back into our custom styles. Nope, that's not the right one, this one. And I will just paste that in there and then update the path as well. This will make a little bit more sense when we get into the next section too. So that's the first thing. I'm telling USWDS where my images are. The next thing I need to do is tell it where my typography is. So I'm going to open up the typography settings file. I'm going to go and find the setting that I want, and it's this one, theme font path. I'm just going to copy that out of there. Go back to custom setting here and paste that in there. Okay, so now that we have that, let's look at where we're at on our slides. So we've just done these two things. We've copied them into our own new settings file. And we also have to update the library references in the theme.info file. So that's set up with a the library is set up in the parent theme. So we need to override it and tell it, actually the CSS is in this specific location and the JavaScript assets are in our theme. So we're just going to make these couple of little changes there. And where is it? There we go. So let's open up the theme info file and we will change this. So this isn't where our compiled CSS is anymore. It is going to be right at css/styles.css, because that's the name of the Sass file. That is the master Sass file that comes out of USWDS scope. So we're going to match that name there. This can stay the same because we kept our JavaScript in the assets directory. So that's the only change we need to make there. Let's see where we're at in slides now. All right, now we can move on to using USWDS scope. So we will, whoa, sorry. So the next thing we need to do is update that styles.sass to compile our new settings, and then we're going to remove the others. We're going to compile the initial style sheet here by running the build sass command, and then I'll show you how to watch for changes, and then we'll talk about next steps of setting some more settings here. So let's do that. So let's open up styles.scss. And this comes, again, like most of these files come straight out of USWDS scope. And so this is what it does. It imports all of the settings in this specific order here. It gets the general, typography, spacing, color, utilities, and then the components. Components need to import last. And then it imports USWDS down here. So it grabs all the settings, then it grabs all the Sass for USWDS, takes the settings, and it compiles USWDS based on the settings that we've set. That's kind of the chain of operations that happens. And then anything that we're doing custom after that, so any custom Sass that's not part of USWDS gets imported after USWDS. All of this commented out stuff is giving examples of how to import individual components. So if you weren't using all of USWDS, it is possible just to use little bits and pieces of it. It's pretty modular. We're not going to cover that in this presentation, but that's something to look into if you don't want to import the entire bunch of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this stuff out because I'm not going to import their settings. I'm just going to import the settings that we are overriding. So I'm going to do import USWDS custom setting dot SCSS. All right, so that should be all we need to do. And that should be all we need to do to get USWDS to compile. So let's just give it a shot here. So I'm going to run lando yarn gulp build sass. That's the command to just build sass once there. It's doing its thing. Lando's giving us a bunch of warnings as well, saying that's out of date. That's all okay though. These are, again, the notifications that are coming from USWDS. It's kind of just a status of what's going on. All right, it finished. I'm going to go ahead and clear Drush cache now. And let's see what that theme looks like now.
Brian, if you have issues with the font, and maybe someone noticed that you forgot to add assets to the font path.
Did I? Well, let's go take a look at that.
Thank you, Alex and Scott. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. I always mess up something on this every single time I do it. We probably wouldn't have even noticed it. There would have been some 404s in the console. But let's see what happens. We won't compile it again. Let's just see what happens here when I reload the site. Luckily, things like missing fonts fail pretty gracefully on the web. All right, so there we go. We have basic USWDS styling, and let's see if we can open the inspector here. If we see those 404s from the fonts, maybe we will, maybe we won't. Yeah, so it's not finding the fonts, and the reason is because of that. So let's recompile.
I love when you plan these education moments, Brian. They're great.
Yeah, everybody's passing the tests so far. Good job, everybody.
They're actually paying attention. So no one's napping during the code, or at least those guys aren't napping. That's good to know.
It's been a while since I've done any of this, so it's all like, oh wow, I forget how you do that. Good thing we have all these notes. Okay, so that's done. I'm not going to clear cache. I think it'll be fine. All right, it's mad about some other stuff. Well, not really mad, just some warnings, but our 404s are gone. So that shows that that stuff really works. But now we see that there's the USWDS default styling is now in effect, and you can kind of see that it's looking like a thing. And we haven't really done anything yet other than compile a couple of settings. So let's move on to the next portion of this, and that's talking more in depth about colors, fonts, and other settings. So we'll get into some more of these settings and things like that. So first, we're going to talk about adjusting colors. And something to note about USWDS before we get too deep into it is that USWDS uses a subset of color families and colors. They're all marked as a grade, and the color grades are designed to help select accessible color pairings for acceptable contrast. So a difference in 40 plus in grades results in a WCAG 2.0 AA large text contrast. 50 plus difference, that means if you're using like blue 10 and red 70, that's a 50 plus difference, that will result in a WCAG 2.0 AA or AAA large text contrast. Oops. Go back. 70 plus will get you into the AAA. And as a note, any grade that's 50 results in 508 AA contrast against white or black. So against 0 or 100, any of the colors at 50 will automatically get you at that 508 AA. So it's kind of like a nice way you can pick colors based on knowing these different sorts of grades and things like that. So how do we adjust the colors? We add specific color settings to that custom settings file that we are talking about. And also, I've created this little tool that you can use to help match the colors, because this is what you see in USWDS. You don't really have much of a visual for what this means. So there's this, there's this tool here that is linked to in the slide decks, or you could find it at civicactions.github.io/USWDS color tool. And what it does is it lays out all of the USWDS colors here. So these are the families, red, cool, for example, and then these are the grades within there. And it shows a little swatch of what that color looks like. So you can see here, there's a whole bunch of them. I'm not gonna scroll too fast. I don't wanna make you guys dizzy, but then you can see the grays down here at the bottom. So the way that this works, let's say your design team or a branding guide has a specific hex color that they want to use, but you want to try to stick with these USWDS colors. You can put that color in this little input right here, and it'll show a swatch of it, and then it will find the nearest match in USWDS. So in this case, it's yellow 20V. It shows it right there. And if this color, if you don't like this suggestion, you could also keep clicking around to try to find a match that you like better. I don't think we're going to find a better match than that, but this other box will update with the USWDS color. It'll also tell you what the hex value of that USWDS color is. Another thing you can do with this is if you're trying to visualize things, these are drag droppable. You can kind of move them around. somewhat useful if you're trying to look at just a certain subset of colors. This tool's not super smart. Like if you hit reload, it forgets everything. It's kind of a quickly built, hacked together thing. Also, it's using colors from this version of USWDS. And as you can see, I don't know if you noticed it when we were compiling before, USWDS that we have on the site is version 2.8. And I don't think colors have changed in between these two versions, but if there is a color change, I know there has been some since the beginning of the launch of V2. If there is a color change, or if you notice that this isn't quite matching up, you can fork this repo and load it up locally. There's some instructions on how to do that, and you can update it to the latest USWDS, or you could put an issue out on GitHub for this to have it get updated and posted. I should probably do an update now that I think 2.8 is stable. All of that info is right here, so you can find the repo to this inside of here. You can also find some of the resources and some of the things that are used to create the tool. All right, so enough about that. Let's get back into the colors here in the site. So everything's kept in a settings file. So the colors are inside of here. So here you can see all of this. These are all the default colors. So if you don't import your own settings, this is what USWDS spits out by default. This is what you see in all the examples on the USWDS website. It's just kind of the defaults here. All right, let's go to the next slide. Oops, actually, let's change some colors. Let's show how that works. I kind of skipped that part. So I already have another theme set up here that I'm going to do so we don't have to go through the painful experience of watching me set a bunch of color values.
Brian, could you maybe change one just so that people see?
Yeah, I'll change a bunch in this one here. All right, so I'm going to set this other child theme as the default. And while that's doing that, let's take a look at what that child theme looks like. So we'll get out of the new theme. We'll look at this demo one. So I have all of this stuff already done in this folder. So inside of the SAS directory here, we're going to look at our custom settings here. So this is that same file that I started building, that I built from scratch, that I added the paths in at first, but this one's a little bit more structured. So I've added some commenting to show which settings go to which default file here. So here's my settings from general that I'm changing. I turned off some of the notifications and things so that it's a little bit cleaner when it compiles. I've done a little bit with typography that we'll get into in the next section. But then in colors, you can see I've changed the primary colors. I've changed them from they're like in this gold yellow family, whereas by default, they are in these blues. So in our custom one, we're using golds and oranges and yellows. And for secondary, we're using some cyan colors. I've also set some of the accent cool colors. And that's all that I've changed. And so if we go back to the color file, you can see there's a lot more colors inside of here. There's state palette colors. That means like error colors, warning colors, success, info, disabled. There's some colors for link handling defined inside of here. You can copy any of these things and change them to whatever you want. But for this demo, I've only changed primary, secondary, and some of the accent cool colors. So let's take a look at what that looks like. Here, let's go back to the home. So you can see what's being changed are just those colors. We haven't written any custom SAS whatsoever. And so things have changed quite a bit. So if we look back at our old site here, you can see, you know, these blues and things, how they look. And just by changing colors, things start to change pretty dramatically. So that is what a color change looks like. Let's talk about fonts next. So USWDS comes packaged with a standard set of fonts that include Merriweather, Open Sans, Public Sans, Roboto Mono, and Source Sans Pro. You can also add some custom fonts, and to do that, you need to add them to your font assets directory, and then you have to define them in that custom settings file. So there's an example that they've set up for you inside of this USWDS theme typography settings file. And what some of this looks like is this. So there's a few things you have to do. Setting up a new font is a little bit involved, but once you kind of get the hang of it, it's not that big of a deal. So in this example, I've had to set a setting for a typeface token. So I've set up one for Nonito, and the display name of this font is Nonito. I've set the cap height of 364. This is what all the other ones are. It's kind of the default, but you could change that if you have a need to. And then I've changed the theme font type sans. So the sans serif font that the site's using, I've changed that to my new token of Nonito. We'll walk through this a little bit more in depth when I show the file. And then I've set a custom font stack because it doesn't know what font stack to use for this new sans serif font that I've thrown in there. And I've just set that up to like Helvetica to Arial to just generic sans serif. And then to define where the font actually is, I've told it where the directory is. So this is inside the fonts assets directory. I've set up a directory called Nonito, and I'm only setting a few of these font weights of Roman and italic. Like I don't have any italics because I didn't bring in an italic font. So those are all set to false. And then these represent the font weight. So at 300 and 400, we're using semi-bold, or 300 to 600, we're using semi-bold. And then once you get to 700, we're using a different font file called Nonito bold. So what that looks like over here is this. Let's scroll back up here. So this is all of the same stuff that I just showed you, but let's take a look inside of typography for a second. And this lays out a bunch of things here. This file took me a while to kind of understand what was going on inside of it. So we're not going to get into all of it because there's a whole lot of settings here. Let's scroll up to the top here. So this first setting, if you don't want users to be able to change the font size, I don't know why you would want to set that to false, but you can. You shouldn't set that to false. It also sets the root font size. And then a couple of other little things. So you can turn on these global paragraph styles, and then it'll start to apply to more than just paragraphs that have certain classes and things on them. There's the path that we already talked about. And then it starts to set up some examples. So this is how to set up a token. And this is the setting up that Nonito token that I was showing in that other slide. These are just examples. So they kind of started to set some of the stuff up for you so that you know how it works. But out of the box, if you're not including your own font, these are all of the fonts available. So in addition to the ones I named in that slide, there are a few system fonts that are also kind of named inside of here that you can use. And then these are the tokens that are being used to set which font is filling which role. So in USWDS, there's condensed, icon, language-specific fonts, monospace fonts, sans serif, and serif. So if you want to change a font, you will change its role in one of these categories. So in our case, I changed the sans serif font, and so I changed it out of Source Sans Pro. But you can change if you wanted to just change to one of these that's already loaded. You don't have to do anything more than to copy over. Like let's say I wanted, instead of Source Sans Pro, I wanted Public Sans. Oops. All right, I don't know why that doesn't want to paste, but you would just change this to be, what is this? Oh, it's read only for some reason. Okay, what's this say? I don't know. All right, well let's just pretend I changed it because I don't know what's going on with PHP Storm at the moment. But you could just change these tokens to one of these named values, and then you're done. But if you want to use a custom font, it kind of talks about some of the stuff here that we were talking about. That you can change the font stacks independently. So this is getting into some really like tweaking of the typography type stuff. But if you are bringing in a custom font, you do need to set a custom font stack. And then this shows the example that I was just showing of how to set that custom font. And the other thing I want to show here is some of the role-based font settings. So we now have our settings for sans serif, serif, monospaced fonts, and then we have to tell USWDS where those things are used. And by default, it's already set up, and very rarely you would be changing much of this. But it sets up these roles for things like UI, heading, body, code, and alt. And this is where you would set you would kind of intermix these values. You don't actually set the font. Like I wouldn't write Nunito in here. I would say sans, which I've set to Nunito. So it's kind of this inherited stack of things that's happening. I think I'm gonna put a pin in the font discussion there because there's a lot more stuff in here that we don't really have a whole lot of time to get into. But if you are curious in fonts, you can kind of dig through this file and read some more about it. I will show you what my new font looked like. So inside of assets here, fonts, this stuff got copied over by USWDS Gulp. And then I just added my own directory here called Nunito, dropped in the fonts, the physical font file, not physical, but digital font files that I needed to make those fonts work, and then define them out here in the settings. So let's take one last look at that, and then we can say goodbye to fonts forever. Unless you guys have questions about it after.
Brian, I think we actually ran a little bit long today, so
yeah, I hated to cut you guys off, but
oh shoot,
sure we have time for some questions here. There was a question about using USWDS as instead of using the base USWDS, and can you explain if you're doing that or why not?
Sure. Okay. The reason why we're using USWDS or the one that's namespace at USWDS is because, as Dustin mentioned kind of at the top, a couple of our team members maintain that theme, and it's been around longer than USWDS base was, so we kind of just started up using that. USWDS base is accomplishing the same exact thing. You can do all of this same stuff in USWDS base. I've never used it, so I can't speak a lot to it, but I do know that so our theme, or the USWDS namespace theme, is a child theme of Classy, which is a core base theme. And so anything where we're not overwriting stuff is just default Classy. So you can expect a lot of Drupal-y stuff to just work out of the box, as far as like contextual editing and things like that, where you can have some issues when you're building a theme straight from scratch, which USWDS base does. I don't know if it does have any of those issues. It might not. But I think our strategy of using Classy is so that we're inheriting things and then changing things instead of trying to like start everything from scratch.
One quick question, Brian, was a question about the security policy. I believe Iris is actually working to get that for the theme in place, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's so this RC1 release that came out a couple of days ago is the first steps to that. So we should be pretty close. The problem is we don't have a whole lot of dedicated help to doing this. So it'd be great to if you have a motivation to see that, to get into the issue queue and help us get things cleared up. Really the only steps between getting there is to make the next release and then opt into it, and then we'll be covered by it.
One last quick question, is USWDS Drupal 9 compliant? And then we need to...
There are some Drupal 9 issues that have been resolved recently in the issue queue. So far, the scans that kind of check for that stuff are good. Once we get into the next release, we should be on track. I don't think we have anything deprecated in it, so it should be USWDS 9, or not Drupal 9 compatible.
All right, excellent. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Yeah, if you guys want to hang out in the Slack channels, and there's a Slack channel for this track, site building and using Drupal. If anyone has any other questions, definitely head over there and ask them.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I'm sorry we ran over, but
no,
we didn't have a whole lot left.
Yeah, this is great. This is great.
I think really all we had left was a walkthrough, and if you've already got the site built, then you can see those things, and we'll make the deck available for people. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mike.
How you doing, Tim?
Alrighty. I see your slide.
Excellent. And I believe you can hear me as well.
Yep. If it's alright, I'll put the looping one back on.
Yep.
Or on, rather. Hello, folks. We're going to get started in just about 4 minutes. Our presenter, Mike Madison's here. And the session you're going to see in this Debug Academy room is automated accessibility testing using Pally and continuous integration. If you could please keep your mics muted during the session, that'd be very appreciated. You can ask questions in the Zoom chat during the session or raise your hand in Zoom. We can ask questions with audio at the end or join the Drupal GovCon 2020 Slack and visit the UX Design Accessibility channel.
I'll be keeping an eye on chat as we go, so feel free to just type out questions as you have them, and I'll try to get to them before we get too far away from the slide that made you ask.
Awesome, Mike. Thanks for that.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes it's easier to just address it on the fly than to wait until the end and lose it.
Totally.
What Slack channel are we on?
It's the design-ux-accessibility, which is the session track for this session.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question because I wasn't in that channel. I'm in there now.
Oh, sorry, I should have added you to join you there.
Oh, it's fine. I was in the coding one from yesterday, and I did not stop and think about this not being a backend talk.
Yeah, session tracks, and then there's Zoom room names, and it's a little hard to find everything sometimes. All right, we'll just get started here. You're here for automated accessibility testing using Pally and continuous integration with Mike Madison. And please keep yourself muted, ask questions in the chat, and or raise your hand and or on Slack. And take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Tim. Let me go ahead and share. Do you have my slides back?
I see them.
Excellent. All right, well, hello everybody, and thank you for joining me here on this last day of Drupal GovCon 2020. I'm Mike Madison. I'm from Acquia. I'm also one of the organizers of the conference. And I'm really excited to talk to you today about automated accessibility testing. If you don't know me, if you don't already follow me on Twitter, or if you haven't checked out my blog, please do. I pretty regularly post Drupal content a couple times a week. Always looking for more folks to engage with online. So please do track me down. So today what we're going to be really talking about is how to integrate automated accessibility testing into a Drupal project. Now, if we happen to have folks watching this in the future or live today that are doing things other than Drupal. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about today is general for web. It doesn't have to be Drupal. Some of what we're talking about today will be very Drupal specific. So miles will vary slightly as we continue. But in general, I wanted to start out with this question of, why should you automate accessibility testing? And I thought of sort of 3 reasons, and by no means am I proposing one or all of these reasons are going to apply to you. But number 1, you want to provide the best possible experience on your site and platform for everybody, no matter their ability to see or navigate using keyboard and mouse. Perhaps because you're a government organization or some other organization that has regulations around you, you are legally or contractually obligated to provide an accessible experience. And it is also possible that you just simply don't want to get sued. While personally, I prefer the first option, like let's give the best possible experience. What we're talking about today would help you out in all of these situations. I also want to start right up front and tell you that using something like Pally will help you accomplish these goals. But it is insufficient by itself to accomplish these goals. And what I mean by that is if you get Pally all wired up and you have it running and you do a round of high fives around your team, and that's all you do, you probably still don't have an accessible site. You probably still don't have an accessible product. So Pally is the barest minimum, lowest bar, most basic level of accessibility testing that you can do. We're going to talk about what that means as we get going today. But setting expectations appropriately, it is a part of accessibility testing. It is not all of your accessibility testing. So let's talk about what Pally is. Pally is a very clever add-on to the word ally, which is commonly used for accessibility. It's a command line tool that can be used to essentially test the markup of web pages. And much like other test runners, right, thinking about PHP unit, Nightwatch, Behat, pick your poison, what Pally essentially does is it pulls up a page, it tests the markup of that page, and then it's going to give you an alert if the markup of that page does not conform to a particular standard. And of course, there's a bajillion accessibility standards out there, and you can tell Pally which one you're following, right? If you're, doing WCAG 2.0 AA on one project, WCAG 2.0 AAA on a different project, whatever, you can configure Pally to support those different standards depending on the circumstances that you're working in. Furthering what I was saying about a disclaimer, Pally's not a real person, right? So as I just said, Pally is going to scrape a website, it's going to look at your markup, and it's going to tell you whether or not that markup passes accessibility standards or not. That's no guarantee that the page is actually accessible, right? The only way to know for sure that your site is actually accessible, it's to do manual testing using a keyboard to tab through and make sure that you don't get stuck in your menu or lose focus somewhere halfway down the page. Use a screen reader to actually browse through and make sure that the ARIA labels and the other key elements on your site are not printing out gobbledygook and dictating a book to somebody just because they hovered over a link. And it's definitely not a person who has trouble seeing or interacting, right? So the experience that an automated test runner has is nowhere close to the experience that a real person is going to have. I also want to be really clear that Pally does not do anything that you don't tell it to do, just like any automated testing framework. So again, enabling Pally on a site, great. We're gonna teach you how to do that today. But just because you've got it on does not mean that you now are completely testing everything in the world. It's only going to test what you configure it to test. And particularly with a Drupal site, that can be quite complex. So we're going to start with 2 quick takeaways. First of all, automated accessibility testing is not a golden ticket to passing an accessibility audit or meeting whatever legal or regulatory obligations you have to meet accessibility criteria. It's a big part in making sure that you get there. It's a big part in making sure that you stay there. But it's not a magic bullet. It's not a golden ticket. The other thing, to give you one of my favorite Pinterest fails, as with any automated testing framework, Pally is only going to be as good as you make it out to be. So if you're testing, if you test 1 page of your site, maybe that page passes. But if you have 2,000 pages of content and you're not testing all of it, yeah, well, you got a lot more that could be unaccessible or inaccessible. Let me throw a concept at you real quick. And I actually blogged about this in the last week. Believe it or not, you and your team are the thing that is most likely to make a Drupal site inaccessible. If you take a Drupal 9 site or a Drupal 8 site and install it out of the box, you actually have a wildly accessible experience. Now you're going to say, and I hear you, Mike, there's nothing in a vanilla Drupal site. And that's true, there's not. But let's peel back the layers on that a little bit, right? The things that make a site inaccessible are usually content, the design, and how you present those 2 things to your user, right? Who's building all that stuff? It's you, it's me, it's not Drupal. So there will be times when you might find a contrib module or some nook or cranny of Drupal itself that are not actually going to pass an accessibility audit, but I would say those are few and far between. By far, 95+% of what you're going to run into in a Drupal site is inaccessible because of something you and your development team or your content team or your design team did as part of your build. And I don't say that to throw you under the bus. I do that to raise awareness because so frequently as you're putting content, as you're working out a design, as you're doing some building, your head's down focused on that task and you're losing track of the accessibility perspective. So keep in mind, you have the most impact of anybody on the accessibility on your site. And this is the blog article I was talking about, right? The 5 most common mistakes I see, and I get into this in the article, we won't spend a ton of time on this today, but an improperly configured WYSIWYG, right? So letting people like hard code tables or do a bunch of divs and spans, anything that's going to impact layout directly in the WYSIWYG, you're going to tank your accessibility like 100% of the time. Directly embedded images or videos in your WYSIWYG using a file field versus using an actual media entity. Again, if you're using a media entity, you have a lot more control over the display of that image. You can require the alt text field. You can do something to actually impact the accessibility of the site. An isolated design process. If your design team completely builds out your site and never does any testing on the design before you start building it, again, you're just about guaranteed to have a bunch of accessibility issues, if nothing else, color contrast issues. Requirements communication. I usually assume that most developers are not accessibility experts because most developers are not accessibility experts. So as you're telling a developer any requirements that they might need to actually implement on the site in terms of put this here, architect it this way, write these sorts of tests, you should also be telling them, do this sort of accessibility, make sure you're addressing these standards, make sure you're building things in this way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, the last one, only doing something like Pally, right? Doing Pally is better than nothing, as I've already said, but you want to make sure that you're doing other accessibility testing with a screen reader, with a keyboard, etc. So here are some high-level goals for you to take away from this presentation. Anytime you build something, particularly if that thing is impacting markup, right? So hopefully basic site building doesn't do a lot of markup impacting, right? Your theming tickets, front-end tickets, sometimes back-end tickets, but usually the thing that's going to impact layout and markup is going to come in from your front-end work. You should be doing some sort of automated accessibility testing, and whether that's manually running a lighthouse check in Chrome, using Pally, whatever, you should be doing something every time you build. And then if you are finding issues, obviously you want to fix those issues at the time. That way those tests will continue to pass. And then as you add new functionality into your site, you want to expand your automated accessibility testing. That way, the next time somebody does work on that feature, if they accidentally screw something up, you're going to get a warning about it. Again, this is baseline stuff. So let's look at what a Pally test looks like. And this is wildly different from PHP unit. This is wildly different from BHAT, because basically all you have to do to get Pally working is you tell it what standard you're testing against. And on the GovCon site, we're doing WCAG 2.0 AA. You know, we can tell it to specifically ignore certain things should we want to. In this case, we're not testing, you know, we're not testing for SVG images or anything like that. And then you're telling it where to run. Now, again, this is a proof of concept test, so we're not actually doing a lot here. We're just testing the homepage of this site. And to add additional Pally tests on the Pally side, all you really have to do is expand out this URLs array, in this case, and tell it which additional pages that you want to actually test. So super easy. You just say, hey, I want to test my schedule page and my session page and my about page and my sponsors page and all of those fun things. And you're all set. And that's it. High five, everybody. We're done. Accessibility. We're gonna just call it a day there. And no, actually, that's not true, because as I've said a couple of times, running accessibility testing on a site requires markup. And again, joking aside, going to the homepage of the GovCon site and testing that page during continuous integration, that does me zero good if there isn't a homepage, right? So we have to make sure wiring up Pally is only part of this equation. We have to make sure that when we're structuring our tests, we have the actual theme and the markup that is required to populate the theme, and we have to make sure that we have content. So in the Drupal world, to give Pally those two things, markup and content, that typically means we need a handful of things. We need the configuration for the Drupal site, so configuration management, whatever that might be. We need Drupal itself up and running, right? Drupal can't serve a web page if you can't visit Drupal. If Drupal is going to run, that means you need a web server, you need a database server, you need a container, you need sort of everything required to get up and running with Drupal. Now, if you happen to be doing this locally, that's really easily accomplished with Drupal VM, Lando, Doxel, DDev, pick your poison. If you're using continuous integration, hopefully you've already got some of these things set up. If you don't, that is a whole different topic in and of itself. But at the end of the day, for Pally to test markup, there is no such thing as just testing markup, right? You have to have all of this other stuff in place to be able to do that testing. So this is the homepage from a couple weeks ago of DrupalGovCon.org. Looking at this, just in this screenshot, you can see that we've got the proper theme. Everything's ready to go for 2020. We've got our assets in place. So we've got a couple of different blocks here. We've got a number of different pieces of content to populate the announcements in the homepage. We've got our menu bar in place, including the menu links. And as you scroll down the page, we've got other like social media stuff, sponsor content, et cetera, et cetera. So for us to fully populate the homepage of the GovCon site, there's actually quite a few features and quite a bit of work that has gone into making this page look like this. And if we want to do an accessibility test on the homepage and know that the experience that all of you and anybody else that has when they're visiting GovCon is accessible, all of this stuff has to be there. for us to test it. If all I'm testing is the basic theme without any of the content, without the blocks, without the content, we don't know for sure that this button is accessible. We don't know for sure that the way we've structured this announcements section or the header is accessible, right? It all needs to be there. So a couple of general Drupal automated testing guidelines, and these are things that actually I firmly believe should apply to not just Pally, but Behat and PHP Unit, et cetera. Don't rely on a database sync. Upstream databases change all the time. And if you're running automated tests, you want to make sure that if you get a test failure, that failure is related to a downstream change, right? So I've just added a new component to my site. All of a sudden, I've got accessibility testing failures. Are things failing because of the work I did, or did somebody change the database on prod and now we have to sort through that, right? Yeah, you don't want that. Don't pull a prod database during an automated test run. So build everything out clean. That includes configuration importing. Create your content as part of the build. We'll talk about how to do that in a moment, or import your content from like default content. There's two approaches then, getting a little tighter into your automated testing. There's two approaches that you can take for accessibility testing. The first is that you can replicate real content. So if I wanted to test sessions, if I wanted to test the homepage, whatever, I could actually run around and export one session or a couple of session nodes. I could export all of the announcements needed to populate the homepage and store all of that in default content. For the GovCon site, that's pretty straightforward because our site is very pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. I've built other platforms for other organizations where there's 25 or 30 different custom block types that are used to populate the homepage and other landing pages. And making sure that you have automated test coverage for all of that, plus all of the content types, that can get a little sticky to actually do approach one. So in approach two, you can kind of cheat a little bit. And you can use real blocks, but put them on like conglomerated pages. So you can build a landing page that itself is fake, but it is full of 25 or 31 of each different type of component that you've built with custom blocks. So you have representative content. So Carl's asking about database sanitization for sites with PII for automated testing. I mean, this is part of the reason I'm saying don't sync a database. If you're installing a new site during your continuous integration process, you don't have to worry about PII, right? Because you're not syncing real user data down, you're installing from nothing. So your new site's not going to have anything in it that would affect PII if you're not syncing. So the second approach that I'm talking about here in terms of representative content, again, this is a component-based approach, and this works really well if you're using the Layout Builder, Panelizer, Site Studio from Acquia, et cetera, where you're doing this sort of component-based design and you're not just doing a bunch of content types. This is something that is not a Drupal concept. This is something that works really well with design systems. And it's actually great for accessibility because if you have a hero banner component, again, custom block type, and you have beat the hell out of this custom block type to make sure that it works, to make sure that it is accessible, to make sure that under any circumstances, if I place a hero banner someplace, it's fine. At that point, it doesn't matter how many hero banners you have. It doesn't matter if you put them on landing pages or basic pages or session pages or wherever. You can put them at the top of the page, at the bottom of the page. You can put them anywhere you want. And because you're doing this testing-based, component-based approach, you know that your hero banner is always accessible. Pair that with sort of the traditional old school Drupal 6, Drupal 7 way of thinking about content where, 5 of your content types need a hero banner. Well, we're now going to implement a hero banner on 5 different content types. That's not component-based design, right? We have now 5 different instances of a hero banner, and they're each implemented slightly differently in each different place. You actually would need to do accessibility testing on each different implementation of that hero banner or those hero banners to make sure that your article hero is equally accessible to your session hero, for example. Question from David, can you use Pally to automatically test production content since content editors can break accessibility compliance? Yeah, you can. I would say that on an ideally configured Drupal site, and with all due respect to any content folks on the call, a content editor should not be able to break the accessibility of a Drupal site. If the WYSIWYG is set up in such a way that a content editor can break the accessibility, I would say that you have improperly secured your WYSIWYG. Now, that's not to say that things don't happen, right? But the most common issues with content creation with accessibility is, oh, we didn't put an alt title on that image. Well, configure your images so they have to put an alt title in. They're putting tables in that aren't accessible. Well, don't let them put tables into the WYSIWYG, right? Set up a block or a form with the required fields so they have to make it accessible. So yes, it is possible for a content editor to break accessibility compliance, but again, my job as an architect, my development team's job is to make sure that every component that we build, every content type that we build, everything that we build, when people are creating content and working with it, it's always going to spit out accessible content no matter what. So yeah, we talked about this a little bit. All right, so let's talk about this example in practice with component-based design. So this is University of Texas, their health school in San Antonio, UT Health San Antonio. And this particular site is a great example of this sort of component-based design. So let me just pull this up real quick so we can see what this looks like. So again, on their homepage, they have a hero banner. They have these little cards that you can drop on the page, and they have these news stories that you can drop on the page and other blocks as well. And using Layout Builder or using Panelizer or using some of the other sort of modern Drupal tools, the idea is that this banner or these cards or these stories can be used in different permutations on different pages. So maybe we don't want this, or if we do have this, maybe it goes all the way down at the bottom right next to the footer or whatever. Again, start thinking about your pages not as one big sort of uber content type, but in these reusable components that you can use and stick in different places. Once we've determined that this block is accessible, you can use it anywhere on your site and it should still be accessible. All right. So again, to test something like that, we want to make sure that every content type that we've built out is going to have a node page. So we need to visit at least one representative node page. Any view pages that you've built, yep, we're going to want to test those too. And then having some testing pages to test out your representative blocks is important. So at the end of the day, you don't need to test, say you've got 500 possible pages of content on your site. You don't need Pally to go and visit 500 pages, but you do want Pally to hit sort of a representation of all of the different types of content and all of the different sort of features that you built, little f features, not the Drupal features module, but just features in general that you've built out on your site. Tim asks, have you ever tested or considered testing against an automatically generated component library as part of accessibility testing, rather than in addition to content inside of Drupal? So are you talking about like in a style guide or something like that?
Yes.
You can do that. The advantage of doing the testing in Drupal itself, so if you're testing it just in the style guide, what you're doing is you're making sure that the theme markup is accessible, and that's important and that's viable. The advantage of testing it on the Drupal side is you're also making sure that the site building and the output of Drupal itself is accessible. So I mean, sure, yeah, if you have a style guide wired up on your project, it's not a bad thing to test, but actually testing the output from Drupal itself is you're getting as close to the source as possible there. So I would recommend testing from Drupal. Because, hey, this actually fits in very nicely. You want to make sure that each component that Drupal is rendering actually is rendering properly, and each variation of that component. So back to the original question that David asked a moment ago about what happens if your content authors are doing something that's silly and inaccessible. You know, ideally, you would structure your builds to have every permutation, right? I've built custom blocks before where the content author can say, okay, I've got this banner and sometimes I want my text on this side and the image on this side, and sometimes I want to flip it. So my image is on this side, my text is on this side. If you can have that same block going both ways, you should have examples in your test suite of rendering that block both ways. You don't want to be in a circumstance where for whatever reason it's okay here, but it's not okay there. Again, you want to make sure that your structured content is rendering properly, and you want to make sure that the theme is rendering properly. And again, just a friendly reminder, you don't have to test every single page of your site to confirm that you're okay. So takeaway 3, I'm not sure if this is obvious. This is a ghost town. Pally is not helpful without content and markup. So when you're thinking about automating your accessibility testing, you really do need to make sure, do we have a configuration management strategy, right? Can I set up a Drupal site and import configuration that ends up being more or less the same thing as my production website? Do I have a method of either creating content, you know, using, you know, PHP code or some other method of generating content, even devel generate, or can I use the default content module or the scenarios module or something like that to bundle up some representative content and then import that content during my build? And then my test runner is going to go out and actually test real markup from your real theme in a real configured Drupal environment with real content. And if you can't tick off all those boxes, first of all, that's okay. You're not alone. It's not trivial. Pally itself is pretty darn easy. Getting to that state, especially if you don't already have these things in place, again, it's not trivial. You're not alone in that. But if you don't already have these other things that I'm talking about, don't start on Pally yet. Go focus on those other things first and start working on those. Because otherwise you're going to get Pally running and you're going to go, oh shoot, this isn't actually doing anything because you don't have the other pieces in place to test against. So let's talk about how to get started with Pally once you actually have all these other pieces in place. First of all, I recently did this on the GovCon site in anticipation of the presentation today. So go check out this pull request. This repo is open source. You can go check it out. You can see what we're doing on GovCon with Pally. In order for Pally to work during continuous integration, you need some sort of front-end task runner. We use NPM. You can use Yarn. You could probably even make it work with Composer if you really wanted to, but NPM by far is the easiest option. You need to add Pally CI. There are 2 libraries. I think I have a slide on that. Yeah, there's a just normal Pally library, and then there's the Pally CI, which is a little bit more geared towards continuous integration. You need some Pally configuration to tell it what standard you're running against, where it needs to run, etc. And then again, for this to work, you need your web server, you need Drupal, you need your config, you need your content, etc. I don't know if everybody's familiar with Lighthouse, but just very quickly, Google Chrome has Lighthouse built into it. If your immediate reaction is, but yeah, Lighthouse doesn't really test that much. You're right, it doesn't. Pally tests the exact same thing. You're making my point for me. But you should be able to, as you're doing development, go into a page on your site, and you should be able to run a Lighthouse test and get 100% on that page. And if you can't get 100% on the page in Lighthouse, you're not ready to turn on Pally yet, right? Because much with any automated tests are only as good as you make them. Automated tests are only going to pass or fail. And if your homepage or whatever page you're getting ready to test isn't accessible yet, the second you turn on Pally, it's going to start failing your builds because you need it to pass. So when to add Pally in my approximation is do your site building, build your content type, build your view, do whatever site building you're going to do. Do whatever backend development you need to do, right? If you're customizing blocks, if you're doing module development, whatever, do all that. And then when you get into your theming story, which as we said at the very top of the talk here, hopefully you're not doing much that's going to impact markup until you're theming. When you actually start doing the theming work, your front-end developer, your full stack developer, you, whatever you got, an important part of that theming work is to actually open up Lighthouse and do a quick accessibility test. And if something fails, if something's not right, fix it. And then you turn on Pally for whatever feature you've just built, sort of as you open the pull request to merge in that front end work that you're doing. So if you try to start turning on accessibility testing at the site building level, that's way too early, because at that point you don't have content, you haven't done any theming. Remember, you need content and markup. If you wait until after the theming work's been done and you go all the way down to the end of the project, that's probably too late, because at that point, you have so much different stuff sort of interacting and pounding on each other that in order to get one page to pass accessibility testing, you may actually have to go fix like 15 or 20 different features. So again, much like any other automated testing, if you can do it bit by bit as you build out your site, you're going to have a much smaller corpus of work to do to fix it. And of course, if you already have a site and you want to layer in accessibility testing, it's going to be a little harder. You're going to have to sort of do that analysis of what pages are we testing, what are we going to start testing first, and then make each of those things accessible and start testing them one by one. And again, you have to have realistic content to do that as you go. When something fails, and this is exactly what Lighthouse is going to tell you, but Pally will do it. If something fails, it's going to tell you in pretty plain English what's wrong. So on this example, we did a test and it says, this link points to a named anchor main content within the document, but no anchor exists with that name. So that means that we do have a main content link there. That's good. But there is no div or span or anything like that farther down the page that has the name of main content to actually jump to it. So to fix that error, I need to go find the twig template for my body or main content area, whatever it is on your site, and I need to go add to add an anchor with that name. And you sort of have to do this for each one of these items. Obviously, if it's in your custom theme or your custom content, that's pretty, or sorry, your custom theme or your custom modules, it's pretty straightforward. Just go fix the twig templates or the CSS or whatever to make that work. If you find a problem in a contrib module, that's where you should actually go out to Drupal.org, open an issue, tag it and label it with accessibility, and then submit a patch to actually fix it out there. In my experience, I don't have a ton of patches on Drupal.org that have been merged, but the things that are most likely in my experience to get fixed and merged by a contrib maintainer is an accessibility issue. They may not take your exact fix, and that's okay, but again, they tend to fix accessibility issues pretty quick on Drupal.org in my experience. If you're doing this in Lighthouse, again, theoretically, Lighthouse should be telling you the exact same thing as Pally. You can expand these out. You can copy and paste out of Lighthouse, and you can usually go out to either the WCAG site or some other guide. If you copy the error that you're getting, it'll literally tell you exactly how to fix it. So it's not rocket science to chase these things down and fix them. And obviously, if the accessibility is failing because of something in your content, not in your theme, not in your modules, but in your content, that should be kind of an oh crap moment where you're going, oh, the table on this page isn't accessible. Why is that? Oh, well, there's not a table header. Oh, where did this table come from? Why is this in the WYSIWYG? Like that should start spawning some conversations. And I will say, We actually, one of my current projects at Acquia, we've had some conversations with a customer recently that's like, hey, we really want to be able to do this thing. Okay, doing this thing will have an impact on the accessibility of your site. Now, we're not saying you can't do that thing, but you now have to make a choice. Do you want your content editors to be able to put tables wherever the heck they want, whenever they want? And are you willing to pay the price of a accessibility issue whenever and wherever they do that? And you have to make that compromise, and it is a compromise. Some of them are very obvious, like, should you put a table in your WYSIWYG? My answer is no. Some of them are less obvious, like, hey, our company branding scheme is X. Well, our company colors aren't accessible, guys. What do we do about this? Well, you implement it the way we've branded it, and we know it's not accessible, but hey, it's our company colors, and we don't have a choice. Okay, right? Again, you have to sort of dig into what some of these compromises are going to mean, and if you're willing to make them. As I said right up top, once you get Pally, once you get Lighthouse running, it's testing the markup. So please, please, if you care about accessibility, if you want your site to be accessible, make sure that you have a license for JAWS or some other screen reading software. Make sure that you have somebody that is proactively testing your site to go through and do keyboard navigation for everything. And honestly, like, there are companies out there that you can hire that actually have people that need an accessible website, and they will do testing for you. You can hire them to do testing. So, again, think about your actual user experience. And if you don't have somebody who either is an accessibility expert or somebody who genuinely uses these tools every day, think about how you might be more inclusive in your development process to really, try to address issues. Again, as we talked about earlier, all you have to do with Pally to configure it. Once you get this content done, once you get the build done, you're going to just expand out the URLs that you're testing. And hopefully, as you're testing a handful or a representative handful of the pages and the features on your site. Unlike PHP Unit, unlike BHAT, every one of these tests is identical, right? It's doing the same test everywhere. You just have to tell it what pages you're wanting to run it on. And during your CI process, you just have to make sure that those pages exist with content and with the right mockup and theming. Couple assumptions we've talked about sort of throughout the presentation today. Little bit of background information. If you don't know how to compile Sass or JavaScript during a build, if you don't know what this looks like, have a look at our theme on Drupal GovCon. We use Acquia's build and launch tools. You certainly don't have to do that, but it'll give you an example of what a task runner that actually will compile your theme and get everything up running and ready to go might be. And we also have some examples using config split and default content. For the GovCon site, basically what we have is we have a testing module that doesn't get enabled anywhere except in CI. And we use the config split module to do that. We have a testing specific split, that split, when it gets enabled, turns on the module. The module has default content in it. So during CI, all of this content sort of materializes that doesn't exist anywhere else. So that we know when our Pally tests are running, they're going to have the right stuff in the right place. And again, configuration management. If you don't know what config split is, if you don't know how to turn config split on during a build, that is a much longer topic. I have 5+ articles on config management on my blog. You can again use the GovCon repo as an example, but this isn't a config management session. We've got 6 minutes, and that's not nearly enough time to dig into that topic. So pulling this all together, development occurs under any definition of the word development, right? That could be site building, that could be backend, that could be front end, that could be content. Whatever that development is, a pull request should get opened. As part of that pull request process, you should have continuous integration running, whether that's Travis CI, pipelines from any of the umpteen companies that offer a pipelines product, whatever. One of your automated tests that should run during that CI process is Pally. And then obviously you want to make sure that your builds are configured to fail if your accessibility tests fail, right? I had a conversation with somebody recently that's like, well, why would we want our tests to fail a build? It's like, well, why would you put automated testing on something if it's not going to fail the build? That it's not informative. It's not there just as an FYI. Like it's there to tell you, hey, dummy, you screwed something up. Stop, don't do it, fix it, right? That is a build failure. You should do that. And again, warning, just because a build passes, just because a build fails, that by no means tells you that everything's okay, right? If somebody adds a new feature but didn't add a new test to test that feature, I don't know. If nobody did manual testing, I don't know, right? Know what you're testing, know what you're not testing. It'll save your butt. And again, last test or last takeaway, you know, automating it is the best option for monitoring for regression. Every code change should be tested, but don't forget about the manual testing. Automation is key, but it is not the only key. I may have missed some other sessions, but if you're interested in accessibility, there were at least 3 others here at Drupal GovCon. I believe, unfortunately, most of these were yesterday, so I don't think you'll catch any more live. But all of the sessions will be posted online so that you can catch them retrospectively. Stay in touch. Like I said, hit me up on Twitter, check out my blog. Here's my email if you have questions. I will be monitoring Slack in just a little bit. But let's do some Q&A now. I see Max asking, so the primary benefit of Pally over browser extensions is that it can be automated and added to CI instead of remembering to check everything manually. Yes, that's exactly it. I'm not actually advocating for you to stop using browser extensions. They're super useful, and in many ways, they're more informative than Pally. But Pally's something just like your other, hopefully, other automated tests that you have. You know it's going to run every time on every code change to make sure that there's not a whoopsie. James is saying they're using automated Google Lighthouse tests on Tugboat. So that's another option. You know, just like many testing frameworks, I'm talking about Pally here because it's what I use personally. I have no direct involvement with that project. At the end of the day, as long as you have an option for doing automated testing, that's the important thing. Pally's awesome, but if you can use Lighthouse as well, that would be great.
Hey, Mike, there was a question earlier from Max that wasn't really
Oh,
a
did I miss
question.
one? Let me
It just
scroll
didn't have a
down.
question at the end. I find content editors frequently choosing wrong heading levels, but heading levels must be chosen manually in the WYSIWYG, I think is the context here. So
yes. So the first thing I actually recommend is disabling, again, keep the scissors capped, keep people out of trouble. I typically disable the H1 tag in my WYSIWYG. If my content is always nested down at a level that's always below an H2, I'll disable H2 as well. Now, at a certain point, like I can't, you know, I can't completely fix that. At a certain point, like you do need your content team to understand that your your headings need to be in order, right? You can't fix that. But again, there are things you can do to keep people out of trouble just by restricting which tags can go into the WYSIWYG and setting up your theme templates appropriately. George is asking, does Pally check the exact same items as Axe or Wave? Are there differences? I'm not an expert on any of these technologies, George, so I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I would say that if you're testing the same standard in all of the tools, again, WCAG 2.0 AA or AAA or whatever, you should see the same results because theoretically the different tools are just testing the markup against the same standard. But You know, are you going to get 100% the exact same result? I'm not sure. Does Pally scan multiple pages at once, or is it one at a time? I think it sequentially goes through and loads each one individually, one at a time. It is pretty darn fast, but yeah, it is page after page after page. It'll just cycle through that, that array that you define. James suggests that you can use site improve to show accessibility testing on content as editors are writing it. Yep, that's a great call out. There's also a CK editor accessibility plugin that you can grab that'll help with warning editors as you're creating content. These are great stopgap measures, and they're great alerting. But I also think, like I said earlier, that doesn't alleviate the need from, you know, intelligently configuring your site to try to keep people out of danger as much as possible. What other questions or comments do we have? I know we're running short on time. Is Pally able to replicate contextual states like being logged in or having a modal dialog open? You might be able to script that, but I think in general, no. My experience has just been it's going to go to a page and it's going to read the markup there. So, you know, if you have a page that is normally only accessible while you're logged in, that's a great example of something you can fake during your CI process so that you can make it available to your anonymous test runner. You know, maybe that's not, maybe it's not real data if you have sensitive data, or maybe it's not a real user account. It's a simulated version of that page. There are things you can do to get smart with how you test it. And in terms of something being a modal being open or expanded or not, remember Pally's testing the markup of the page. So if you're doing something like with React, where you're like injecting something into the page that's not there already, that would be a problem. But you know, typically with a lot of those like accordion modals and things like that, the markup's already on the page, right? So whether it's open or not, it's going to see it, and if there's something funky, it'll tell you about it. Is Pally able to catch line length issues? That is a great question. I think with Pally, you do have an option, and I don't see it in this config file, but I think you have an option in Pally to set what viewports you want to test, Ralph. I don't know that one for sure, but you can check the Pally config. I think you can tell it, you know, how many different viewports you want it to test in.
And with that, I think we're going to have to end the session for today. Thanks again to Mike and everyone else for listening.
Thanks, everybody. I hope you have a great rest of your Friday.
Yeah, enjoy the last session for today.
Bye, everyone. Happy Friday.
All right. Hey folks, we're just waiting for the speaker to come in here, give it a little test for his screen sharing and video. And we'll try to get started on time. Next session is going to start at 4:30. And that session is taking maximum advantage of Drupal core's Composer template with Mike Anello. Okay, Mike. And there he is. Welcome, Mike. You are now co-host.
Okay, I'm glad I'm totally prepared for that. Awesome.
If you'd like to test screen sharing, you
Yep.
should just be able to, I don't have to stop. You just share whatever you want and it shows up. I see your video is working, Mike's working, so you're all good
I'm
there.
gonna do whatever I want. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that Mike can do whatever he wants. All
And
right,
there I
we
see
go.
your screen.
Fantastic.
I'm just going to take it back till right before the session starts.
That's fine.
Cool, thank you.
Of course.
Second time I was hosting a room and there was a mic followed by a mic.
Yeah, there's too many of us. That's for sure. I'm gonna step away for a moment and grab some water. I'll be right back.
Hey, welcome everyone. We'll get started in about 5 minutes. And you're here for Mike Anello's session, taking maximum advantage of Drupal core's Composer template. This is part of the coding and development track. You can chat about it on Slack in the channel for coding and development, coding and dev, I guess. Ask your questions here. in the Zoom chat. Mike can answer them at the end or along the way, whatever he prefers. And please remember to keep yourself muted during the session. It's up to you, Mike. Thanks. All right. Hi, everybody. Again, thanks for joining the session, and I hope everyone's having a good Friday. One more session after this for the end of the day. And today, here we've got Mike Anello talking about taking maximum advantage of Drupal core's Composer template. Again, please mute yourself, ask questions in the chat, or raise your hand, and ask over on Slack as well. Take it away, Mike.
All righty. So let me just get my screen share going. There we go. And let me just get the chat where I can see it and the participants list. So feel free, you can turn on your audio and interrupt me and ask me questions that way. Or I have the jump on the chat where I can see it all the time. So you can feel free to, basically ask me a question, ask me questions whenever you'd like. So, hey, welcome. I'm going to assume everybody can hear me. Where are your heads? Oh, there are no heads. Look at you. Every single one of you, no one has their camera on. You guys are the worst. It's like the challenge on for presentations where I have to pretend that there's folks there. So anyway, hi, my name is Mike. I have been teaching Drupal for quite a long time. I'm a consultant and a trainer, and I'm a firm believer that it's really difficult to be a trainer without actually doing it for real. So I'm an active developer. I was actually just working on a custom views plugin before this session. So I, like most people who have been around Drupal for a long time, when Drupal 8 first came out, was a little bit hesitant about using Composer. And it was like, do I really need to use Composer? I can still download modules and stick them in the right place. But over time, as I got more involved in core development, specifically around the Migrate initiative for Drupal 8, I saw the value in Composer as a core developer, but I didn't really see the value as a site builder or as a project builder. That's all changed now. Now I understand why Composer is so important, and I understand why it's an indispensable tool. And I hope to allow everybody to, I'm just looking at the chat. So, hey, look at that. Some people shared their screens. Hey, how's it going? Okay. So the first part of this presentation, I want to basically convince everybody that Composer is a good thing. So first of all, if you're interested in getting a copy of the slides, there you go. So I will go ahead and put this link in the chat right now. And this is all going on the assumption that there's something good in these slides. So you're gonna have to trust me for now. But let's talk about what is a dependency manager? Why do we need Composer? Why do we have to use it? Why can't we just continue to download modules the old way and stick them in? But let's talk about just a very simple PHP project. Forget about Drupal for a minute. Let's say we're going to build a very simple command line project in PHP, and it's got to send email and it's got to read write YAML. We could very easily, well, maybe not very easily, but we could absolutely open up a text editor and start coding. We can go to the PHP documentation page and figure out how to send emails, how to make them pretty with HTML, how to attach a PDF file to it. We could also figure out how to read a YAML file and convert that into a PHP object and vice versa. And that could take some time, and to make it robust and secure and flexible and all that stuff, it's going to be a not insignificant investment in your time, or your company's time for that matter. The other option is, because we're in the Drupal space, we're in the PHP spaces, there's a lot of open source code out there. So why don't we just go find some of that magic open source code and include that in our project? And that's kind of what this diagram is showing. Let's say, we find a component called SwiftMailer, and that's at version 5.4.12. It does exactly what we need. We download it, we stick it in our, in our directory structure somewhere for our project, and we write to its API. Like, we write code that calls classes and methods to the SwiftMailer 5.4.12 API. The good news is it'll work for a time. The bad news is that the maintainers of SwiftMailer don't really care about your schedule. So tomorrow they might release SwiftMailer version 6 with breaking API and breaking API changes. And if you give your project to someone else and tell them that they also need SwiftMailer, and you don't specify which version, they could download a version of SwiftMailer that doesn't actually work with the project. So with very simple dependency trees like this, we at the start, we already have to take care of which versions of which dependencies work with which versions of our project. It gets a little bit worse because something like SwiftMailer can have its own dependencies. And so you have to keep track of, well, SwiftMailer version 5.4.12 works with Email Validator version 2.0.0. And very quickly, for a project of any size, this can get out of hand. So what we want to be able to do is we want there to be like an automated way to lock a particular version of our project with a particular version of each of our dependencies. And by an automated lock, I'm not talking about writing it down in a wiki or keeping it in a note on the side of your desk. I'm talking about a way that will guarantee that when you're using a particular version of your project, you're using a particular version of each of your dependencies. And it can get even worse, right? Because let's say 3 months ago, you had SwiftMailer, and that's got a sub-dependency of this polyfill icon V thing. And then tomorrow you add some other dependency. and that's calling for a newer version of polyfill icon V. Well, if you're really on top of things, then before you install this some other dependency, you'll go through all of its sub-dependencies and make sure there's no conflicts. If you are not on top of things, you're likely to install a second version of polyfill icon V and watch all hell break loose. Uzi, I'm not sure, is that a question for me? I think all sessions are being recorded. That might be a question for Tim or Owen. There we go. Okay, thank you.
Yep, Owen answered it. Thank you. So the question was, where can I watch this afterward? And we are going to try to have these on YouTube. Sorry to interrupt, Mike. Go ahead.
No problem. All right, so let's summarize a little bit. Keeping each dependency's version locked, as well as checking for version conflicts, is challenging / tedious / a job that nobody wants. Assembling a code base that includes dependencies and dependencies of dependencies and dependencies of dependencies of dependencies. Follow that rabbit hole down as deep as you would like. Make sure version numbers are good. There's no conflicts. That just sucks. You know, on the slide, I have it extremely tedious, but really nobody wants to do that, or virtually nobody wants to do that. And as humans, we're not very dependable at that job either. We make terrible dependency managers. And that's really the problem that Composer solves for us. It actually does more than what I've just talked about. We basically tell Composer what we need. We want the latest version of this dependency, for example, and it takes care of the rest. It makes sure that it's not going to conflict with any of our existing dependencies. It makes sure that any of its sub-dependencies is not going to conflict with any of our current dependencies. It downloads it. It puts it in a predictable place in our code base, and it makes it easily accessible within our code via its autoloader. So it does a lot of things for us that we don't realize we need until we have to do them ourselves. And when it comes to Drupal, Drupal core has dozens of direct dependencies. And I don't even know what the number of indirect dependencies are, but it's big. It's a significant number, and it would be near impossible for someone to have to manage all that stuff. So that's why we need Composer. Let's talk about the basics when it comes to Composer. You know, it's all just kind of setting a foundation here, level setting everybody so that when we start talking about the more advanced stuff or the maximizing stuff, hopefully we'll all be on the same page. I know for me that when I first install or start using a command line tool, I like to know how big is the command set. How many Composer blah things are there? So most command line tools have a command that lists all of the possible commands. Composer list is the one for Composer. So we can do Composer list, and I'm going to make my font size a little bit smaller. I'm not asking to read it. I'm just, just notice that it's a little bit more than one screen. And Composer kind of cheats a little bit because there's actually like 3 different commands that upgrade. There's 3 different commands for clearing cache. So it's actually not as bad as it looks here. And if you've been using Composer, by rote since, for a few years with Drupal, I think you might be surprised at how many of these commands you already know. I also like to know how to get help. So with Composer, it's Composer help followed by the command. So you can do something like Composer help list, how do I use the list function? And it's pretty straightforward. You can actually get, I can pass it in namespace, which is something like that. A Drupal command there, but we won't worry about that right now. And then these last 4 are the ones that I think most people who have used Composer or learned Composer just because you're a Drupal person, know. Composer require, which gets you a dependency. Composer update, which updates the dependency. Composer remove, self-explanatory, and Composer install. Yeah, we're going to talk about Composer outdated in a little bit, Tim, for sure. But I think these are probably the first 4, maybe there's a Composer create project in there. The first 4 that most people generally use, and they're fairly easy to understand as long as everything is going well, right? Until things go south. So let's talk about this. The main subject of this talk is the Drupal recommended project template. Before we talk about that, let's, I I always forget that I removed a slide from this presentation to keep it a little bit shorter. I was going to talk about the history of the template a little bit, but I think for this presentation, the amount of time we have, I'll just say that this template became part of Drupal core with Drupal 8.8. So prior to Drupal 8.8, there was a different template. Wasn't really an official core community project. It was something that a lot of people used, but it wasn't official. This is, since Drupal 8.8, the de facto best practice template for starting a Drupal project. And everything I'm saying goes for Drupal 8.8 and Drupal 9. So what is this template? Well, it's a starting point, right? It's not something you clone. It's something that gets downloaded. And it's kind of like when you go to the puppy store and get a puppy, right? The minute you walk away from the puppy store, that puppy's yours. And if the puppy poops on the floor, you can't complain to the pet store, right? It's your puppy. So you use this template and it's a starting point, and then you just kind of build your project using this template. It provides a robust starting point. I teach a full day version of Composer for Drupal developers. And one of the things I do is I kind of show, if we didn't have the template, all the things we'd have to do manually in order to get to where the template starts us. And we're going to kind of go through some of those things in a few minutes. So here are kind of the big flagship features of the template. Back in the Drupal 6, Drupal 7 days, when you were to start a Drupal project, you would go to Drupal.org, you'd download Drupal, it would come down in a directory named Drupal, and you would rename that directory to My Project, to Acme, or whatever. And literally, your project directory is the same as your Drupal directory. You would point www.acme.com at that directory. With Drupal 8, and even with Drupal 7 a little bit, some folks started moving the Drupal directory one level down into like what we call a nested document root. And that's the second bullet point here. So now the best way to think about a Drupal 8 and Drupal 9 project moving forward is you have a project directory, and then inside of that, you have your Drupal directory. And it's that inner one. By default, it's called web in this template. But it's that inner one that you point your www.mysite.com to. And this first bullet point talks about how you have your project, and Drupal is just one of many dependencies of your project. So it's kind of a different way of thinking about Drupal, where Drupal's not my project, it's just a dependency of my project. Another thing the template does is it takes care of the scaffolding files. And scaffolding files are defined as any core files that live outside of the core directory. And we're actually going to see a visual of this in a couple minutes, so we'll put that one aside for now. For the fourth bullet point, by default, when you ask Composer to get a new dependency, where does it put it? It puts it in its vendor directory by default. Now that's great most of the time. That's a predictable place. But if you're asking Drupal to get you the redirect module, you don't want the redirect module in your vendor directory. You want the redirect module in your modules/contrib directory. So that's just a little tweak to Composer's behavior that the template allows for. Again, if we didn't have the template and you did, hey, Composer, give me the redirect module, it'd end up in the vendor directory, and then you'd have to do, you'd have to modify that template, or you'd have to modify your project to get it in the right place. The template just gives that to you for free. And the last bullet point is, something, again, I think we take for granted until you kind of start understanding how Composer works. By default, when you ask Composer to get you a dependency, Composer required Drupal/redirect, Composer's only looking in one place, and it's not Drupal.org. It's packagist.org. Packagist.org is kind of the de facto PHP dependency, repository. But Composer's open source, and the authors of Composer have made it so that you can also search other repositories for dependencies. So the Drupal community has its own Drupal Composer repository that includes every single project on Drupal.org. Every contributed module, every contributed theme is available via Composer through Drupal's public project repository. And the template basically provides access to that. Tim's asking, any neat thoughts for advice on converting to Drupal to the new template from an older template? Yeah, I think it's a good idea. But you can't think of it as you're converting templates, right? Because once you start your project, your template is now like your project. So it's not so much that you're switching templates, but you're switching, some of the main dependencies in your template. This is actually, I teach a full day version of this. We actually go through that exercise in the full day. Yeah, Allison has some steps as well. It's not awful to do unless you're coming from a place that's not in good shape. But if your project is generally well organized, it's not, as Allison said, it's normally not that bad. Okay, so we're going to do some demos. I'm going to skip like the very easy ones here. So I've actually I have a site already installed, Drupal recommended project. And I'm going to kind of go through what this template has, and then we'll talk about some other demos. And, we might do somewhere along the way one of these, but I'm hoping that this is all stuff that most everybody has seen. If not, we can always come back. But let's take a look at the template. And so the template lives up on GitHub. It's actually part of core, but it's mirrored here to GitHub as well. And I'd like to kind of give a tour of this template. And this is for the latest version of Drupal core 9.0.6. And I'd like to break templates up into 3 sections generally. The metadata section, the require section, and then everything else, because I don't really have a good name of it. A good name for it. Oh, so there's another question here. Is there anything I want to do to take care of the health of my Composer? Is a command or multiple commands? I want to check to make sure everything's updated before I start to use Composer. So I'm not 100% sure what you're asking, Kristen. We could talk about the Composer validate command. So what Composer validate does, yeah, I don't know if I'd recommend dry run just to check on the health. What Composer validate does is it makes sure that your composer.json file is proper JSON syntax. There's no syntax errors. And also make sure that your composer.lock file is up to date and in sync with your composer.json file. So that's Composer validate. And if you want to know more about Composer validate, so glad you asked. Composer help validate. There you go. So some more information about it. All right, so let me take you through these 3 sections fairly quickly. And I have till 1:15, correct? Is that right, Tim? 45 minutes? I feel like I should know this, but I'm gonna assume I have 45 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna go kind of quickly so we can do some demos here. And luckily this is recorded, so you can always play me back at half speed later on. So this first section, actually before the repository section, this is metadata. So this is data about your project. So normally when I create a new project based on this template, the first thing I do is I get in there and I start changing. Like this is the name of the template. I want the name of the project. So it's going to be acme/website. I'm going to give it a reasonable description. Maybe I'll update the license if it's going to be licensed. Maybe it's proprietary. Maybe the project does have a homepage somewhere. Maybe maybe there are support or chat links. Maybe the homepage is actually the project tracker. There's actually an author's key you can add here. So you can list like who is in charge of this project. And that's very helpful 2-3 years from now when someone says, who the heck wrote this? And then they know who to blame. You can go to getcomposer.org and see the other available keys for this metadata section. there's like version and readme and stuff like that. But I tend to I like to take ownership of my project, especially when I first start it. It kind of sets everything off on the right foot. This next section, repositories, this is basically a list of other Composer repositories to check other than packages. So this goes back to that last bullet point. Oops. This last bullet point provides access to Drupal's own public project repository. Well, this is the URL to Drupal's Composer repository. If you just started a Composer project from scratch and you wanted it to be a Drupal project, you would have to know that you need to add this section. The template just gives it to you. The require section and the require dev section, which the template does not have, these are generally the meat of your composer.json file. And these list your dependencies. So dependencies generally are one of three things. They are either a Composer plugin, which these first three things are plugins. A Composer plugin is like a Drupal module. A Drupal module extends the functionality of Drupal. A Composer plugin extends the functionality of Composer. So we'll come back to those. Another thing that a dependency can be is a meta package. Drupal core recommended is indeed a meta package. And a meta package is just a bucket of other dependencies. So it doesn't have any code of its own. It's basically just like a collection of other dependencies. And then the third thing that a dependency can be is a library. And you might hear, library, package, class, dependency. There's probably 3 or 4 other nouns that these things are called. But when we start adding like Drupal/redirect, that's a library according to Composer, even though it's a module as far as Drupal's concerned. So the template basically comes with 3 plugins, which we're going to talk about each of these in a moment, as well as this meta package, which we're going to dive back into in a moment. Then we have some other stuff down here. I'm not going to go through it all in detail, but if there's any dependencies that cannot be added, they're listed in the conflict section. This stuff basically helps determine by default when a dependency is requested, are you going to get a stable version? If there's a version, if there's a beta that's newer than the stable, are you going to get the beta? So this kind of sets the order of precedence of what your dependencies can be. This config, think of this as like the preferences pane for Composer. There's no UI for Composer. We have to be able to set preferences somewhere. All this silly little sort packages thing does is whenever you add a new dependency, it puts it in the list alphabetically. That's kind of nice. Then we have the extra section. So the extra section is where a lot of the magic happens. The extra section is where data can be added that's specific to the project that can then be used by the plugins. So this first one is the Drupal scaffold data. This goes along with the core Composer scaffold plugin. So core Composer scaffold is the thing that takes care of all of those, scaffold files outside of Drupal core. And all this configuration does is basically says, hey, when you are handling scaffolding files, just so you know, Drupal lives in the web directory. Some folks like to call the nested doc root maybe the doc root directory or public HTML or some www. But this basically defines what is the web root of the project. Composer Installers is another plugin. And this is the magic plugin that basically says, hey, if you're a Drupal module, you're not going in the vendor directory. You're going in the web/module/contrib directory. So what happens is the Drupal Composer repository, this thing up here, basically exposes every single module on Drupal.org to Composer, and it lists it giving a type of Drupal module. If you look in the composer.json file of any Drupal module, you will see it has type of Drupal module. The reason for that is so that when somebody adds that to their project, it ends up in the right directory. Otherwise, it would end up in the vendor directory. And you can see there's even like type Drupal core. This is how Composer knows to put Drupal core inside the web/core directory. The third plugin, this core project message plugin, this is kind of a fun little one. It's normally the first one I remove as well. All this does is after the create project command is done. So this is like a Drupal hook almost, post create project. So after composer create project is run, it puts this data, it puts this message on the screen for you. So really, once you create your project, from the minute you use the template, you really don't need this anymore. And this is normally the first thing I just do a composer remove Drupal core project message and get rid of it. Okay, so one more thing to show you with the template. Let's talk about this core recommended, because there's some magic that happens in here as well. So this is a dependency of type meta package. So we could search for this and we would find it on Drupal. I'm going to do it here. Core recommended, and we would find it on GitHub as well. And we can go to the latest version, and you'll see that this is the entire dependency. It's one file. It's a composer.json file. If we take a look at that, you'll see it is indeed a meta package. And again, a meta package is just a list of dependencies. And here's a list of dependencies. So basically what this is Drupal core plus all of the dependencies for Drupal core. Now, what's interesting about this is specific to a released version of Drupal, 9.0.6. There's another one for 9.0.5, 4, 3. Every single release has a composer.json file meta package. The reason is because with every release of Drupal core, all of the automated tests that are in core have to pass. And all of those tests are run with a particular set of dependencies. So this meta package basically guarantees that if you're using Drupal core 9.0.6, you're using the version, the exact version, there's no wiggle room here, the exact version of each core dependency that has passed every single test. So this guarantees you're getting a stable green test passing version of Drupal core. And this is something that the old template did not provide out of the box, which was a bit of a bummer. But so this is, for me, this was one of the really nice things to see in the new core template, was it fixed this kind of ongoing issue of having what we called floating dependencies in the old template. This kind of
Can I ask a question, Michael?
Yeah.
So with those versions on the dependencies locked like that, it seems like when you go to update Drupal core recommended, you just have to do composer update. Otherwise, I think I've run into the issue that where, like, if you just do update specifically, like composer update, and then do Drupal core recommended, like some of the dependencies, because it doesn't want to update them, maybe they're like, also there's another module that requires them to be locked at a lower level.
It could be. I mean, the proper way to update core with the new template is to update this meta package. So you should be able to do a composer update Drupal core recommended with dependencies. That should work. What you're saying,
that with dependencies on
sometimes it may not work if there's another dependency that also has one of these locked. In that case, you actually have to look to the other dependency and see if there's an update for that. Because what that's basically saying is that that other dependency is not going to work with anything higher than Drupal core 9.0.6. So I know it feels like I'm passing the buck from Drupal core to the other dependency, but I kind of am.
Gotcha.
It's not dependent. So I think Tim, weren't you, Tim's like screaming at me, dependency hell, but Tim, weren't you the one? Yeah. So composer outdated is really the way to get out of, actually, no, not composer outdated, composer why not, which is what we're going to talk about. Yes. Thank you, Allison. Yeah. We're going to talk about composer why not if we have time. Although we're at 14 minutes, good golly. All right. I'm gonna have to like double how fast I'm talking. And I'm sorry to the, there's a captioner in here, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. Captioner person. Okay, best practice documentation for navigating Composer. I don't know if there is best practice documentation. So, I'm going to mention this once. And so I normally mention it at the end, but I'll mention it now. And I've mentioned it a couple times. I teach a long form version of this class. I'm giving it at BAD-Camp. I think it's very low cost at BAD-Camp. I don't know exactly how much it is, but I think it's like, if someone knows, like less than $20 maybe. As part of that, you'll get access to this document. And this is kind of, I'm not sure what I use this to teach. It's like a 60-page composer. Oh, it's $50. Thank you very much, Kristen. And you'll get this as part of that. And this, I keep this really up to date. And this is kind of like for me and my students, the best practice guide. And it covers a lot of stuff, obviously, that we're not covering in 45 minutes here. All right, so Tim, no, not Tim, Uzi, right? You just asked me that question. So hopefully I answered your question somewhere along there.
Yuri, yeah.
Yuri.
So.
Oh, Yuri, I'm sorry. Good
no
guy.
problem.
How old am I? I guess I need another font size increase on my monitor. I have a client named Uzi, which is why I saw the U and the I and immediately went to Uzi. So, all right, so should we jump forward to some of the more interesting examples in the last 15 minutes? Hopefully I've paved enough concrete to give everyone somewhat of a good foundation. So let me tell you what the examples are, and the ones I'm willing to do. And then, maybe you can just, if you have strong feelings, put something in the chat. So we can talk about navigating PHP versions. I run into this a lot with clients, and when I teach Composer to private organizations as well, the importance of everybody having the same version of PHP on their local and the remote environments, and what can go wrong if you don't, and actually even how to get around that. So there's that discussion we can have. I really like this example. This is probably one of my favorites. This is something I think once you see it, most people end up using. If you write custom modules, it might behoove you to, rather than committing them to your project repository, commit them individually to, a private GitHub repository, for example. And then this is a very quick demo because it's actually really silly, stupid, easy to do. You can actually use Composer to require custom modules from a private GitHub repository. So that's a good example as well, I think. We could talk about Composer outdated, as well as Composer why not, Composer depends. Someone already prompted me to talk about Composer validate. Was that Kristen? So, and Allison, yeah, that was an example of a private repo. Yep. Let's see, we could talk about requiring alpha beta release candidates in dev. I'd rather not do the applying patches one, and I have good reasons for that. I'll tell you at the end. And we can talk about like Drush and Drupal console as well, their relationship with Composer. So any strong feelings one way or the other? No?
On what?
On which example you'd like to see. Otherwise, I'm just going to choose one.
Just do it.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So I'm just going to make sure everything's working here because okay. So I'm just doing a quick require. Wow, that was fast, wasn't it? Fantastic. Okay, so let's do this one because it's my favorite and it usually prompts questions, and then we'll save some time. We'll do the private repo one, and then we'll do the why not stuff. Yeah, Steve and I will, I'll address that as well. Okay, so I have got, it's almost like I was hoping to do this one. I've got a private repo. up on GitHub. It's marked as private, and it's a silly little repo. It basically has a README and a composer.json. But you can imagine it's like a big old custom Drupal module. We can just play pretend. And so if it exists, it's not on packages. The only place it exists is up here on GitHub as a private repo. So I can come over here and I can say, hey, composer, here, let me clear this out a little bit. Clear composer require ultimate / private repo. And composer is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of that dependency, so I can't help you with it. And that makes sense because it's not on Packages. It's not on Drupal.org. So why would Composer know about it? So what we can do is we can actually tell Composer about it by adding it as a new repository. So we got this little bit of code, and it's actually really simple code, pico composer.json. We can come down here to our repository section. We can add it in to our repository section, and I'll talk about it as soon as I fix all my indentation. You see type is VCS. So there's a couple different types of repositories. If it's a full-blown Composer repository and it's actually running certain software that exposes things, that software is obviously open source, then it'd be type Composer. But you can also have a VCS, version control system type. And that's basically you use VCS if you're pointing at a specific repository, maybe on GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, maybe your private GitLab, something like that. And then you just give it the URL to that repository. And this is nothing more than, this thing right here. So it's the same as the SSH path. It's the same as the clone URL. Same thing. So we add that as the repository. So we say that, and I've gotten in the habit of anytime I make a manual change to my composer.json, I validate. Just because I want to make sure that my syntax is valid. My lock file is not up to date. That's a whole other thing. We're not going to talk about that right now, so I finish on time. So let's try it again. Composer require ultimate private repo. This time we're going to get closer. I said, well, it knows about it, but it couldn't fetch it because I need a token. And hey, look at this. Here's a URL to get said token. Because of course we need to authenticate. It's a private repo. So I can come over here and it's going to force me to enter my password again, which, all right, I'm down with that. Look how long that password is, so secure. And I can basically get a new token that allows Composer to authenticate against my account to get access to this repository. So there you go. Everybody copy that down and steal my token if you want. You can have my private repo. Where am I? So I got the token. It will be stored. It tells you where it's going to put it. And then I have to enter it here. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit paste. You can't see it, but it's there. And then boom. I have it. There's the private repo right there. So this is just a super easy way to, most people are used to like writing custom modules and committing them to their project. And you can still do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're writing a custom module that might be used among multiple projects, I would argue this is a much better way to go. I've showed you the absolute simplest way to authenticate. Obviously the authentication token is stored in my home directory here. But you can do other things with this, with GitLab, with Bitbucket to authenticate so that you can actually store that authentication token. I don't know if I'd store it in the repository, but you can make sure that all of your development team has the token and things like that. But that's
a question, Michael, on that. So how does Composer know which repository to find, the said package? Does it just check like every repository from top to bottom until it finds the dependency?
I don't know what the order is. I've wondered that as well. I suspect that it basically starts with, and again, if someone else knows the answer, I am more than willing to I don't know what the right word is, but to accept it. I suspect that Composer searches these repositories first. And if it doesn't find it in there, then it searches packages.org. That's my suspicion.
Gotcha. It was just, I noticed that we don't really have to specify in the requirements, you know, the dependencies, like which repository to find it. So it's doing it automatically somehow. So that's what.
Oh, okay. Well, here. So maybe I'm assuming knowledge here. Where am I? Packages.org. I just switched to Firefox. So now I have to make sure I spell everything right because I don't have all of my, is it packages? There we go. So this is the default location. It's the main Composer repository. So there's code is not stored here. So if we look at Drupal/core recommended, and we come here, this is basically just like the yellow pages, but Packages knows where the code is stored. So when you do it, so if you don't have any repositories listed, when you do a Composer require, what's actually happening is Composer's calling up Packages and saying, do you know about this package? If Packages knows about it, basically Packages just sends Composer along to GitHub in this case. But this could be just as easily stored on Bitbucket, on GitLab, or on any other public repository. Am I answering your question now?
I think so. I'll ask more questions in the Slack after we're done. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay, 3 minutes. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's talk about, Let's talk about this. Let's say we are aware if we do Composer outdated. Let's just do a Composer outdated. All right. And so what Composer outdated is, this is a lot like the available updates page for Drupal. Only this is the available updates for all of your Composer dependencies. So normally, I would normally do a Composer outdated -- direct, which only gets direct dependencies I specifically asked for. Composer outdated on its own gets all dependencies. So let's just take this twig example down here. So we're at 2.12.5 right now. But notice that there is a 3.0.5 version. So if we didn't know better, we could say, hey, you know what? Composer update twig for me. I want the latest and greatest twig. And Composer is going to try and do that, but it's not going to give me any updates, and it's not going to give me a whole lot of help. It's basically saying, hey, there's nothing to install, update, or remove. Now, if you're like me, when you first started using Composer, you were like, oh, what the heck? I can see right here that there's an update. And I can see right here that I'm asking you to update that. And I can see right here that you are not listening to me. So this is where the Composer why not command comes in. Composer why not, which is actually an alias for Composer prohibits, but why not is a much nicer way of saying it, I think. Composer why not answers the question, why won't you update? So why won't twig update? And it basically shows us things that have twig listed as dependencies. So this thing requires twig at this version constraint. So basically something above 141 or something above 212. Drupal core requires something above 212. But core recommended requires this exact version. So therefore, we cannot update twig because that would break this rule. So basically, the only way to update twig would be to update this thing right here. So Allison, pinning package, I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Let's see. Include the version you want to update to when you're using why not? Oh gosh, everyone's typing. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes I do that. You know, sometimes I will, you know, you can do Composer why not twig : followed by the version you want to update to. That's fine. Composer outdated Drupal. So yeah, Tim, I am not a big fan of Composer outdated. So you can do stuff like this, which will show you basically all of the Drupal-y dependencies, like all of your modules. I actually prefer the direct. So when you do Composer outdated -direct, and this is not going to return to anything since this project's so new, this is going to give you Drupal modules, Drupal themes, but as well as things like Drush and other dependencies that you've added, like Composer installers for that matter, or Composer patches. So I actually prefer outdated direct. What you're doing is not invalid by any stretch, but I actually prefer this. Direct requirements. So yeah, so maybe I didn't define that clear enough. A direct, yes. So Allison, you nailed it. A direct requirement is something you specifically asked for, right? When I asked for, I did it real quick up here. When I asked for path auto, that's a direct dependency. But when I asked for path auto, I also got token and ctools. So those are indirect dependencies. Those are dependencies of dependencies. So when you do Composer outdated direct, it's only really looking at path auto. It's not looking for updates for this, which could be a downside, but.
Hey, Mike, could we get Steve Longo's question? He's asked twice now here before we end.
I was going to wait
probably
till
the last one.
Yeah, I was going to wait till they asked the third time.
Also, speeding up Composer and how to deal with timeouts. It's just any advice for
here's the advice.
Stephen,
be patient for a couple more months, because I'm sorry, my wife just walked in. I think the dog is on the couch, so she's yelling at the dog. So I'm actually using Composer 2 for this demo. Composer 2 works, well, it's a release candidate, so it's not out yet. It works with most Drupal-y things. The one glaring example right now is Composer patches, which a lot of folks use, is not working with Composer 2 yet. But I can tell you the speed is way up and the memory usage is way down for Composer 2. That was really one of the focuses of Composer 2 was performance. So I don't really have a whole lot of tips, especially on the memory usage standpoint for you with Composer 1. It just kind of is what it is. But Composer 2, from what I've seen, and Yuri's right with Composer memory limit equals -1. But even then, if you don't have enough memory on your machine or in the container, you could still hit potential issues there. I don't use Protissimo. So I actually have a blog post out there, Drupal Easy. See if I can find it real quick. Drupal Easy, Composer plugins. There we go. I'll throw this in the chat. Yeah, so Prestissimo is one, and there's another one. I always forget the name of it. Yeah, this Composer Drupal optimization is one. There are things that speed up Composer. Prestissimo enables parallel downloads. I tend to not use any of them. I don't think they do. I mean, they help a little bit. For me, they never really helped enough to make it worth a while. Yeah, and Tim just put the link up to that one as well. So I appreciate that. Yeah, and Allison, you're right. I believe the Pantheon, I don't know if it's still the current template, but their older template did have Prestissimo, I believe, in there by default. Okay, so yeah, I think we're done.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, that's it. Here, let me say this. I will say this. Questions?
We did them. Cool.
There you go.
Yeah, if we could take the rest of the questions to Slack, if Mike could stick around there, that's great.
Yeah, the coding and dev channel, right?
Yes, and thank you, Mike, so much for presenting here at GovCon. Thanks for everyone attending. We got to get the next speaker in here and everything. So
all right,
take care. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello there, Mike.
Hey.
Hey, sorry.
Hey,
Just
Jitesh,
wanted
there you
to
are.
say hello.
I just saw your face. How's it going?
Yeah, good, good.
All right, I'm leaving this room.
All right, thank
Good to see
you. Great,
Thank
great
you.
presentation. All right, so the moderator. I'm not sure who's the moderator.
I'm gonna make Kirsten, if she's here, she's taking over in this room. But meanwhile, I'll make you the.
You're right.
Oh dang, where are you in the list? There you are. Make host. There it is. You got it, Kirsten.
Okay.
Thank you. Just give me just 1 second while I prep up the slides.
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry we ran so late. Hope you
No,
have
it's
a good
not.
presentation.
I think it starts at 5:30, right?
Yeah, there's the 15 minutes in between. Try to keep it
Okay.
open for the testing.
So to the attendees, can I just give them basic pointers?
Here, they may be the attendees for your session. They may be people leaving from mics. So you might want to do that closer to 5:30 start time. That's up to you. Sometimes I post something in the chat and then I post it again because they
So
wouldn't.
which chat? I mean, you mean this chat?
The Zoom chat here, again, they won't see, if they come in after what you post, they won't see that until you post it again.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Well, anybody watching, still watching and planning to attend the session, please look at the URL on Drupal GovCon site. I have attached the source code information there. So the source code URL has been added.
Just to remind everyone, we will get started at 5:30. So you've got 7 more minutes. Ooh, 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning. Okay, we're going to get started in just a minute. And what I'm going to do, Jitesh, is I'm going to stop sharing my screen. You have already been made co-host. So once I stop sharing my screen, I'm going to press record and it's all you. Okay? Jitesh?
Yes, yeah. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and then I'm going to turn it over to you. Would you like to run questions through the chat function or would you like to answer them as they come in?
Either way is fine. They can interrupt me, no problem.
Okay, it looks like we don't have a huge crowd, so that might be easier for you to handle as well.
Sure.
Okay, and here we go.
All right, I'm sharing my screen.
And we are recording.
All right, so it's the last session of the day. I hope you guys are still awake. We are going to talk about, as you can see on my screen, hopefully, and Kristen, please let me know if something is not right, but here, best of both worlds, improve your decoupled Drupal with external personalization using Firebase. So this is the URL. I have posted the URL in chat, so please take a look at it. At the very bottom of that, there is a link to the source code. Not the very bottom, sorry. The all source code is available on this Bitbucket link. Now, I haven't pushed the latest code, so the code is slightly old. So by tomorrow morning, the latest code will be there. So this presentation is all very coding oriented. So you'll see a lot of code. I don't think we have enough time to do real live coding, but we'll still be looking at some code. Okay, so what are we trying to do? I have a website here. It's a Drupal website, looks pretty vanilla, and I want to I want to be able to use this site without, being logged in. The problem with the reason why people go headless with Drupal or decoupled with Drupal is because Drupal is not super fast when it comes to, especially when it comes to logged in users. When you have a session, the caching layer suffers because the user has a session. Unless the user is looking at the same page over and over again, you don't benefit from caching. So wouldn't it be nice if all the users were anonymous to Drupal, but they were logged in and known to you, the site owner? And that's exactly what we are trying to do. So let me log out from Drupal here. There you go. I am logged out. But my goal is to I have a separate site. It's the same site. You can use the same site and basically log in. I'm going to log in using a separate account. Okay, so this is my incognito browser where I'm logged in. This is my main browser where I am not logged in. And the idea is how can we use how can we use all the features of Drupal and also know our audience? Maybe you want to, maybe you are an e-commerce site, maybe you are a news site. So that's a very good example. If you're a news site, your staff, your editors, your authors and journalists, they will log in. They should log in. So they go into this, Drupal admin interface. But your audience, the readers of your newspaper, they should not have a Drupal login. So because if they have Drupal login, you will end up with 10,000, or if it's rather popular, then millions of Drupal accounts. That doesn't make any sense. So you definitely want to keep them separate. And that's what we are going to figure out how to do that. So let's start with this module called component. So there is this very nice module called component projects. So Drupal.com and org/projects/component, this one. This is the module, and it's a module that allows you to just have a JavaScript application. It could be plain JavaScript. It could be compiled with some compiler such as React, Svelte, ES6, or anything else. But in the end, you have a .js and .css file, or a bunch of .js and .css files. And those are the ones that will get loaded. And that JavaScript file can then interrogate the DOM and populate your block. So the whole so this JavaScript program ends up running inside a block. So let me demonstrate. So here I am logged in. If I go to block layout, I have this demo component. So I have written it and I've disabled it on purpose because I want to show you first. So if I configure, I'm not enabling it, I'm just configuring it. This is called demo component. It has a machine name of demo component, and it has two component settings, fields in component settings form. Now let me show you what this looks like in code. Yeah, so what does it look like in code? In code, let me go here. This is my Drupal directory set, code setup. So let me, oof, boy. Why do I have this? Plugin. Okay, so I go to my custom modules, custom, and I have a module called dd_demo. And it is a very simple module. It has no source code actually inside it. It's just an info file, name, description, type module, and then it has one dependency called Drupal::component. And that's the component module that I was talking about. And then once you do that, once you have a basic info file like this, you can have a directory called components. And in that components directory, you can have any number of star.component.yaml file. So let's start with the very simple one, demo-comp.component.yaml. It has a name, and that's the name you will see here, demo component, right? So that's the name. Then it has a description. So there is, there will be description somewhere in here. I don't know where. And it has two very important keys, JS and CSS. So you can add any number of JavaScript files. They can even be JavaScript URLs. They can be external URLs. And then CSS file. Okay. Again, they can be multiple. After that, you can specify a configuration key under which there can be configuration fields. And this is standard Drupal Forms API. So if you're familiar with Forms API, then you know what type text field, title message, description, placeholder, default value required, and so on and so forth. So now as I'm configuring, I'm saying, hey, I have this, I need two input parameters, message and count. So I will say, hello, decoupled Drupal at GovCon. I'll say GovCon, okay? And the number of times you want to repeat that message is, let's say, three times. And I will save this. As I save it, I want to also make sure that it is enabled. So there is my demo component. It is still disabled, and I enable it. So as soon as I enable it, now in my main not logged in session, if I refresh, I see this demo component block, and it has the message repeated 3 times. So let's look at the source code, how this happened. And that is JS is democomp/Drupal main.js, and CSS is democomp/styles.css. If I open that democomp folder, Drupal main.js is there. So the key thing that you have to understand is that the configuration that we set in the config form is actually available in the HTML. So if I inspect, and this is where in the, as you can see, there is this, this is my component div, sorry, the block div, and inside that there is a content div, and let's see. And then in there's another div called, and that has 2 attributes. I don't know if you can see this. Let me make it a little larger. So it has 2 attributes, data-message and data-count. And it's no coincidence that it matches the keys that we specified in the info file, in the component config file, message and count. And this information is actually available to us under dataset. So if I inspect this and look at $0, sorry. What is doing? I'm not, okay, here. Yeah, if you look at $0.dataset, you will see the configuration that we provided, count and message. So this is the information that JavaScript then leverages. So there is a selector, of course, And then eventually you just extract the div. And from that div, you extract the configuration as .dataset. And that gives you the configuration. And now we are also printing that in console log, we are printing the configuration. You can see that. So here's the config, count and message. Okay. So this is how you're getting information from Drupal. This is very crucial because from this point onward, you can leave Drupal behind and you're completely in the land of JavaScript. Because now you can React, or you might use AngularJS or jQuery, or in my case, my favorite is Svelte. So just FYI, you guys should definitely check out Svelte. It is a very powerful UI library. It's not even a library; it's a compiler. But you will see some code. So let's look at some Svelte code. I have a second component. It's called SvelteComp.component.yaml. So this is a second component. Here, the JavaScript can be. So this is how you will probably send to production, which is some build directory, and in there you have a bundle.js. So this is what you will probably send to production. But because I want to do live development, I'm pulling it directly from my dev server on localhost 5000, and I can do type external. The great thing about that is if I do it that way, I can now, let me first place my component here. So I'm going to place that. I have it already placed. I will just enable it. This is the Svelte demo component. I'm just going to enable it. And this is very similar to the previous one, except that this is in Svelte. It has the same things like a hello Svelte, a message and a count. So once I enable this, back here, if I refresh, suddenly I have the Svelte component. Now, this thing, the good thing about it is I can make live changes and they will be visible. So let me just show you. If I make a small change, let's say custom, what's it called? Demo comp, no, not this one. Svelte, yeah, Svelte, src, and then Svelte comp has, this is my Svelte component app.svelte. And the main.ts is very similar. We are once again just query selector. We are using query selector to fetch that div with the data dash tags, the data set, and we are instantiating our Svelte component. So in the Svelte component, if I make a very small change, just to show you that it's live. So here, if I say, so instead of, I can see 0 colon and 1 colon and 2 colon and 3 colon. If I replace the colon with equal signs, lots of equal to signs. So and as you could see, without me refreshing the browser, it's doing live debugging, live development, live loading, reloading. So if I undo this and save it again, on the left, this thing refreshed itself. So this is made possible because I am in my YAML file, component YAML file, I am hitting the dev server directly, localhost 5000. So that's the benefit. So now let's go deeper into what can we do with Svelte and JavaScript. Of course, there's no limit really. So I want to do Firebase login. That's the thing, because I want my newspaper readers to be able to comment using Firebase and even log in using Firebase, not log in to Drupal. That way, the best part is that Drupal can treat them as anonymous users, and they are anonymous to Drupal, which means Drupal can serve cached pages. In fact, you don't even have to hit Drupal if you use a CDN like Cloudflare or CloudFront, or so many CDNs out there. Those CDNs will hit Drupal once in a rare while. For the most part, your your viewers, your website visitors will not actually hit your Drupal at all. So I have a component for that. So here in my Firebase, in my swell directory, I have a directory called Firebase, and I have two or three components, or two actually. One is called login, and the other is called comments. So login is what we will use. So I cannot go into the code for all this, but the good thing is I can. Let me just enable that component first. So there it is, login component. So this is the Firebase login. I enable it. I want to show you the configuration. In the configuration, I have simply kept a JSON text area where I copy pasted my Firebase configuration. So if you have used Firebase, then you would know that you can go to Firebase. Again, if you don't know anything about Firebase, then you can look at some of the videos that I have on my YouTube channel. So here's my Firebase application, and I have authentication configured. So this is where people have logged in, and this is where I define the sign-in method, and I have enabled Google as a sign-in method, as you can see here. Okay, so the configuration can be obtained from project settings, and then if you go to the config tab, so there it is. This is the configuration. So I simply copied and pasted that configuration here, but I had to strip out the JavaScript portions of it and convert this into valid JSON. Once I did that, this code is now available to my Firebase component. Once all that code is available, here in my newspaper reader session, if I reload, I suddenly have the login. But the thing is, I was already logged in, so it's using my existing login. But if I sign out, it says you can sign in. Now, if I click sign in, I have two Google logins. One says jitesh@spinspire.com and another as jitesh@toshiland.com. So I'll switch myself to my Spinspire identity, and now I'm logged in. And as you can see, Firebase authentication has given that information to the JavaScript application. And right within, at this point, I am not logged. As you can see, there is a login link. That is the Drupal login. I'm not logged into Drupal. I'm only logged into Firebase. Let's see how we are doing with respect to time. What time is it now? 5:49. Okay. So we have good time. So now how is all that is working? Of course, all of this source code will be available, is available actually right now, but some of the latest, most recent code is not. So basically, Firebase is giving me the sign in and the sign out, and I'm using firebase.auth.signin with pop-up. So that's what is causing this. When I click on this, the pop-up comes up, and then I can use any of my identities. So this is the Firebase sign-in. But this login with Firebase, of course, is good if you want to authenticate people and then give them access to your newspaper. But what about commenting? I mean, there are other things that you can do. Like if they are logged in through Firebase auth, then they can add comments. Now, unlike Drupal, we are not using Drupal comments because that would require logging into Drupal itself. That's why we are using Firebase as our database, and then storing our comments there. So let me show you. Let me first enable that module. Sorry, not module, but that block. So I have a comments block. There it is, Firebase comments. I enable it. This is also, once again, implemented as a component. So you will see I have Firebase login and I have Firebase comments. And that thing is provided to Drupal through Firebase comments.component.yaml. So this is that. Okay. In the end, I'm doing all my JavaScripting inside bundle.js. So once I enabled that, I refresh, and I have some pre-existing comments. So these comments are being shown, and now I'm logged in as one of my two identities. So if I say, hey, this is a live comment. So now I want to show you, before I hit submit, I want to show you that here in the other session, if I go to the same page and I go to, where's the front page? Yeah. So if I put this browser right next to the other one, then you'll see what happens. As soon as I hit submit on this, give me a second, I'm trying to. Right. So this is one session and this is a separate session. And if as soon as I hit submit here, watch what happens on the right hand side. That's right. So without refreshing, of course, all your, so this interact with each other in real time by adding comments, which of course can lead to some very interesting arguments. As you know, if you have a political article and you have people commenting on it from both sides of the argument, things can get really heated. But in any case, as a newspaper, you probably don't mind. More user engagement, I guess, is hopefully better. So this is commenting system, and it is working without the use of Drupal's comments. So let me and obviously all this data is stored in Cloud Firestore. So this is where I am storing, this DD GovCon paths. This is the node 1. Here are the comments, and as you can see, and there are some comments here. What a great article! And then the front page comments are stored somewhere here. So this was the, this is a live comment. This is the comment that is stored in Firebase. So that's the use of Firebase. Now, all of this is done using Firebase SDK from Google, as well as, wait a second, I'm not able to, I'm having some trouble with my computer. Why is this? I don't know. Why is this? I'm not able to switch windows. Oh, now I can switch windows, but it's delayed. Okay. So the third thing is, what else should you be doing with your JavaScript apps? One thing is, the way you can look at it is you have an ocean of content. The Drupal is providing, a lot of content, right? And then in there, you can have islands of application. So this sign in, this login is an island of application. This comment section is an island of application. As you can see, I'm not logged into Firebase here, and that's why commenting input form is disabled for me. But on the other hand, here, I am logged into Firebase, so the comment input form is there. As soon as I sign out, the comment input form disappears. That's even better because this is one JavaScript app, while this was a separate JavaScript app, and yet they are synchronized with each other. As soon as I log in, sign in here, you will see that the comment input form will show up instantly. See, and they are not even the same JavaScript app; they are separate bundle.js. So in any case, I want to show you one more thing, which is if we go to I have a lot of think about a conference like this one, GovCon or any Drupal camp or DrupalCon, right? There will be lots of sessions. So I actually have that here. If I go to my content, I have a whole bunch of sessions created. These I am actually importing from a Google spreadsheet like this one. Okay, and again, in the source code, I'm sorry, I cannot show you all of the details of the source code, but I have an import, a migration running that will import them. So once I do that, I can use GraphQL, and let me show you what I'm doing with GraphQL. In my Drupal site, where I am logged in as admin, I can show you that in GraphQL, I can run arbitrary queries. So I have one such GraphQL query already ready to go. So it's called sessions query dot, sessions query. So if I copy and paste this, let me just copy this. And if I paste it and run the query, I'm getting a whole bunch of GraphQL results. So this combined with, I can run this query from my JavaScript application. And so let's do that. So I have a JavaScript application created, one more. It's called session schedule. So I have this session schedule app, which is also packaged as a component block. So there is the session schedule component YAML. It is taking some query ID because I don't want to put the whole query in on the client side. I just want to put an ID, which I accomplish using query maps. Again, I'm sorry, I cannot get into details of that, but query maps are very powerful. These are persisted queries. The good thing is you can write your query once, compile it, import it into Drupal, and then it gets assigned a hash code like this, which you can use from your JavaScript client, and you can now issue HTTP GET requests. As you know, a lot of people have a complaint against GraphQL that you have to use HTTP POST, which is not cacheable. But now I can do HTTP GET request. And the second thing is, in GraphQL, regular GraphQL, you would have to open up too much in terms of permissions. So if you go to permissions, you will see that I have not given all the permissions. I have given very limited permissions. So that, as you can see, only the execute persisted queries. I have not given execute arbitrary GraphQL requests. So let's demo this. I go to front page. Okay, I don't have, I need to enable this. So let's go to structure block layout and enable the schedule, the session schedule application. There it is. So I enable it. As soon as I enable it, and by the way, feel free to ask questions if you don't want to interrupt, then at least in the chat. So, okay. So if I refresh the front page now, there's my session. So this is a good example of where JavaScript can really do things that that are hard to do in Drupal. Very hard to do in Drupal, because look, I have a very nice looking schedule, and the data for this schedule came from this migration spreadsheet. And there's the start date, start time 9 a.m., 9 to 10. And then back here, I have the same 8:21, 8:22, and it's showing as 1 p.m. instead of 9 a.m. That's because, unfortunately, I didn't adjust for the universal time zone. So I'm in East Coast, Eastern time zone, and 9 a.m. in Eastern time zone is actually 1 p.m. in UTC. So that's what it's showing. In any case, as you can see, when I'm switching from one tab to the next, maybe you can see the animations. So all of this is JavaScript application, and this data the best part is the data came over. Let me show you the network request. The data is coming over a GET request, not a POST request. Let me just reload. I just hit full reload. This is my GraphQL request. Let me just expand this. That's my GraphQL request. The one thing you should notice about it is that GraphQL request is a GET request, not a POST request. And the request itself, the URL is GraphQL/query ID. And here's the query ID. This is the query ID that we sent. We set in the configuration. If you look at the configuration of the session schedule, that's the query ID. So this becomes a GraphQL post to a GraphQL get, and that means it's cacheable. And the other thing is, I'm using Svelte. It has a JavaScript compiler which integrates very nicely with the browser UI and DOM. So that's why I have these transitions. As you can see, the animated transitions. Now you can do more. You could. So I have other examples where people would basically favorite these sessions, and you would store that into Firebase. So let me just go a little bit further into how the Firebase portion of this thing works and what Svelte can do. Okay, so let me see how I'm doing with respect to time. Okay, 6:02. I want to give you now that I've rushed through the whole thing, let me do this a little more slowly so that you can understand how I built the whole thing. So let us create a whole new component live. So let's do this. So I go into my custom module and into the components directory and open a new file. I'll call it govcon.component.yml. Right. In here, I have to write name. So let's say GovCon block. Okay. Description you can write, of course. Okay. Let me just description. And sorry, where is the okay? So let me just look at another component for some inspiration. There's name, description, JS, CSS, and form stuff. So let's do that. JS, CSS, form, configuration. These are the keys. Of course, there's description. In JS, we just have to give the path to your JavaScript file. So we will say govcon.js, or maybe it should be in a folder. It doesn't matter. We'll just say govcon.js, and the value side is empty. It's an empty object. I think it's a good idea to put it in double quotes. So that, and the CSS similarly. And then form configuration will omit for now. So once you have this, let's create govcon.js and govcon.css. So new file and call it govcon.js and console.log. This is GovCon component. Okay. And I can create another file, govcon.css, and we'll put some I don't know what we want to put, but we can just put some styles here. But let's start with the govcon.js. Okay. We can now flush cache. So obviously we have to flush cache in order to see this new component. Otherwise, this component will not be presented to us in the block layout. So we come here, and then we'll add this to the footer. So place block and look for GovCon. There it is, GovCon block. That's because we had a dot. That's because of this component YAML file. So let's place it. Why not? Sure, display title. Why not? So save these blocks. And now when we go to the front page or any page for that matter, at the very bottom, we have GovCon block, but it is not showing anything inside the block. So if you look at the console here, hopefully we will have this is GovCon component. So this is the evidence that our JavaScript got attached to our to this block. Now, how can we get some more information about our environment, about the div that we are inside? And that's something we can do right here by, you have to actually inspect this element. And as you can see, you can say, look for this component called block-govcon block. Oh, that's the ID. So our block component. Yeah, so look for block component. And within that, look for content div. And within that, there is this class GovCon. This is what we are looking for. So we say document.query selector block component. Is it block component? Block component, yes. Then content, and then GovCon.
Isn't block component
content? Sorry.
Isn't block component the ID rather than?
I cannot hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
Isn't block component the ID rather
than? Right.
Class?
Oh, it's a class. It's a class. So yes. So yeah, this one. See this? This is a class. Block-component. That's a class. That's right. So you save this, and now you will get the div, and we can just console log the div. And the most important thing is, why do we want this div? We actually want to get data set out of it. So our configuration. So div.dataset gives you the config. Of course, in our case, we have no. Okay, let's refresh this and see what happens. So there is config is the. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong one. Yeah, this is the one. This is the GovCon component. That's the div, and you can see if I hover on it, you will see. Okay, so that's the div, GovCon div, and the config is empty because there are no configurations items. So let's add one. I will just say, hey, message. So this is a key, and type will be text field. And then, I don't know, required true. Oh, most importantly, the title. Title will be GovCon message. Let's call it that. Let's save it. Save this. We go back to Drupal and flush all caches. We have to do that every time we change the info files or YAML files in general. So now, if I look for my GovCon block again, I should see, there you are, message. So I can just say, hello GovCon. So I save that. So once I have saved that, you can, if I refresh it, my configuration, you see, has that information, hello GovCon. Now I can, in my JavaScript, I can simply destructure that or somehow put that. I can say, hey, take my div and make its inner HTML equal to, let's say, heading 1, heading 3. I'm using interpolation string. I don't know if that will work, so let me not do that. Heading 3 plus config.message. Oops. Config dot, oh, come on. Config dot message plus heading 3. And now if I refresh, sorry, let's go to the bottom and do a hard reload. Hopefully, GovCon block. It didn't actually. Oh, config is not defined. Sorry, my bad. The config, it's not called config. I never assigned it to config. So I should say let var config is equal to div.dataset. So save that and reload. And look, there's hello GovCon, the message, and it's hopefully it's an H3. Yeah, it is an H3 right there. So if I were to change this and change this to hello GovCon 2, let's say, save it, come back here, refresh, then the JavaScript is updating the message. So this should give you an idea of how to write your own JavaScript apps, configure them as blocks, and place them as blocks. But then within the JavaScript app, how to extract that configuration that Drupal is trying to give you. And once you do that, you're off to the races. You can use what is it? You can use any framework. You can use plain JavaScript. You can use jQuery. You can use ES6. You can use React. You can use Svelte. You can use Angular. Whatever you want to use. Me, as I said, I like Svelte. So the last few minutes that I have left, I would like to show you the power of Svelte. So if you don't mind, bear with me. This is, so here, you guys, if you are what is it, React developers, then I think you would really appreciate this. So first of all, in Svelte, unlike React, there is no such thing as, you don't have to use use state or local state or global state and store, global store and all that. You simply use local variables, JavaScript variables like this, and then you simply template them. So I went to svelte.dev and I clicked on REPL, and this is what came up, right? So this is nice because you have a local variable and you can template it, but that's not the real power of Svelte. The real power is that these are reactive templates. So let me just show you. If I had a button and this button said the title is update, and you say on click, do some kind of an update, meaning to say modify this variable. So if I say function update, and all it does is change the name from world to GovCon. And so the value of the variable is world, and it is using that value in here. And then if I click update, update will simply update the value of the JavaScript local variable. I hit update and look what happened. It got updated. Now, those of you who do not know React will say, well, what's the big deal? That's exactly how it should be, right? And that's right. That's exactly how it should be. But it's not. That's not how it is in React. In React, you cannot just update a variable like this. You have to use the use state hook and destructure that into a setter and a local variable. And then you have to call the setter in not this update to the variable. And all this, I mean, this is anybody who has done React programming knows what I'm talking about, and they will empathize. So React is one such framework that has reactivity in its name, but itself is not reactive. Svelte, on the other hand, is truly reactive. You don't have to tell Svelte that I updated this variable. So Svelte is a compiler, so it actually knows when you update this variable, and when you hit update, it just updates the reactive templates in the page. So let me show you another thing where the reactivity is quite pervasive. So if I had an input box, for example, input type, well, you don't even type text, doesn't matter. Let's say, and then I can bind the value. You could say input value is equal to, right, foo. So that's your input. No big deal. What if your value was going to be name? That's also great. But now if I type into it, nothing happens to name. It's a one-way binding. But I can turn it into a two-way binding by simply putting bind : in front of it. As soon as I do that, I can start typing GovCon, and there you go. It got updated in both the places. If I change it to Jitesh, and it got updated in both the places. And not only that, if I hit update, then name will be changed to GovCon. Watch what happens. It got converted to the GovCon not only here, but also here. So this is two-way binding. So, I mean, this is just a little taste of Svelte. I think it takes about 3 hours if you go through tutorial. This tutorial on svelte.dev is amazing. It teaches you everything you need to know. And again, like I was saying, on this page, on this description page, I have a link to my YouTube channel. So this is, if you click on youtube.com/spinspire. So this is my YouTube channel. And there are a whole bunch of Svelte videos. And there are like more than 24. And you can, of course, there are also Drupal videos. And there are videos where Drupal and Svelte are used together. So I would recommend you guys to subscribe to the channel and watch all the videos that are there, because it will teach you a lot about Svelte. You can go to svelte.com/tutorial, and I think you can learn this in about 3-4 hours. Half a day is all you need to learn Svelte, unlike many other JavaScript frameworks that take weeks. I hope you learned something, and I hope you now, when it comes back to Drupal, I hope you guys will use Drupal as is, using its strengths. You don't have to get all your users logged into Drupal. Only your staff needs to be logged into Drupal, and your users can then be logged into something like Firebase or some Auth0 or something like that. And then you can write JavaScript apps using Svelte. I will end it there. And questions?
Thank you. I will let the chat go, but I'm going to turn off the recording so that our folks from the captioning department can stop, since we're a little bit over time.
Okay.
Okay, but feel free to stay and chat, folks.
Yes, I'm here. I will stay. Any questions you have? I will be pushing this code. The code will be pushed tomorrow. So right now there is some code at this Bitbucket repository, right? And all of this code is there, but it's not up to date. I made some changes today and this afternoon. So those changes will be pushed soon. So give me until tomorrow morning, at least. So anybody have any questions?
Looks like mostly feedback about how much everyone liked it, which is really good.
All
We
right.
will have the videos up sometime early next week, if not sooner. We might try to take the weekend off. We're a little excited.
Oh, you deserve it. You guys are great. You guys have done fantastic.
Thank you for
Thank you so
coming
much.
back again this year. It was really great having this. I
love
missed
GovCon,
so
yeah.
much.
I love GovCon. The best. I mean, if this was in person, I would have driven to Washington D.C., which I do every year, actually.
Yes, I know. We've met.
Yeah.
I hope everybody really enjoyed this session. It was a great. Yeah, honestly, this was a great wrap up to the last 3 days.
All right. Well, I appreciate all the kind words. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I encourage everyone to contact me. Get some free consulting. Thanks. And I will be back. I will be in the Slack. So please, if you have any questions, you can direct message me in Slack or in the coding and dev. So yeah, in the coding and dev, where is the Slack? Where is the Slack? Yeah. So there is this GovCon Slack.
It's a very active Slack.
Yes. Yep. So I am obviously all joined up. So yeah, I will see you guys all on Slack, in Drupal Slack, GovCon Slack. You can find me. My name is Jitesh Doshi.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.